Welcome to the weekend and welcome to America's Day at the Races. Sun shining down here in South Ozone Park, New York. Gorgeous Saturday afternoon at Aqueduct here for Belmont at the Big A. Also live coverage from Oceanport, New Jersey out at Monmouth Park. Thanks for being with us on this Saturday afternoon. Greg Wolf alongside Jonathan Kinchin as we get set to kick off the card here in about 40 minutes or so. We have a pretty interesting feature that'll be part of our Fox Sports 2 coverage later in the afternoon. Two stakes you'll see from both Belmont at the Big A and in Monmouth sprinting on the grass. Very exciting runner for Carlos Martin, friend of the devil.
Yeah, look, I when I first saw the 4 to 5 morning line, I was hoping, is there a way I could try to beat this horse? And I looked a little bit longer and I realized, no, there is not a way to try to beat this horse. At least for me, I'll be leaning on friend of the devil.
He moved to the turf, career start number 3, was able to go gate to wire on the grass, and then came back as a 3-year-old. Look, I mean, how fast he went early off the bench. 21-1, 43-2 for the half, and able to hang on off the bench and win by 3.5 lengths shows he is a pretty good horse.
It was pretty impressive. He opened up by 3, ended up winning by 6. A lot of times in situations like this, he'll get tired, get caught late. Some closers will be making up ground. That didn't happen. Then the horse comes back and basically does it over again. He's a very, very talented horse. I think friend of the devil. He's got that speed for turf sprints. He's going to appreciate it today. But, man, when he gets up to Saratoga and he gets to go 5.5, he might like it even more.
Ooh, that would be interesting, wouldn't it? And do not be worried about the presence of his stablemate Dancing Bear, who has speed as well. 1, he's not as quick. 2, Connection said they want to try and teach him to rate today.
Yeah, Dancing Bear is going to need to sprout wings to change his fortune to try to beat a horse like Friend of the Devil.
And, you know, the interesting horse, if you were sort of looking beyond Friend of the Devil, was Soon to Be King. Getting on turf for the first time with that horse coming out. Friend of the Devil, what's he going to be, 2 to 5, 3 to 5 in here?
Yeah, I mean, he looks absolutely loose in here. And he's a horse that can take pressure. So when you have a horse that can take pressure and win, and then that horse gets loose, that's when you see blowout performances.
Meanwhile, at Monmouth out in Oceanport, New Jersey, their feature race you'll see on our Fox Sports 2 coverage as well. Fillies and mares sprinting 5.5 furlongs on the grass, $100,000 purse in this spot. And you see on the outside, Epona's Hope. She had won 3 in a row, and even in defeat, she still ran pretty good, but that win streak did come to an end out at Churchill last time out. With more on the feature from Monmouth today in that Goldwood, let's check in with Paul LaDuca.
Yeah, Greg, Epona's Hope is a horse that was rattling off a lot of races at Gulfstream Park with Joel Rosario, and lefty headed Please a Barn to JT Service, and looks like the speed is going to be really tough to beat in the Goldwood today. You know, this 4-year-old filly by Adios Charlie is quick. You were talking about earlier, well, this horse went 21-3, 44 and change at Churchill Downs and wasn't able to continue. But this is a couple of races, at least one of the races at Gulfstream Park, where she just flashes her speed and keeps on going. She's clicked the 88 buyer. She's clicked the 99 buyer. This was in the captive Island Stakes. And listen, she's very, very fast. I think she's going to be a heavy favorite in this year's Goldwood. When you look at some other runners in here, I think Bel Pizziero getting back to the turf for Anthony Margotto Jr. I think it's the other horse in here that can maybe threaten her late, but I think the big favorite in the stakes. And Paco Lopez has ridden her before, you know, way back when, Greg, to a W, so I don't think there's going to be any kind of mishaps there. And we know that Paco, who had about 4 or 5 winners yesterday, will probably have a big day today.
Usually the case. He gets the primo mounts, has an incredible amount of success in this one in very, very sharp form coming in.
Yeah, the problem is that when you have a horse who has 6 career wins and all of them take place at a racetrack that you're not at today, you start to at least ask the question at a short price. The one thing I will say about Epona's Hope, drawn well, has that tactical speed that I love in these types of races, turf sprints, because if you can just stay in the clear on the best horse who's got tactical speed that can stay connected, I don't mind if they lose just a little bit of ground. Even if Epona's Hope does lose ground, I think she's going to be tough to beat.
That's race 6 today out at Monmouth. Again, you'll see that race, that New York Stallion Stakes Spectacular Bid Division from Belmont at the Big A as well on our Fox Sports 2 coverage later on in the afternoon. As for today here on FS1, here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Fast and firm both here in New York and in Oceanport, New Jersey. We'll have the start of the cross country pick 5 later on this afternoon. That feature race, that spectacular mid division with Friend of the Devil. But we're going to get into the first coming up about 35 minutes away from the opener, 15 minutes from the opener in Jersey. You can play it all by getting signed up right there at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. The offer, there it is. $200 deposit match sign-up bonus when new members punch in that bonus 200 code at sign-up at NairaBets.com. Summer right around the corner. It's just 6 days left here at Belmont of the Big A before we head upstate to Saratoga. And we are looking forward to some big names that we'll see back. Many who ran Belmont at Saratoga week. We'll talk more about that when we return.
The best 2-year-old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Hit about $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
Journalism makes a decisive move, and he takes command of the Belmont Stakes. Sovereignty angles out to try and run him down, and here comes Sovereignty. Sovereignty goes right by Journalism once again, leaving absolutely no doubt who the best 3-year-old in the world is. Sovereignty and Junior Alvarado in the Belmont Stakes.
It was an incredible moment for this sport. The Derby winner, the Preakness winner, in a rematch from their 1-2 finish on Kentucky Derby Day. And it came down to those two again, down the stretch in the third and final leg of the Triple Crown. And Sovereignty, trained by Hall of Famer Belmont, with Junior Alvarado proving no doubt who is the best 3-year-old in the land right now.
It was a rewarding Triple Crown. I've been on record of saying I do not like when senseless horses win those races. We put up so much time and attention on getting ready for them, and then when horses that don't make sense win, I feel very empty and disappointed when it's over. I did not feel that way. With Sovereignty winning the first and the third leg, Journalism winning the second leg, it felt rewarding to see these great horses run.
Yeah, and Journalism running tremendous in all three legs. It's just Sovereignty was that good in the Derby in Belmont, and there's a chance we're going to see those two tango again this summer. Jim Dandy potentially. Travers will see this summer. It is on the table for those connections with Journalism, who's gone obviously out back to California, but no question that is the target for Sovereignty now.
Absolutely. You would imagine that Sovereignty will be, maybe we can see him run a couple of times. That'd be great if we could see him run a couple times at Saratoga, whether it be a Jim Dandy and a Travers, or maybe even, who knows, with a horse like this, take on Olders or something at some point, what he's shown. So it's going to be a fun summer, which it always is with the superstars we get to see.
And we got this incredible preview of amazing week in itself, but of sort of what's to come this summer as well, Belmont at Saratoga week. Now, having seen that week and be able to digest that, what are the top 5 horses you're looking forward to seeing this summer?
Well, I'm a huge fan of number 5, Ways and Means. I can't wait to watch her run again. She won the Grade 1 last summer in the test. Now she's looking to win another Grade 1 in the Ballerina for Olders. The reason I like her so much is why I like Saratoga so much, is that I heard she was good before she ran first time out. And when she ran, you saw her win and you said, that's a superstar. And then for the next years to come, you get to continue to enjoy that superstar. And I get to say, I was there the day she won her debut. And that's what makes Saratoga so much fun. Every day you open up the past performances, you either get to see a superstar or the potential of seeing a future superstar.
And even if Sovereignty was sensational, she might have been the most dominating performance we saw that entire week. And don't hand that division over to Copion just yet. Next up, number 4.
Number 4, don't give up yet on my man, Fierceness. I can't wait to see him run in the Whitney. I understand his Met Mile was disappointing. I think he had a lot of situations, right? He was drawn on the inside. He had the half a one-turn mile. The racetrack was drying out. I still think he's a remarkable horse, and I think he'll show that to us that first weekend in August in the Whitney.
Yeah, that was John Velasquez losing on Fierceness and still had 6 stakes wins and 9 wins to pace all riders at that week. Incredible.
Yeah, and he's not 25 years old either.
All right, next on the list.
Yeah, I can't wait to see. This is one of my favorite horses in trading right now, and that's number 3, She Feels Pretty. I look forward. The Diana is one of my favorite races of the entire summer. I'm hopeful that she'll run in that situation. She Feels Pretty. And I think I feel confident in saying that she's the best turf horse in North America. I think she's sensational. I'm sure Deterministic has a little something to say about that with his performance that we saw in the Manhattan, but She Feels Pretty is just sensational. 7 for 10. And in the 3 times she lost, there's arguments that a little bit here, a little bit there, she could have won. I just think she's outstanding, and I love something about a really good turf mare. Reminds me of like what we got to see with Goldacova, what we got to see with Newspaper of Record, in Italian. The list goes on. I'm really excited about She Feels Pretty.
And winning on a turf course that day, Belmont at Saratoga week, she probably didn't even like that soft going, but still won anyway on her class. Wide the whole way as well. All right, so your top 2 starts with who?
I think most people know who the top 2 are going to be. Number 2 is Journalism. Fingers crossed that he has enough miles, travel miles saved up to come out east. I understand. I wouldn't knock them. He's done enough. He ran in all 3 of the Triple Crown races. If Michael McCarthy and the team decided to keep him out west and maybe try to take on a lighter 1.25 mile Pacific Classic, I would forgive them for that. They gave us enough with Journalism, but man, I sure would like for him to come back out east and we can see the rematch with number 1.
I'm guessing, yes. Okay, Derby, Belmont winner. We all want that. The whole sport wants that. And yeah, no question with what he backed up on Belmont Stakes Day, who was the top dog in this division.
Oh, he was sensational. We were talking when he ran past Journalism in the stretch as someone who had bet on Journalism, who liked Journalism, who was excited that Journalism potentially was going to get away from him, and Sovereignty ran by him like he was tied to the 8th pole. I got chills to think how good these 2 horses are, and specifically how good Sovereignty is.
And in a year where we were, going back to turning the calendar, we're so excited about all these older horses coming back, or 3-year-olds coming back. Fierceness, Sierra Leone, many others. They might have a real challenger in Sovereignty.
Oh, absolutely, because he's a 3-year-old, right? He's going to only get better. We kind of know who Fierceness is. We know the top of that division. We know who Sierra Leone is. We don't necessarily know who Sovereignty is or could become. And if he continues to grow up in the very, very similar to what we saw last year with Sierra Leone, his best race was his last race of the year last year. If Sovereignty improves like that, journalism too, we could have an outstanding, outstanding classic.
I can't wait for the summer.
It's going to be fun.
6 days left here, and then we head to Saratoga with so many of those big races we're going to see, including Sovereignty, Jim Dandy, Travers, who's going to line up against him. We hope journalism comes. Some other interesting names as well. We're going to see Gosger line up in the Haskell. He may be pointing to the Travers as well. As we take a look at the opener, Monmouth, 5.5 furlongs on the grass. Rails out 12 feet, $16,000 maiden claiming race to kick off the card.
Yeah, in this spot right here, I went towards the outside with the 10 Stormy Disco, who I thought dropped from maiden special weight. Didn't run particularly well that time, but does have a couple of races on the grass and has run better going longer. And I think when you're drawn outside, we talked about that a little bit earlier, a little bit different. As long as Stormy Disco stays clear, doesn't stop, this horse will be finishing best of all in this race, and I like that for the situation, drawn to the outside.
Faced so much better last time out. Sammy Camacho will be aboard from that outside post. Let's take a look at Bonita Diamond in here, the 4, who right now we have 4-1 on a runner. You talked about you don't like illogical results in Kentucky Derby. Well, Ryder on board this one today. It was pretty illogical, and Rich Strike won at, what, 81-1?
That's honestly probably the poster child of what I mean when I say that. That was a disappointing one for me. Bonita Diamond has speed, but last time got a pretty nice trip and still wasn't able to hold off. Has had a couple of chances running for 16,000 at the bottom. Now, that was last time, the first time getting on the grass. I just don't trust this horse at what's likely to be a short price.
Coming onto the track, and the one Jonathan touched on first, Stormy Disco, heavy favorite from the outside post. One of my favorites. She's by Disco Partner. Went sub 106 for 6 furlongs in the Jaipur.
It's fun. It's fun to remember, to find people's horses that they remember and what they remember them for. And a lot of times it has to be with, like, did you have a big score or you just remember the day?
I just love that horse.
Yeah, there you go.
Here's the 2, My Lady Bay Rob Atras.
Yeah, this horse does not have a lot of early speed, which I think is a big weapon in turf sprints.
20-1 next door. This is Wildcat Fire for Kelly Breen.
Yeah, beaten 17, beaten 19, beaten 21 in the last 3 starts.
Here's the aforementioned Bonita Diamond. That turf effort last start was the turf debut.
Yeah, I mean, if this price continues to kind of hold around 7-2 or 4-1, worth a bet. I just don't trust her.
Second start, Matty Cat.
Puts the blinkers on, doesn't have much speed, though.
Little Miss Lollipop.
Trying the turf for the first time. Not a whole lot in the pedigree to suggest that's going to help.
Cut back in distance for Monty's Magic.
Yeah, cut back in distance, but just does no running in the races.
Paco Lopez on a first-time starter right here, the 8.
Yeah, a little bit interesting showing up for connections that don't have a lot of starters. When you get Paco out of the room, there must be some sort of story here. The horse is taking money as well.
Dirt Speed on the 9. This is the turf debut coming up.
It's whether or not it translates. The Liam's map, we saw what Deterministic could do on both surfaces.
And Dirt Speed does not always translate to turf speed. Here's Stormy Disco, the favorite outside.
Just needs to stay connected. I think that the stamina of this horse will wear these horses down late.
2 minutes to post to kick off this card in Oceanport, New Jersey. Let's go to Paul Duca.
Yeah, an intriguing race on the turf here for race number 1. I mean, all these races are intriguing, especially on a hot day. Make sure that you look at the horses. I wouldn't be worried, again, like I was talking on yesterday's show, that it's just about 90 degrees out and it's humid. So if your horse is a little bit washy, I mean, don't really pay too much attention to it unless the horse is kind of lost his mind. Now, the 4 Bonita Diamond here is the horse to catch by far. I mean, I would think this is a horse that cleared a field from the 10-hole and now gets Sonny Leone aboard and is now your second choice. And when you look at the fixed odds, is right now your favorite in the fixed odds. I'm wondering if the 4 is going to click down to end up being your choice here. And like we said, a horse that clicked away. I'm not a fan of horses getting away from a group and then giving it up. Now, the 9 to me looked tremendous on the racetrack. Like you guys said, can this gray filly translate to the turf from the dirt? I have a feeling that that she will by Liam's map. I love the rider upgrade to Sammy Marin. You're getting 7-2. That will be my choice. Now, the 10 horse in here, I was tepid between the 9 and 10. I understand where JK's going in here. This is a horse that's backed up a couple times when, you know, in distance. And if you look at the 1-6 furlong race way back when, she was able to make up some ground against this group. I would think she lays back and makes one run. Now, the first time starter, the 8, warmed up like a lion. You know, usually Paco kind of takes his horses towards the rail a little bit, kind of shows him the crowd. He popped this one away from the pony, and this horse got a really good gallop out. And I just have a feeling this horse is going to show some speed. And where Paco lands, usually he's a live mount. I just don't know how far this horse can go. So I'll land on the 9 here, but I do think the 4 will end up being your favorite, Greg.
Well, 2-1, Paulie, thank you. Stormy Disco, still the one to beat outside with the drop down in class. And we'll see if anyone, you know, we talked about the dirt speed of the 9, if that one maybe can put some heat on Bonita Diamond. Can anyone else in your eyes pressure that filly, the 4?
Yeah, I mean, definitely the 9. I think the 8 is interesting. You know, this horse is taking some money in here, and that makes me think that it's possible that there's a little bit of ability there. It just doesn't make a lot of sense why the horse would be taking as much money as he's taking, like I said, for connections that are relatively unknown to a certain extent. And to get Paco and a first-time starter, that one screams live to me. But like I said, I'll take a chance with the 10. I prefer the 8 over the other 2 horses that are taking money, the 4 and the 9. So 10-8 for me.
Yeah, I mean, with Bonita Diamond, 3-1 on the 4. 2.5 length lead in the stretch, going 5.5 furlongs, and not only gets run down for second as well.
I think it's just a little bit of an illusion, right? When you look at that race, horse opened up very quickly, very easily. To me, that means there just wasn't a lot of other speed in there. So it looks like this horse was traveling well, comfortable all the way around there. But then basically when they ran to her, she didn't really put up much resistance. I just don't trust her. She's had a lot of opportunities at the lower level, and she hasn't been able to get it done. And she's gonna be targeted by the 10 Stormy Disco, who, like I said, drawn towards the outside. When it comes to turf sprints, I think the one thing that people miss to a certain extent is you don't want to get stopped. The race is too short to get stopped and then to come running again, and especially at this level. Now, if you're talking about the Grade 1 Jaipur or something, and you've got Cogburn who gets stopped and come, that's a different animal. When you're dealing with this type, I just don't think the race is long enough to allow a horse like this to get stopped and to come running again. That's why I like horses that draw outside. I'd rather them lose a little bit of ground than get stopped and have to start again.
2-1 favorite is outside. As we get set to kick off this card here at Monmouth Park, Matt Dinerman with the call on this Saturday coverage here on FS1.
Diamond coming up. Miss Young Lady, post 8, the first-time starter loading in, went right in like a pro. Maddie Cat in the blue jacket, the gray signature cocktail. 2 back, she's one of them. And the other gray, Stormy Disco, to complete the line. Stormy Disco, Sammy Camacho to the outside post. 9 races on the docket today. Good luck. We're ready to go. That's number 4, Bonita Diamond, who went through the front of the gate. Sonny Leone staying aboard. Not going very far either, only about a 1/16 of a mile. And they've got a good hold of her, so everything's going to be fine there, Bonita Diamond, but she did break through the front of the gate. So the others, it appears we're going to just wait here. They're going to stay in the gate. The health of our athletes, both equine and human, are of the most important to us. So our veterinarian is going to take a look at number 4, Bonita Diamond, when she gets back behind the gate to make sure everything's okay. And if that's the case, the others will remain in the gate. They'll reload Bonita Diamond, and then we'll be set for a start here. Today is Rutgers Day here at the track, and tomorrow Monmouth U Day as well.
Oh, there is Bonita Diamond. So the speedster ready to roll, breaking through the gate, and luckily did not get too far away. So everyone patiently waiting. Long time to stay in the gate for everyone else here as she comes back around now.
It's one of those racetrack things that you know, I've never really seen it go opposite. It's one of the ones I trust. When they break through the gate, they typically don't win. I've definitely seen it happen before, but it is one of those axioms that I actually trust.
Not a great sign. There she is back in with Sunny Leon. We try again. Let's go back to Matt Dinerman.
We're ready to go. And we're off. We're off and running at Monmouth Park, and My Lady Bay ducked inwards badly at the start and was very sluggish out of the gate, as was Moni's Magic. Those two well out of it early. A strung out group comes out of the chute. Bonita Diamond on the lead today. Signature Cocktail a half length back pressing. Stormy Disco runs in third. Wildcat Fire on a snug hold fourth. 5 off the pace. Gap of a length and a half to Miss Young Lady, the first time starter. Little Miss Lollipop is next. Maddie Cat third last. And My Lady Bay is passing Moni's Magic, who's well behind as they go into the far turn, and one's being eased up here. That's number 5, Maddie Cat, pulled up as they round the far turn. Coming to the top of the stretch, Bonita Diamond still leads the way. Signature Cocktail already giving way. She's done. Stormy Disco, the second choice in the wagering, coming after Bonita Diamond and ran right by Stormy Disco with a furlong to go. The one to reel in scampers away 2 lengths here. Wildcat Fire comes on the scene into second, and Stormy Disco coming to the finish. She's got it. Stormy Disco, Sammy Camacho to win the opener. Second home was Wildcat Fire, and then Bonita Diamond, who holds third. Miss Young Lady was fourth.
Stormy Disco dropping class. Mike Dinerman with Sammy Camacho kicks off this card in Oceanport, New Jersey.
Yeah, just too good from a class standpoint. Got that trip that we discussed, being out in the clear, not getting stopped. And then the foundation from all of the races and the longer races, this horse was going to just grind these other horses down. You know what they say, Wolf, you can't win them all if you don't win the first one.
It's a good point. Jonathan Kinchin, perfect on this Saturday afternoon. See if he can keep things going, or do you want to just leave now? Trying to make up ground in the trainers race. She's right there, Linda Rice. 1 back of Chad Brown. 6 days remaining. She'll have 2 chances in the opening race on the card here. Belmont at the Big A with G's, Eloise, and Toned Up. We'll be back.
And they're off at the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Saratoga season passes are on sale now and include free admission to the special July 4th Racing Festival. Enjoy 4 additional days of Saratoga for the same price as last year. Secure your season pass for just about $2 per day at Naira.com/Saratoga. Join America's Day at the Races for the special July 4th Racing Festival at Saratoga Racecourse. 4 days of great racing as a prelude to Saratoga's summer meet.
Action kicks off Thursday, July 3rd, 1 Eastern.
When I go to the barn in the morning and train horses that I'm excited about running, that's what drives me. Winning races, whether it be a claiming race or a stakes race or a grade 1 at Saratoga, it's so much more fun than losing. Okay guys, Jose, I'm ready for the first one. Go ahead, we're going from the half out 5/8. My father, he was a hard worker, and He was very ambitious, instilled a strong work ethic in my 3 brothers and myself, and he had a love for the horses his whole life, and he instilled that in us as well.
It's double booked in front.
My first good horse was a horse named Double Booked, a grass horse, when I started training at Monmouth Park, and a filly of my father's named Ready Jack Go. But I would say that City Zip was a very good 2-year-old. I brought him here. He won all 3 2-year-old stakes here.
It's City Zip in front of the 16th. City Zip by 3.
He would be the horse that really helped move me along the path that I am on now. He's going to win at Belmont. I like to claim a lot of young horses with lightly raised horses that I think have both potential on their pedigree side and, of course, conformation. So that's been a big asset to my claiming, which has been probably in the last 5 years I've been doing more of.
Voodoo Song digs in. Is he going to do it? He is! Voodoo Song won the 4-star Dave!
New York racing is, frankly, it's my home. I've been here for quite a few years. I have gone from a young trainer that was struggling to climb the ladder to being a mainstay in New York. And I think by not diluting my business at different venues, I think it's been helpful for me to be successful right here in New York. I'm all about New York racing. My father always said, well, he didn't want to die in the harness. And I think about that sometimes, but I don't know what my day would be like if I didn't have horses to train or to be around or to be excited about. Linda Rice. I'd like them to say she was one hell of a horse trainer, and she earned it.
She has proven, Linda Rice, that, yes, she is one hell of a horse trainer. One back of Chad Brown right now. Again, 6 days to go here at the meet. In this opening race, she'll have 2 chances. But year in, year out, you look at that name, Linda Rice, and you automatically upgrade the chances of her runners.
You know, I think if, we had a handicapping contest between all those trainers right there, a betting contest, I think Linda might win. I think she's a great handicapper, and that's why she puts horses in the spot she puts them, especially with the claiming situation that she does in her claiming operation. But she also, you give her a good horse, she'll do well with the good horse as well. She is a darn good horse trainer.
And of the 2 she's going to line up in this opening race on the card, it's this one, the 3, G's Eloise, who's taking more support. Jose Lescano will be aboard.
Yeah, when we saw, Linda's had success with going out of New York and claiming horses where in places where the purses are high, very high, she goes there because horses are aggressively placed in those spots to get those purses. She can then claim a horse for a certain price that's probably worth more than that and then bring them back to New York. I think G's Eloise might be one of those times.
7-2 right now. She'll have toned up the 5 as well, 5-1. Kendra Carmouche will ride on toned up. As you look at the current odds, it's I'm Buzzy, though, who has just become the top choice on the board for Charlie Baker. 9-time winner, 6-year-old mare.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that the 3, G's Eloise, would end up being favored. They're all kind of floating around, 2-1. We could see some late movement there. But I'm Buzzy, for me, was one who just always has something going on. From a figure standpoint, fits in the mix there, but definitely not one I could trust at a short price.
Another look at G's Eloise. Riders up. Jose Lescano going to hop aboard this 3 momentarily. And then Biera to the outside. Rick Dutrow Jr. barn. Joel Rosario had a couple of wins yesterday. He'll be aboard on a horse coming off a win last start.
Yeah, the tricky thing about this race is I thought the 6 Biera might be the one that makes the lead. But Joel's not one that typically sends away from there. I think that one of the most interesting parts of this race is who is going to find the front. And I don't know the answer to that question.
There's Jose Lescano, regular rider for Linda Rice. He'll be on board G's Eloise. 3-year-old filly by Vacoma, who 2 back was a winner. That was on a muddy track out at Oaklawn. Linda claimed this one off of Ken McPeak in Hot Springs. Here's the 1, Warriors Ransom.
Yeah, Warriors Ransom drawn towards the inside for Jamie Ness. Doesn't have a lot of early speed, though.
9-2 on the inside runner. We skip to the 4. Here's I'm Buzzy for Charlie Baker.
Yeah, this horse is taking a lot of money, but I just don't necessarily trust her, and she doesn't really have a huge edge from a pace standpoint.
Next door, one of the Linda Rice runners toned up.
Yeah, I mean, Kendrick can be good from the gate, but this one doesn't have a lot of speed to help him get to the front.
On the outside, Vieira with Joel Rosario.
Yeah, drawn well, but another one. You'd like to think that Joel would try to send this one away from there to hold that position from the outside, but it was pretty close last time, but that pace wasn't very quick.
And the other Linda Rice runner, very good effort on a muddy sealed track. That was at Oaklawn Sprinting, two back.
I keep talking about the pace. I just don't think there's a lot of pace in this race, so I think, and a lot of times when that happens, if I can't find a horse that can take advantage of the paceless race, give me the horse that's going to have the best kick that I believe is going to get invited into the race. I think that's the 3 Gs, Eloise.
5 minutes away, opener on this Saturday card. Belmont at the Big A, the Rick Dutrow Jr. barn with Joel Rosario. The outside post for Vieira as we get set to kick things off.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Pick 5 begins here, as always, in the opening race in the card. And I'm Buzzy has become a solid favorite at 8-5 on the board as we check in for the first time today with Acacia Clement.
And Greg, we'll start there with I'm Buzzy, who is currently your favorite as she is taking a drop back down in class, but I thought ran very well at a big price against some tougher last time out where Savas Melania was where you wanted to be on the track, and I'm Buzzy was off slow that day. This is a horse that I haven't been in the paddock for one of her races in quite some time, and I have to say she looks tremendous. She's put on a lot of weight with Charlie Baker, dappled out completely. Now, when she went off for her warm-up, I was really hoping she would have been moving a little bit freer, but looking back through my notes, that's not uncommon for her. And Romero Mirage kept her moving out there on the track, which I think is what you really do have to do with a horse like this. So I think if she's able to get out of the gate and get herself into position, it could be a good spot for her. But she has a short price and has not won in quite some time. The number 6, Biera, is where I'm going to land. First off the claim for Rick Dutrow. Got the win last time out. Very late switching leads, but she was finishing best in that effort last time. And while she did win in that condition non-winners of 2 group and stepping up in here, I don't think she meets any killers in this spot. And she does have some recency to her name, and not to mention a barn that seems to have heated up in the last few days. I'm not familiar with her. She did get pretty washy back in the paddock. It's a warm day today, but she's not agitated. She's not doing anything bad. She doesn't seem to be over the top, which I appreciate. I liked what I saw from her in the warm-up as well. The number 3, G's Eloise, 1 of 2 for Linda Rice. It stretches out in distance, which I think she should appreciate. She's got a very long tubular frame. However, she's not carrying as much conditioning as I would like. Typically, Linda Rice horses, they carry a lot of weight and substance, and that's not what I'm seeing from G's Eloise, who does come in out of facing some tough company at Oaklawn. Always wonder if those races take a little starch out of a horse, and I thought Maggie Wolfendale brought up an interesting point on a handicapping show earlier, that it's not easy to claim off of Kenny McPeak, and I agree. So I really need to see one from G's Eloise, but I have to give a quick shout out to Jose Lascano, who came into the paddock with the incorrect silks on, and did a very fast quick change to get out there to join the post parade. So well done, Jose. Finally, to wrap up, the number 1, Warriors Ransom, dropping in, coming in from Laurel for Jamie Ness, who's obviously always dangerous. We haven't seen as much success with the claimers. Was beaten by Malibu Beauty, who would win a stake in her subsequent start. Physically, she fits here. I think a mile suits her perfectly. The biggest question is just how good is she overall? Greg?
She will get Warriors Ransom that one. Thank you, Acacia. Dry track for the first time in her last 3 starts today. 6-1 from the inside post with Ruben Silvera.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm trying to figure out who's going to find the front. And it feels like the way they're betting the 4, I'm Buzzy, and based on some of the pace figures of I'm Buzzy, I guess that's who they believe is going to make the front, because whoever makes the front is going to have a big advantage. I just feel like the 3, G's Eloise, is going to get invited into the race, Wolfie, and be able to run by them all.
Here we go. Kick off this Saturday card. Belmont at the Big A. Condition $50,000 claiming race, 1 turn mile. To begin things, let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
11 races on today's program. All set. And they're off. Bera's got early speed on the far outside. I'm Buzzy in the early mix, 2. G's Eloise is in between horses now towards the inside, as Warriors Ransom is going to be the early trailer, toned up. Orange Silks well out in the center of the racetrack. Toned up has got to be about the 4-5 path there, is out in the center of the racetrack, is well clear. They come out of the chute and hook up with the backstretch, and at the rail, it's Bera who gets rail position now as a neck in front. I'm Buzzy is right there stalking second, toned up. Center of the racetrack in third. Warriors Ransom is tucked in behind the leading trio now, is in fourth but close up, and now the trailer. G's Eloise. 24.24 for the opening quarter mile. They're chasing Bera. Bera is still a neck in front. I'm Buzzy wants to go. In between horses, Romero Mirage is ready to challenge. Less than a half mile to go. 47-1 for a half mile time. 3 wide is toned up. Warriors Ransom is down towards the inside. Now shoved along here trying to move forward. And the trailer, G's Eloise. Bera is still in front. It's Bera with a head advantage. I'm Buzzy's been there the entire journey. Warriors Ransom has slipped in behind them, is now tipping towards the outside. Is going to be 3 wide, but Bera has barely been asked, and Joel Rosario, a confident hand ride so far. Bera at the top of the stretch is now opening up here on the field on her own. Bera, Warriors Ransom on the outside, starts to make up some ground. G's Eloise, but inside the final furlong, Joel Rosario is trying to put this one away. Warriors Ransom is now a clear second inside the final 16th. Bera, no doubt, much the best, wins this one easily. Bera wins it over Warriors Ransom. I'm Buzzy and G's Eloise in 1 minute 35.69 seconds.
Bera was sharp from the get-go. Joel Rosario had a couple on the Friday card. Teams up with a Rick Dutrow Jr. barn for the win.
Yeah, I mean, it just felt like a race where no one really wanted to make the front. Felt like they just were like, you go, no, after you. Well, Joel ends up very close with Bera and ends up on the lead as they turn for home. And that was all it took. Now, she was good today, right? She was comfortable, and she opened up here, and no one was really making up any ground on her. But you'd like to think that Joel's at least tempered aggression compared to everyone else's paid off.
Yeah, that's for I'm Buzzy, who went off the favorite. Sharp early position, sitting just off the leader, and then just nothing in the stretch.
Yeah, just no excuse. I was a little confused what they were betting. I didn't see it jump out on paper. I thought maybe it was a pace thing, but no, she didn't do much running at all here.
1:35.3 for the mile here. 2:143 finish to kick off the Saturday card here. Belmont at the Big A. Gatz's Stables. Rick Dutrow Jr. owns part of this 4-year-old filly as well, with Joel Rosario in the irons for the victory to begin Saturday action, and doing so convincingly on the first on the card. So formful start to things on this Saturday afternoon with Bera getting the victory. Going to shift back to Monmouth Park. Yeah, race 2 with their early pick 4 coming up. We have a maiden special weight for the youngsters, 2-year-old fillies trying to get their first win of their career, traveling 5 furlongs, and a lot of unknowns here. One of the few known quantities in this field, really the only one with a race under her belt, was Sushi. She's the even money favorite, and she was second in the debut at Gulfstream.
Yeah, well, that happens a lot when you have horses that have run with a bunch of first-time starters. The horses that have run, as long as they've run well enough, they're going to end up being favored because we know what they are. The rest of them, you're still kind of trying to figure it out. I thought Sushi ran okay on debut. I thought ran well enough, but I don't think she was unlucky to get beat. She was 11-1 that day. She was second, beaten almost 3 lengths. And coming in here at even money, I think there's some more interesting ways to go.
Very short price. Her trainer having a terrific meet at Monmouth, Jorge Delgado. 29%. This is 2-year-olds maidens at Monmouth the last 5 years, that number.
When it comes to these trainer stats, I think you have to try to ask yourself, well, what does this stat tell you? To me, it says that Jorge points his horses here to win first time out, to win at that kind of percentage. If you're new to the game, anything above 20% in racing is pretty good. Think of it almost like a batting average in baseball. It's if you're winning at 30% in a category, you're doing pretty good in that category.
Got beat by Sushi in that debut, a Carlos David second-time starter. It was an even money favorite, so no disgrace in that. But there's a Carlos David first-time starter, just to her outside, Forever Hustling the 7, with some pedigree as well, who surprisingly is a little bit high on the board right now at 9-1 the 7.
Yeah, I mean, no world beaters in the past performances, but there is some horses that won. A horse that ran in the Santa Anita Oaks in No Bad Beats, and No Bad Beats showed a little bit of early speed. So there's at least just a little bit of talent there. And I love an outside draw for a first-time starter.
Back in the opener, Belmont of the Big A, Joel Rosario, Rick Dutrow Jr. teaming up with Vieira, who gets the 3rd victory of her career. And she's gone back-to-back now.
Yeah, look, when you can get a horse going in the right direction at any level, you want to keep them rolling there. And Rick Dutrow is one of those types of trainers. When he gets one good, it can stay good for a while.
$6.30 for the victory. We'll set up race 2 momentarily. It's back to Monmouth for the post parade as these 2-year-old fillies come onto the track, and it starts make you, start salivating for the summer and what we're going to see at Saratoga with these 2-year-old maiden races to come, where we see the future stars of our sport often debut.
It's what's exciting. It's what's exciting about Saratoga. We talked about it. You open up the past performances, you're going to either see a future star or you're going to see a star that's already been made.
Here's Rosie's Cornet, first-time starter for Jose Delgado.
Yeah, Jose Delgado, only 3% with first-time starters.
Another one here for the barn with Rosie's Pinot.
Same, 3% with first-time starters.
Daughter of Game Winner. Here's the 4 Misty Money.
Yeah, Misty.
Guess who?
We saw those trainer stats for Jorge Delgado with 2-year-olds.
3 firsters for him in here. Here's the 6, and this is from the barn. Same barn with those 3 firsters, so one with experience.
Yeah, I mean, look, experience goes a long way, but not at even money.
And still inflated price, it seems, on Forever Hustling.
Yeah, drawn outside. This horse was a vet scratch on May 15th. Down at Gulfstream in that same race that Sushi ran in. So that they obviously had this horse ready to run there, or almost ready to run there. Now you get a little bit extra time to develop little green right there on the racetrack.
So 3 first-time starters from the who were really not taking any money. I guess the 4 is taking a little bit of money for Jorge Delgado. But it's Sushi, Paulie, even money here with Paco Lopez, the one to beat.
Yeah, and like the old adage is, do you want to take experience or you want to take a horse that's making her first start of her career? And Sushi, like JK said, ran well first time out and, you know, got a reasonable number on that day. It was second, drew the 2-hole, and now gets to the outside. Evolution beat her on that day, but that was at Gulfstream Park. Now she comes into here with some slowish works, which I kind of like. I mean, sometimes those fast works aren't the real deal for some of these fillies, especially at 2 years old. Let them run fast in the afternoon. She is by far the one to beat. Now to look at some of the other runners in here, the 3 to me called the bullpen. It was very interesting. Obviously, a $100,000 Keeneland purchase, the most expensive purchase in this field. And, you know, that worked 2 back in 48 and change was very good. A filly by Cairo Prince, DJ Stable and Joe Orsino and Sammy Marin hook up. And right now, I would think she's going to end up being your second choice. Now, the 2 Jose Delgado runners, the 1 and the 2, are kind of taking the same kind of the money. The 2 a little bit lower. These odds are going to come down on the 1 and the 2. Rosie's Point for Fernando Jara and the Rosie's Cornet. Obviously, Rosie's is what David Gruskas likes to call a lot of his horses. He starts them with Rosie's. I thought both of these horses give a look, but, you know, you look at the first-time starters with Jose Delgado, he's 0 for 11. I think the 2 might be a better proposition than the 1. I understand the horse is 18 to 1, but Greg, when I look at this race, you know, I do think the 4, the other Jorge Delgado, has worked okay, but I really do think this race could be 6-3.
Well, 3 to 5, public all over this filly with experience for Jorge Delgado, who again has the 4 here. But yeah, Jose Delgado, former jockey, with those 2 first-timers down on the inside, Rosie's Cornet and Rosie's Pinot, and they're not taking much support at all. And wow, still 11 to 1 on that 7. But Sushi, it's such a big advantage, you know, to have experience. But you know, if you have talent, is greater than experience. But sometimes in these 2-year-old races too, you let the board be your friend.
Yeah, I mean, you have to do that. You got to try to, you know, these horses work in the mornings, they exercise in the morning, they practice in the morning, and so when you have a bunch of eyes on them in the morning, the professionals eventually figure out who's pretty good, who can run a little bit. And you can see that from time to time. One of the horses I think that's taking a little money in here would be the 3 called the Bullpen. A horse that has the dam, Hey Nicky, won first time out. So there is some precocity there. You could expect to call the Bullpen can run a little bit. Got those half-mile works, back-to-back half-mile works, both pretty fast on the raw time. The only issue I would say is a trainer only 8% with first-time starters throughout the career. But, you know, this horse is being bet into the second choice for a trainer who doesn't have great numbers with first-time starters. I think sometimes when the money goes into the teeth of, I don't want to call it a bad stat, but a low stat, because some trainers don't try to win first time out, so I certainly don't want to call it a bad stat, but a low stat, I think when the money can sometimes go into the teeth of that, it's an indicator that this one might be a little bit of an outlier.
Yeah, no, it's a good distinction too, because yeah, a lot of barns, sometimes they just want to give their firsters experience, but that is potentially, yeah, significant money on this 3 here, call the Bullpen. But odds on, no question about the one to beat in here. It's Sushi, who, you know, showed tactical speed first time out, but in this field, maybe will be the speed of the speed.
Yeah, I mean, look, this horse has run and has run, which is a check mark, right? So you have that experience. The horse has run tactical and forward, which is a check mark in experience. The horse ran second, hit the board, finished his race, which is a check mark in experience. You get Paco Lopez, check mark. You get Jorge Delgado, who wins at a high percentage with 2-year-olds. All signs point to yes. The problem is the price is just too short with so many other unknowns. Now, I'm sure this horse will run off the screen and win for fun, but it's just not that simple. It's a gambling game, and the odds matter.
And, of course, whenever you have, not quite to the extent we see with the Rat Ortiz Jr. here in New York, but with Paco Lopez aboard, your price is never going to be as good as you think.
No, I think you're barking up the right tree. I don't think that it's that much different. I think that obviously Paco's doing it at what some would call a lower level, right? And I don't, no offense to our friends at Monmouth, but when you're at Saratoga and there's, grade 1 races basically every other day, IRAD, there's a lot more money in some of those pools, and IRAD's effect can happen. Paco has the same effect. I might argue, Wolfie, that Paco's effect is more.
Really?
Down there.
It's pretty substantial here in New York, too. But, yeah, they both take more than their share, deservedly so, with all their success. Matt Dinerman with the call. Here's race 2 from Monmouth Park.
Oriole Way almost in, just got to get her in a little bit more. Now she's in, 2 back. Your heavy favorite, Sushi. Every once in a while we get a fan favorite with a little cheer from the crowd when they say the name, and that's the case here with Sushi. For sure. And to the outside post, Forever Hustlin' to round out the field. Forever Hustlin', Sharon Barboza. Now she backs away. The others waiting in the gate patiently. Forever Hustlin', going back up to the gate, and goes in. We're ready to go. And we're off. Sushi wins the start, broke sharply today, having to take up after the break was Rosie's Pinot. Oriole Way has natural speed in the first lifetime start, challenging Sushi with Forever Hustlin', who's hustling to challenge the top pair of half-length back. Space of 3 to Rosie's Cornet, who runs in the 4th position. Misty Money right behind her in an all-out drive with 3 furlongs to go. Call the bullpen, shuffled back to the second last spot with Rosie's Pinot. Those two at the tail now as they round the far turn. Forever Hustlin' in the 3 path comes to challenge Sushi. The favorites between horses, bowing out in 3rd now, needs to turn it around absolutely 100% to win it. She's back in 3rd as Oriole Way and Forever Hustlin' kick on. Oriole Way has something for the final furlong here. Rosie's Cornet on the outside making a charge at 10-1. Furlong to go. Oriole Way, Eliseo Ruiz in front. Rosie's Cornet, Sonny Leone on the outside. 1 furlong to go. Now make it a 16th, and it's Oriole Way still in front. Oriole Way does it at 14-1. Rosie's Cornet was second best. Call the bullpen. Rallies from the back to snatch 3rd, and Misty Money was 4th.
5-1-3 finish. Sushi nowhere here in her second career start, and a big upset. Wow. Looked like she was involved early and then just no response.
When you said Sushi just now, I got really hungry.
Not her day. Career start number 2. That's going to wrap our coverage on Fox Sports 1. We'll try and get JK in order. We'll see you over on FS2 right after a break.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all she feels pretty.
Yet another grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Caraconte.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
(16-2), a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Good to be with you on our Saturday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. Sun shining down on South Ozone Park, New York for the Saturday card. We're underway, race 2, about 7 minutes away. We have live coverage from Monmouth Park as well, out in Oceanport, New Jersey. Greg Wolf, Jonathan Kitchen with you in our feature a little bit later on. We will bring you the New York Stallion Series Spectacular Bid Division and Friend of the Devil. Incredibly quick for Carlos Martin, trying to remain perfect on the lawn.
Yeah, look, Friend of the Devil would be tough if there was pace pressure in this race. I still think that horse could be able to withstand that pace pressure and be the speed of the speed. There is no pace pressure. This horse is absolutely loose in here. Feels like a free square if you're playing any multi-race wagers.
That to come later today, race 6. And probably the main challenger in there was going to try the turf for the first time coming out. That was soon to be king. Here's a look at what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. 11 on the card this afternoon. Our coverage goes till 6:30. Fast and firm here. Start of the cross-country Pick 5 coming up in the 5th. That race we're talking about with Friend of the Devil. That Spectacular Bid, that's in race 6. Monmouth, races 3 through 9. And we'll bring you the Ohio Derby. Track fast there. That is the 12th on the card with McAfee in there. Clever again, who had that huge performance at Oaklawn before disappointing in the Preakness. And Moplex, try and stretch out. Interesting. You can play all the action with Naira Bets. Get signed up, started right there, NairaBets.com. Get that $200 deposit match. Sign-up bonus with the code for new members, bonus 200. Punch that in and sign up, and you are ready to roll. As we get set for the start of the early Pick 4, $20,000 maiden claiming event, 7 furlongs. Fillies and mares, 3 and up. Interesting race because of the presence of this filly right here. Daughter of Yoshida, who is very good on dirt. It's going to be the dirt debut coming up. Yoshida, of course, won the Woodward, Grade 1. He was second in the Whitney to McKinsey. And the Dam was multiple graded stakes winner on the dirt, but has never been on dirt, was claimed for 50, and now the nose dive drop in for 20 maiden claiming.
I think when you're playing the claiming game or betting on the claiming game, it's always important to stop at the bottom of the past performances and work your way up and kind of tell yourself a story. I think sometimes you can have a better understanding of what's happening. This horse debuted for Joe Sharp on the grass, ran okay, then stayed on the grass, then tried synthetic, and that was all the way up until January 31st. Then there was a little bit of a break. The horse shows up for 50. The horse gets claimed by Brad Cox. Brad works the horse 3 times, drops the horse for 20. After running poorly and working the horse 3 times, this is screaming give up to me.
Yeah. Last of my kind went by. We'll get back to it here. Snide, first-time starter Linda Rice. Big turf pedigree.
Yeah, Linda, also one of those trainers that doesn't really try to get him ready to run first time out. Those silks of tonalists always get me excited.
Kyle's mom just missed at the level on dirt.
This horse has taken money in the last 2 starts at a low level and hasn't gotten it done.
Stirred up Linda Rice, 5-2.
That's the Linda Rice I'm going to go with. Some people don't like claiming off of good trainers. I actually think it works out good to claim off a good trainer. You know they got the best care leading up to them moving to your barn.
Like that warm-up, too, from the 4. Here's YOLO, so dirt debut coming up.
It's a fun name, YOLO. Yoshida was an awesome horse. I don't understand this. Feels like a very aggressive drop with Saratoga right around the corner.
You live your life that way, too. That's why you like it. Contract Law, 41-1.
Yeah, this horse never takes money, never does much running.
And La Dinamita outside, Dan Ward, equipment change, blinkers off.
Yeah, when horses get beat at odds on, that means that the public thought they couldn't lose the race. That's why they were odds on. And they still found a way to lose the race. Now, this horse is 4-1. it makes me feel like it's going to be much easier for her to find a way to lose this race.
Well, 9-5 favorite. Interesting situation here. Big dirt pedigree. First time on dirt, but claimed as we bring in Acacia Clement here for $50,000, and less than a month after claiming this horse, has not even run on the surface yet. The big give up here.
There are a lot of questions to answer. There are some pluses and some minuses, and that's to be expected in a field of maidens running for $20,000. They all have questions to answer at this stage. But as far as YOLO is concerned, it's interesting. I feel like a lot of the progeny of Yoshida do seem to handle both surfaces, much like he did. I think of Yo Daddy, who Linda Rice had, who constantly was flipping back and forth between dirt and turf and was able to run effectively on both surfaces. As far as YOLO is concerned, great name, beautiful mover, really well turned out, great weight and conditioning coming in here. And we've seen the Brad Cox claims for Sandy Goldfarb in particular be really effective here in New York. And I think that's in large part why we are seeing this one take money. But yes, does have dirt pedigree. The dam won on the dirt. She also was effective on synthetic. And the siblings were largely turf and dirt, but probably the best in the family was Nicodemus, who won the Westchester with a 101 buyer on the dirt. I don't mind him onto the main track today. The drop-in class is a little bit of a question, but so far he hasn't done anything wrong in the preliminaries. The number 3, Kyle's Mom, is where I'm going to land, though. This is a horse who last time out I thought just got run down late, ran pretty well in that effort, going a mile for the first time, slight cut back to the 7/8, which I think should suit her very well. She's very athletic. If I had to nitpick, I do wish that she was carrying a little bit more condition and muscle mass, but she does come in here super fit. She's warmed up well. Dylan Davis climbing aboard. This is a horse that I think has kind of been knocking on the door and a little bit more appealing as far as the price is concerned. The number 7, La Dinamita, to the outside. I agree with Jonathan. Not able to get by, dueling in the stretch last time, and just never at any step of the way in that stretch did she look like she was going by. Sometimes taking the blinkers off for horses that are not able to seal the deal in tight, close quarters really can be helpful for them to see their competition, in that they will hopefully, ideally, re-engage a little bit more, feeling and seeing the presence of the horses around them. So we'll see if that does help for La Dinamita. She's a very quiet and laid back type of individual. I wonder if she is just one that maybe just doesn't really have that herd leader mentality that you do like to see with racehorses. Finally, number 4, Stirred Up. I agree with Jonathan on this one. I do think that this is a horse who has every right to move forward. Last time out, second best, a little bit late switching leads. The winner just had the best momentum, but takes a drop in class. I thought ran okay last time out, but it was a wet track off the turf. This is a good spot for her. She was a little bit kind of reluctant back in the paddock, balking going into the saddling stalls, but she seems to have settled okay now out there on the track, and she is currently your favorite, Greg.
Yeah, Stirred Up, the 4, Linda Rice, has become the one to beat. She's never had a chance, JK, to run on a fast dirt surface.
Well, no, she's going to have a chance today, Wolfie. That's great for her. No,
well, we may see the best of her yet on that surface.
No, you make a great point. I mean, she's got 2 synthetic races, 2 races with moisture in the racetrack. And even without that, I think she's the best bet here. I think she's likely. I don't like the 5 YOLO. I'd like to hear. I'm very curious to see if YOLO gets claimed, because I think the good claiming operations recognize one thing: the what's worse than losing $30,000 is losing $50,000. And I think what happens in a situation like this is you claim a horse for 50, and if you realize a horse is going to take you where you want to go, then let someone take the horse for 20, and you can walk away.
This horse, we're talking about the 5, who does have the fastest figures in the race on synthetic.
Yes.
Has a big dirt pedigree. I mean, Yoshida was terrific on dirt. The Dam was terrific on dirt. Produced a horse who won the Grade 3 Westchester for $20,000.
But Joe Sharp's a good trainer. If this horse had Yoshida dirt talent, I mean, obviously he doesn't.
Obviously not that kind of talent.
Joe would have found a way to get the horse on the dirt at least once. And you know, I don't. If Brad claimed this horse saying, "Oh my God, that's a dirt horse. I have got to get the horse on the dirt," then Brad wouldn't run the horse for 20.
Yeah.
he would have been happy that he got the horse for 50. He'd worked him on the dirt and said, oh, I got a dirt horse for Saratoga. But I think what he's doing now is saying bye-bye.
There he is. YOLO with Manny Franco. Brad Cox off the claim. Immediate drop from claim for 50 in for 20. Not a great sign. Here's Contract Law. We are set for the early pick 4. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Dinerman. Still waiting on the 6 there. Contract Law. Contract Law. Almost in. Now in. La Dinerman. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Stirred Up has early speed from in between horses right to the front with La Dinerman towards the outside, a challenging second. Joining them comes Snide, and Snide is moving through at the rail. It's towards the inside, will now back off and moves back to 4th here as Contract Law is going to move forward. Now it's a two-way battle for the front. It's Stirred Up towards the inside and a bit hard to handle as Contract Law. Now Contract Law is trying to settle a touch more, is stalking here in second, but really pushing this leader. Then comes Kyle's Mom, who's moved towards the inside here of La Dinerman. They're 3rd and 4th. Back in 5th is going to be Last of My Kind. From the back, trying to run on is YOLO, and the trailer is Snide. After breaking well, is at the back end of the field. Stirred Up has had company from Contract Law, and Contract Law is ready to challenge. Only a head back here, and these two are into that turn together, approaching a quarter mile left to go. Right behind them is Kyle's Mom. Here comes the run from La Dinerman. Down towards the inside, YOLO is trying to make up now 5 lengths. Last of My Kind and far back Snide. They reach the top of the stretch and Stirred Up has the lead. Contract Law, they await the challenge and look out. Here comes Kyle's Mom down the center of the racetrack, and Stirred Up is in front. They've been passed by Kyle's Mom. Kyle's Mom has now taken the lead, is up by a length and a half, almost 2, and is drawing away late. It's inside the final 16th. Kyle's Mom. That's your winner. Kyle's Mom wins it over Stirred Up. Then came YOLO and La Dinerman in 1 minute 23.39 seconds.
Kyle's Mom, Jeremiah Engelhardt, Dylan Davis, and 4-1 upset here.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's one of those situations where you try to zig on a big dropper like the 5, and it gives you some opportunities to get paid a little bit when you're right about situations like that. I thought the 4 Stirred Up was going to be the one to be able to see it all the way around there, but it was Kyle's Mom for Jeremiah Engelhardt and Dylan Davis, who took money both starts of the career, but somehow put it all together here.
By the way, YOLO was claimed. 7 was claimed as well, but yeah, someone taking a chance for $20,000 after this dirt debut that did not show a lot from YOLO.
I'd like to think that was the intent from Sandy Goldfarb and from Brad Cox, was to move on, part ways, and let someone else take a chance.
4-1 upset. Kyle's Mom, start number 3 with the victory here. 3, 4, 5, 7. Stirred Up. Things look pretty good entering this stretch. Not to be. So Dylan for Engelhardt, who owns this one as well. 3-year-old filly by Brody's Cause. 3rd time the charm, cut back in distance. 7 furlongs, maybe just right here. And finding the right group didn't hurt either. Head back to the Jersey Shore when we return. Race 3 coming up next. Another maiden claiming sprint when we return.
Watch and wager this summer at Laurel Park. Enjoy the best thoroughbred racing in the state of Maryland through June 29. And don't forget, turf racing is back with full fields and outstanding wagering opportunities. Play the early and late value pick 5 and enjoy one of the lowest takeouts in the country. Laurel Park is the place to play and win. Racing Friday through Sunday, first race 12:10 p.m. and free admission every day. For more information, visit laurelpark.com. Laurel Park, the players' track.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage here on Fox Sports 2, where you can play it all right there at Now or Bet. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Talked about a little bit earlier with your top 5 list, some of these 3-year-olds we're looking forward to seeing again this summer, including potentially Sovereignty and Journalism reuniting yet again this summer. Talk about some more talented 3-year-olds coming up in a moment. We're going to be running later today on our program. Here's Kyle's mom, 4-1. Dylan Davis, Jeremiah Engelhart with the win in the second.
Yeah, you said it a little bit. Maybe it was the cutback that made the difference for Kyle's mom, who had, debuted going 6, then tried the mile, and then maybe that, I always think about it like the 3 little bears, it's like the porridge.
Little Goldilocks effect.
Yeah, 7 furlongs, just right.
$10 winner, early double, $23.50, and we move on to the third. Mandatory pay pick 5 starts here. 7 furlongs, all for sale for $17,500 in this race. Non-winners of 3 lifetime, and Ain't No Joke. Oscar Barrera's been pretty popular of late in the claim box.
Yeah, Ain't No Joke, going 7 furlongs again. I like to see horses that have even pace figures into their final number. I like to look at Timeform US to kind of look at that. Those horses I think do really well going 7 furlongs or maybe even stretching out.
And big scratch always with McCaw coming out for Linda Rice, takes out probably the horse to beat in the race.
No, that's who I had early morning circled until the scratches came out.
Grade 3 Ohio Derby, Thistledowns going to close out our coverage later tonight, 6:20 Eastern post time for this race, where Clever Again, who took money in the Preakness against Journalism, things did not go his way. Steve Asmussen was not too happy. What happened to his horse? Hot Springs, though, things went very well, and this showed that maybe he's an emerging 3-year-old.
Yeah, I think Clever Again is pretty good. I think a lot of people made a case for him in the Preakness. I think, funny enough, I think the case that they made for him, Umberto Rispoli also made that case for him, which is why he was trying to follow him, which ended up getting him into the trouble he did, because Clever Again stopped. Clever Again is not happy to see the 10-horse sign up in here. Moplex, who is a horse stretching out, who obviously has big-time sprinter speed and could be a real problem, especially drawn out there. What are they going to do with Moplex? Take him back and think they're going to pass horses? No, they're going to pop away from there and try to either pass and clear Clever Again or sit off of Clever Again. Those 2 horses could set it up perfectly for the runner-up in our Peter Pan and McAfee.
Yeah, McAfee for the Dutrow Jr. barn. John Velasquez will be aboard. The big pedigree. They have to torpedo Anna. We'll take a look at the Peter Pan. Ran a very good race. This was the career best performance from this horse when he was beat less than a length to Hill Road.
Yeah, he really figured it out. And he's one of those horses that if he can continue to improve, we've talked about the Sovereignties and the Journalisms, but the good thing and fun thing about the 3-year-old year is you can have horses that can continue to get better. That's part of being a 3-year-old. You can improve a little bit. Now, Hill Road runs by McAfee here, but McAfee, like you said, ran his lifetime best, and he could get his lifetime best setup here today if Clever Again and Moplex decide to hook up into a speed duel.
Yeah, some of these 3, they take a little time to develop and mature, and maybe the best yet to come from that horse or anyone else in here. We'll see that Grade 3 Ohio Derby again on our coverage later this evening, 6:20 Eastern. Post-time start for that race on the FS2 coverage coming up, I believe, with Andy Serling and Acacia Clement. As we get back to Monmouth, race 3. 6 furlong sprint. Some maiden claiming group, $25,000 tag in here. And the 6-5 favorite outside, Chestertown Jane for Ben Perkins Jr. We start with Vivid Artiste.
Yeah, I'm going to draw a line to that last race and look back to those previous races. Those can get the job done here at 5-1.
Edge of the Blade, 14-1 next door.
Yeah, disappointed in this horse. Was bet last time for 25 and was beaten 8 lengths.
Yeah, coming in from Parks, the 2. Here's a first-time starter, Trump's Girl.
Yeah, for connections that haven't won a race this year.
Princess Norma at 7-2 for Kathleen O'Connell.
Yeah, at least has a little bit of speed in a couple of starts, but does have to put it all together.
Maggie's Brew, big number.
Yeah, it didn't break well last time. Will need to break well if they want to try to beat these horses.
Starview Twinkle, 7-1.
Yeah, lifetime best last time, but that was on the turf.
The favorite outside, Chestertown Jane, Ben Perkins Jr. has Paco Lopez.
These are the types of horses that, not the horse themselves, but as a betting opportunity, that I dislike the most. Because they run good races after they have terrible starts. And you have to do the what-if thing. If they break well, they'll win. But it's a huge if. If at even money, a horse who's broken slowly in all 3 starts, I'm going to wager that the horse is going to break slowly again and need everything to go their way to be able to win. I'm going to play against. I'm just a little bit annoyed because if the problem gets solved, the horse is going to win for fun.
But yeah, as JK points out, it's not just a last start. This has been a habitual problem for Chestertown Jane Pauley getting out of the gate. It has not gone good for her.
No, it hasn't. But, you know, Paco Lopez is one of those type of riders where somehow he can get a horse out of the gate. But you look at the rest of the fillies in this group, they all get left in the gate. Even the one gotten left in the gate in a couple of her starts. Vivid Artiste. Now the 7 in here. Chestertown Jane, like you said, has been left a couple times. Starview Twinkle, the 6, left. I mean, there's not a lot of horse in here that are very good breakers. Look at Maggie's Brew. Showed speed, but did not break well. So you look at Princess Norma, didn't break well, 2 back. So kind of points me to the 2 a little bit, Edge of the Blade at 15-1. I think this horse can show a little bit of speed, be up close a little bit. And, you know, when I look at this race, the 7 is the horse to beat. I get it. I don't know if I'd want to take even money. I'm kind of with Jonathan, but the rest of these horses don't break well. I think Paco will get this horse out. And then Maggie's Brew. You know, I kind of liked this horse last time, putting the blinkers on. She recovered really well after not breaking well, and that was off a little bit of a layoff, you know, like 2 months. But I think she'll run a little bit better. I can't believe she is 16-1, and I know that everybody's going towards the 4 because of a big drop. I just didn't love the way she looked on the racetrack. So I was basically 7-2-5 here. I think the 7 will be tough to beat, but I think the 2 and the 5 are both long shots that could be right there.
16-1 on both of them, the 2 and the 5. Edge of the Blade, Maggie's Brew. And yeah, that is a short price to take on a filly that she's proven. The gate break is a problem for her, so immediately you would think she could be up against it.
Yeah, but the one thing that she has in her corner, right, is a rider change to Paco Lopez, and Paco will get him away from there, and that's definitely a concern. And look, it's one of those situations where I would love to know what was going to happen right after the break. If she figures it out, Paco can get her away from there clean. She's going to win. But at 4-5, I'm not willing to wager on that possibly happening. Now, if this is a horse that was 4-1 and she was having gate trouble, then I'd be willing to pay to find out at 4-1. But at 4-5, I think you got to try to beat her. I'm going to try to beat her with the inside horse, the 1, Vivid Artiste, who ran poorly last time, but has some quality races deeper in the past performances, and then finally gets an opportunity to run against her friends. And I think her friends are these maiden 25s. And definitely not the main special weight she'd been running against in her 9 previous starts.
Odds-on favorite, Paco Lopez outside. Watch the start with Chestertown Jane. Do things go better today from the gate break? Matt Dinerman, the call.
2 back, Starview Twinkle. One back, Chestertown Jane to the outside pose. We're ready to go. And they're off. Awkward break, slow start from the firster, Trump's Girl. Chestertown Jane on the far outside gets into it. Starview Twinkle taking second, but Chestertown Jane is quickest, well off the fence here and strides away to about 3 lengths, well clear of the rest of the group. Starview Twinkle tracking in second with Maggie's Brew. On the inside, Princess Norma runs in 4th, easing off the aforementioned pair. Then Edge of the Blade, Vivid Artiste, the New Jersey bred facing Open Company, has 1 runner beat. That's Trump's Girl, the slow starter out of the gate. Into the far turn, Chestertown Jane wings it. 3 lengths clear. with 3 furlongs to go. Starview Twinkle in the second spot, still racing with Maggie's Brew. Edge of the Blade claiming the 4th position away from Princess Norma, who's backpedaling in the wrong direction. Trump's Girl taking the second last position, but not picking up the pace with Vivid Artiste. Top of the lane, Chestertown Jane drifting out into about the 4 path, coming off the turn, well out into the center of the course. And Starview Twinkle now angles inside for a clear rally down on the inside if she's good enough. Furlong remains for Chestertown Jane. Here's Starview Twinkle on the inside, firing forward. Starview Twinkle neck in front, Chestertown Jane second. These two coming to the finish with Starview Twinkle who got it. Starview Twinkle over Chestertown Jane, then Edge of the Blade and Vivid Artiste who snatched 4th.
Well, this time Chestertown Jane did break, didn't matter. She had more problems later in the race. And Starview Twinkle dips to the inside for the win. Let's go back to the start, watch the 7.
Poor thing. She breaks well, really well, but then she goes too fast. And you could see Paco kind of holding that left rein. It feels to me as if she was trying to get out the entire way around there. You look at his left arm a little bit further back than his right. See how tight that left rein is? The right arm has dropped a little bit. To me, it feels like she was trying to get out. And she did everything, and even the stretch she's trying to get out. That's why she ends up in the middle of the racetrack. She's her own worst enemy. But the 6, Starview Twinkle, appreciated getting back on the dirt. It wasn't just the turf that moved her up last time.
She'd shown a comparable number the last time she was on dirt anyway.
Yeah, she was happy to get back to the dirt, and maybe they just had her going in the right direction.
It's a big number. Starview Twinkle 11-1 upset, and Christian Mirage had to think quick and dive down on the inside, and it worked out. As Chestertown Jane getting out throughout in this race, especially in the stretch. 11-1 upset. Here in the 3rd from Monmouth, 6, 7, 2-1 odds-on favorite. Beat at the Jersey Shore.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his 4-go, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Gunite to the outside, Elite Power coming down the center. Nakatomi is 4th, then the chosen run, Elite Power to the front. At the 60-pole, Gunite is 2nd, but Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
These particular horses, Elite Power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day of the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow, explore stories, betting tips, race day insights, all at americasbestracing.net. Race 3 here, Belmont at the Big A. It's 7 furlongs. It's for non-winners of 3 life. And it's still ain't no joke, the 3. Favorite on the board at 8-5 as we kick off our post parade with Arcadian. Equipment change for the Gregory Sacco barn. Blinkers on.
Yeah, puts the blinkers on. We'll need to show some more speed down from the inside.
King Moonracer. I thought some sneaky good efforts the last couple of starts. It was at 8-1 on the board.
I just think this horse is better on turf.
Could be the case. Both career wins have come on the grass as King Moonracer slowly making his way up the ramp to the track. Katie Davis will be aboard for Joe Parker. 8-5 favorite right behind that one. So Ain't No Joke been claimed each of the last 2 starts.
Yeah, I like to see that. Horses get claimed a lot. There's something that these trainers are liking. Hopefully the aggressive Ricardo Santana can put this one in the race.
Sunday Gilt taking a lot of support here, 7-2, coming off a non-winners of 2 life win.
Yeah, a horse that I think will appreciate the stretch out.
16-1 Masterwork.
Just feels a little bit too slow. Last 2 races have not been very good.
And then Sin Nombre for Jesus Romero.
Yeah, I thought this one was a little bit interesting, drawn outside. Will be finishing, based off of that last race, ran well, but will have to take at least a little bit of a step forward.
This one, though, 8-5 choice on the board. Ricardo Santana Jr. rides. Let's go to Acacia.
And Ricardo has kept your favorite, Ain't No Joke, moving constantly since breaking out of the post parade, a big warm-up. And so kind of reading into intention, it does seem like what JK said should come to pass, that this horse should be aggressively handled out of the gate. Just the way that he's kept him moving forward, the way that he's moving, the way that he's acting. And this is a horse that, yes, has been popular at the claim box and in some very sharp barns as well, which is always something that I do appreciate. But he looks tremendous coming back here once again for Oscar Barrera now. He was also in between horses throughout the running of the race last time out, whereas Sin Nombre, who ran very well that day, kind of came outside and closing late. I didn't think that Ain't No Joke was very comfortable throughout the early part of that race in that last effort. The number 1 Arcadian is a very interesting horse because he started out with Greg Sacco. He won for 20,000 by 9 1/4 lengths. He was claimed that day, then came back to win for Wayne Potts, and then Greg ended up claiming him back for the same owners and putting him into some stakes tries. And now it seems that he's kind of said, okay, we were right about this horse at the beginning. This is the level at which he belongs. So he's dropping in once again, and this time for the 500,000. So I just kept going back to him physically, though. Like I said, he's obviously a bit of a head-scratching horse, but I think that this is just the spot that he belongs. Blinkers going on, just a short cup. And last time out, while Manny Franco, who was aboard that day, really tried to get him into the race, he was just totally out-footed and didn't show any speed that afternoon. Hopefully the blinkers on will help. He is a bit more forward, and we have seen him show a little bit of early interest in the past. And the number 4, Sunday Gilt, is kind of the now horse, did win last time out, and yes, he has to step up and face the next level of competition in here, which is always a bit of a concern. Now, that being said, as we often talk about with these lower level races, sometimes they all have something to prove, and Sunday Gilt at least is in good form for a barn that is in very good form as well. Sunday Gilt, very good weight off the back of that win last time out when he was off a little bit slow, breaking from the rail as well. But Manny Franco, who stays aboard today, really did a good job of getting him into the race and into a good stalking position. I do expect him to handle the 7 furlongs just fine. He's won it a mile before, moving well out there, looking like he's a horse that's just doing very well right now. So maybe just a horse that's got the good form recently could be the one, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Ain't No Joke looked tremendous warming up. 7-5 right now.
Yeah, I mean, if Ain't No Joke can run that race 2 back, the horse is going to be tough.
No one could touch him if he can run that race.
And I think that the excuse last time was maybe Rob Atras was still trying to get to know him. That could be one thing. The other thing is, the horse didn't have the cleanest of starts. I think there's some excuses built in there for the last race. And also maybe the 7 furlongs is just a little bit more of what Ain't No Joke prefers. And so, if Ain't No Joke can somehow find a way to get back to that race 2 back, this race could be over before it starts.
Even the race 3 back, everyone's going to have trouble with him, aren't they?
Yeah. The problem there, though, is the pace wasn't all that fast. The final number wasn't terribly fast. It was a good performance, and yes, that performance could be problematic for these others in here as well. But to me, it doesn't compare to the race 2 back.
Start of again, mandatory pay pick 5. We love those words. So good luck if you're trying to put this sequence together. 3 through 7. You can play it at NYRA bets. Favorite here, 6-5. Ain't No Joke. The 3 with Ricardo Santana Jr. Here's Arcadian. Gregory Sacco barn. Slight turn back in distance. Horse who had been in a couple of stakes races. Tried him in the Federico Tessio that prepped for the Preakness. Tried him in the Jimmy Winkfield here in New York. And even this last start, it's a drop down. What he's doing today was for 30 non-winners at 3, in for 17. So Christopher Elliott rides the 3-1 second choice on the board. Chris Griffin with the call. Here's the 3rd, Belmont at the Big A.
Sunday Gilt goes in. Here's Masterwork. Sin Nombre. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Looks like bobble at the start towards the outside from Sin Nombre. Lined up across the front end here, and Ain't No Joke in between horses. Now puts ahead in front. King Moon Racer is towards the inside, applies the pressure, and towards the outside, that's Masterwork. Joining them is Sunday Gilt. Weaving through horses, now takes 4th. Sin Nombre, second to last, and the trailer, Arcadian. They're chasing Ain't No Joke, and Ricardo Santana Jr. set the tempo here, 22.64 for the opening quarter mile. Masterwork at a big number is right there towards the outside, a little keen and tugging. Here for Dalton Brown is in second, and 3 wide is Sunday Gilt. Moved up on the field is there in third, 3 wide. Saving all the ground towards the inside, King Moon Racer. Here comes Sin Nombre with a move. It's going to be in the red cap 3 wide, and the trailer far back is Arcadian. They're well into the turn, 45.35 for that pressured half-mile time. And the big long shot Masterwork has a nose in front. Looking to get out of there as King Moon Racer wants to challenge 3 wide. 4 wide Sunday Gilt, 5 wide Sin Nombre. They reach the top of the stretch. Ain't No Joke is trying to battle on with a stubborn long shot here in Masterwork. Masterwork is doing no favors here to Ain't No Joke. And here comes King Moon Racer the entire time. Ain't No Joke is not done. Ain't No Joke to the inside. King Moon Racer. It's down to these 2 right now. King Moon Racer, Ain't No Joke. Can Ain't No Joke pull this off? Yes, he can. Ain't No Joke wins it over King Moon Racer. Then came a photo. Masterwork with Sunday Gilt in 1 minute 23 seconds flat.
This did not look good for Ain't No Joke, getting pressured from a 40-1 shot and looked like he might be done. He re-rallies for the win.
Look, we're always going to celebrate our 4-legged animals and friends more than our 2-legged ones, right? Ain't No Joke was sensational to be able to turn away these horses after all that pressure. But I got to give Ricardo Santana some credit. I said right here, if he wins, this is a Ricardo ride. He was on his belly finishing and finishing and finishing, and I think he made a difference in this race. Ain't No Joke did the hard work, but Ricardo Santana helped get this horse to the wire first.
No question. Terrific ride, and a horse who probably should not have won this race with all the heat that he took in here. Big effort, too, from King Moon Racer at 18-1, getting second. 3-2, 40-1 shot, hanging in there in third, who pressured this horse early as well. 3-2, 5-4. But it's the even money favorite to start this mandatory payout pick 5. Ricardo Santana Jr., difference-making ride off the claim for Oscar Barrera. Form holds here in race 3. We're going to take a timeout. A lot more from Monmouth coming up, including how this man got into the game. The voice of Oaklawn, the voice that you hear at the Jersey Shore. How it all started for Matt Dinerman when we come back.
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
And it's Queen Maxima in a one-horse race. She is absolutely brilliant. Queen Maxima.
Lucero, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Good to have you with us on this Saturday afternoon. You're watching America's Day of the Races. What a performance from Ain't No Joke, and Ricardo Santana Jr. looked beat. Nothing left in the stretch, pressured by that 40-1 shot. Re-rallies and finds more to get the win.
It's one of the things I love about this game, right? No offense to our minor league friends. When you're playing in the minor leagues of baseball, like, it's kind of hard to watch that. But when you have the minor leagues of horse racing, you still get gutsy, exciting finishes like this that you saw from Ain't No Joke and Ricardo Santana.
Oscar Barrera, Ricardo Santana Jr., and I believe was claimed, right? No, sorry, was not claimed, just the one. That's right, Arcadia.
Well, someone wishes they did.
Yeah. All right, so Oscar Barrera is going to get him back, going to return to his barn after that win. $4.30 for the victory. Monmouth race 4, mile and a 16th on the turf in this condition claiming race. They're all for sale for $16,000. And a look at the current odds. The 5 right now, Extreme Access in a race at Gulfstream ran a decent figure for Kelly Breen, moving to the Kelly Breen barn, I should say, who is taking a lot of support. Odds are, if you're even a casual racing fan, you know this voice well. At Monmouth Park and Oakland, Matt Dinerman is a rising star in the announcer's booth. With sharp precision and a passion that comes across in his calls, Dinerman is carving out a place for himself in a sport that lives and breathes through its storytellers.
Marina second, Union Date third, and that's how they'll finish.
I was about 11 when my dad took me to the races at Del Mar, my home track, and I basically fell in love with the races right away. I mean, I was just enamored with the pageantry and everybody dressing nice. In the turf club, the railbirds, they've got their racing forms, and the jockeys and the trainers, and just the noise and the excitement of the horses coming down the stretch. Right away, the racing bug bit me, and I wanted to learn more about this great game.
Track announcer Matt Dinerman here high atop the grandstand, folks. A picture-perfect day for live racing. Looks great from high up here.
I would say the light bulb really came on at about 16 years old for me to be a track announcer. When I was younger than that, I would always ask my dad about the announcer. How does he know the lengths? How does he know the horses' names?
Absolutely no excuses for going the distance who sails into the fourth turn, a length and a half clear.
That light bulb to become a track announcer really came on when thinking about what am I going to do work-wise, because I really wanted to work in the business, and I felt, you know, that would be a really cool job because I wanted a job where I could be at the track and talk about the racing action and look at the racing form and be a good ambassador for the sport. My Uncle Joe and my Aunt Juliet, for Christmas, they knew I wanted to call races, and I asked for binoculars, and it was under the tree one Christmas, and I still use the binoculars my uncle and aunt gave me to call the races here at Oaklawn, at Emerald, at Golden Gate. Those are the only binoculars I've ever used to call a race. My favorite race call ever was Morning Addiction's race call, which was a typical race, just an average race at Golden Gate Field. She was 3 ahead around the far turn, decided to just stop running.
But now, Morning Addiction, I don't know what happened there. She just stopped running. I don't know if she spooked. I didn't see it in the binoculars, but she's dropped to the back of the pack.
The race call itself was not famous, but the race itself, it went all over the world.
And look at Morning Addiction. She's coming back. Can she get there? She's going to try to split them. Here comes Morning Addiction off the inside. Morning Addiction, and the photo finish with majestic hoops. That was unbelievable.
I think I did my job of calling that race the way it needed to be called, and I was really proud of that call. I pinch myself every day. In a way, it is hard to believe, but I've had a lot of help along the way. I've had a lot of people that have supported me, and I just feel very, very lucky. When you wake up every day and you're excited to go to work and it doesn't feel like work, it's very, very satisfying.
Very happy for Matt Dinerman and doing a tremendous job. Got a chance to meet his dad actually last weekend when I was down in Monmouth Park. He was out in New Jersey for Father's Day. Very proud of his son, as he should be.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a very hard profession. People don't notice when you do great. They notice when you mess up. And, you know, to do it day in and day out and year round, as Matt's done it, like he's doing it at Oaklawn and at Monmouth, it's an interesting job, and I've always found the people that have pursued it to be fascinating people as well. It's, you know, him, Travis Stone, our Frank Miramati, that decided this is the path they wanted to go on. It's just so unique.
And, you know, got to know, obviously, with his work at Oaklawn, so doing a very good job out in Hot Springs, now at Monmouth as well. And chances are, again, yeah, you know that voice, and now you can put a face to the voice that we're going to hear through the rest of this meet here at Monmouth Park. So congratulations to him as he's continuing to move on in his career. We got the 4th coming up, mile and a 16th on the grass ahead in this Monmouth race, and that feature still to come. We're closing in on that Goldwood in race 6. We're going to see Epona's Hope trying to get back in the winner's circle after that 3-race win streak came to an end.
I feel like she's going to be tough from the outside. I guess if you wanted to try to put a chink in her armor, it would be the fact that she's got 6 career wins, and all 6 of those are at Gulfstream Park.
Can she win without the lead, I think, is the big question.
Well, the good thing is being drawn outside, she doesn't have to make the lead. She can sit off of horses. She can pop away from there, let horses run to the inside, and sit comfortable. I love
She's never won without it.
Outside draws in turf sprints because it gives options. Now, if she makes the lead from out there, it's because they're not going very fast and no one went with her, you know, good for her. But if someone wants to aggressively take the front, I think she'll be comfortable sitting off of horses in the clear.
That's to come in race 6, so 2 races away. And first things first, post-parade, here for our 4th, where the 10, Spartacus's Dude. Paco Lopez, who'll be aboard that favorite in the Goldwood. For Pat McBurney here, just missed on the grass in Monmouth last start, the favorite.
Yeah, that's grass racing. It's all about trip. Not always does the best horse win.
Can be so frustrating.
A turf race. Yeah, and that's why I think a lot of people, horse players, like the randomness at times because it sets up for great opportunities for prices in turf racing. I'm the opposite. I prefer formful dirt racing where you can find a horse that maybe you can kind of lean on. The random result occasionally from turf racing I find to be frustrating at times. My brain likes best horse in race wins race. I like that better than I couldn't find this one.
Here is Powell, who is going to be extremely far back early.
Yeah, but, drawing the rail, take back, save ground on both turns, and run to get lucky.
Quismer's had 2 tries on grass, has not hit the board.
Yeah, those races haven't been great. Doesn't seem to be in great form either.
I seem to remember this horse. Didn't we bring up this scenario? We did. This was the horse who got beat closing day Saratoga that allowed Linda Rice to tie that meet at Saratoga with Chad Brown.
Yeah, fake celebrity, the 3-horse you were talking about.
Blind Eye, coming off a win.
Yeah, switching trainers as well, but does have some tactical speed. Should be able to work out a nice trip.
Brown, don't stop, blinkers off, and second try on grass.
Takes the blinkers off. Most of the good races, if you can find one, were with blinkers on.
It's a major player of the 8 at a huge price at 19-1.
Yeah,
What?
I thought that turf race 2 and 3 back put this one right in the mix.
Wow. 2 minutes apart, went by 20-1, 5-2 on the 10.
Yeah, Paco Lopez, you're going to get a little bit of a lower price than you probably deserve. This horse feels like he's going to be wide all the way around there.
And then also eligible gets in Fableman blinkers off.
Takes the blinkers off, switches to Dan Ward. For those who followed California racing, Dan Ward, a longtime assistant for Jerry Hollendorfer, spending a lot of time at Monmouth Park.
Let's go to Paul.
Sorry, guys, I lost you right there for a little bit. I couldn't hear you. But I'll start with the 5 in here, Extreme Access. I just think the horse to beat in here. When you go back and you look at the horse's last race, Paco Lopez got this horse kind of in a pickle and didn't give the horse the best of rides. Now, transfers to the Kelly Brain Barn. You get Jorge Vargas, obviously a very good rider. And right now, this horse is going to be your favorite. The 10 is going to float up a little bit. Right now, your second choice, at least in the fixed odds, is the 6 Blind Eye. This horse is 1 for 24 lifetime. I don't get it. Although he was wide around there most of the way and got a decent number. But, the 1 win by a nose, and we're going to take this horse as your second choice. And then the 10 in here, Spartacus Dude, I'm kind of with JK. I just think this horse might get hung around there. Where the difference is, I think the 11 Fableman has got a shot in here. It seems like the Dan Ward horses have been running well. I understand draws the 11 hole, but this is another horse I think that you could just drop back, blinkers go off, and you make 1 run. I think he's a better turf horse than he is synthetic or anything else. So I'm going to give him a little bit of a look. I just think the 5's a standout in here. I know the 3 is taking a little money. And Greg, I'm kind of with you. The 8 was my long shot in here at 18-1. I don't get it. I think that price will kind of stick, but I think the 5 you're going to see float down here a little bit. Extreme Access. And this starts off your Jersey City pick 6.
Indeed, it does. Thank you, Paul. So, yeah, the 5 Extreme Access remains the one to beat on the board, JK.
Yeah, and I think in a situation like this, you want to try to find a price. So, for Extreme Access, I'm not cutting in line to bet horses bet off of Rob Falcone. I also, when it comes to the 10, another horse that's taking money, Spartacus Dude, I want to explain a little bit more of why I feel like this horse is going to be wide all the way around. There's not a lot of tactical speed. So when you don't have a lot of tactical speed, you kind of just run out of the gate. You're not going to really be able to get a bunch of position. In order to get to the rail, there's going to be a lot of grabbing and taking back. I don't think Paco's going to want to give up a bunch of ground. It just feels like the type of horse that's going to end up being 3 wide on both turns. With a horse who closes, the chances are you're going to be wide on the far turn. So it's the first turn that you don't want to be wide on as well, because now you're going to lose the battle of geometry. So I'm against the top 2 choices. I think for me, I think the 3, Fake Celebrity, is where I'm going to end up landing. A horse that doesn't have a ton of tactical speed, but is drawn inside, should be able to find some position going into that first turn. And then if you watched any Royal Ascot this week, one of the things they like to say over there is then you got to ride for luck. Basically, you stay on the inside and just hope that a seam opens up for you. And if you get lucky, you get that seam, you should have enough horse. I'll land on the 3, Fake Celebrity.
I don't understand disparity between the 5 and the 6. I mean, they've run similar figures to me. I mean, the 5's being bet basically some big back numbers. It's not that same horse anymore.
Well, I think part of the reason when you're trying to define the difference between the two is the 5 is trained by Kelly Breen. And Kelly Breen is winning so far at this meet at 19%, 19%. You know, and I think that, you know, Kelly Breen's a little bit of a bigger name. I think maybe that's why the trainer is why they're betting that horse. Because on paper, it's not that drastic. There's some back races for Extreme Access, I suppose, that make him one that you could lean on. But like I said, in these turf races, taking a short price, I'll take a short price, don't get me wrong, but it's got to be a horse that checks all the boxes, projects to get a great trip. There's more than one way for that horse to win in terms of trip and for and the style of the race being run. And I just don't feel that with the 5 and the 10 who are taking the most money here.
Post time coming up, about to load for this 4th on the card. As Paulie mentioned, started the 20-cent Jersey Shore 6. In this condition, $16,000 claiming race coming up on the lawn. So 8 to 5. Extreme Access, Jorge Vargas for Kelly Breen. First start in the Kelly Breen barn. Career start number 14 here coming up, coming in from Gulfstream in that 4th place finish against War Officer, who we're going to see in the 5th here today. Belmont at the Big A. Matt Dinerman with the call. Here's the 4th from Monmouth.
2 minutes apart, coming forward, goes in. So does Extreme Access, 2 back. Spartacus's Dude. And to the outside post, Fableman. Here's Fableman, Isaac Castillo. We're ready to go. And they're off. Powell bobbled a little bit from the inside post. Good start from Quismer right to his outside from post 2, strides in front. Extreme Access taking the 2nd spot as they come out of the chute. Fake Celebrity tucked in inside 3rd with Blind Eye, and Spartacus's Dude, who races wide and keen, approaching the wire with 1 lap to go here. Lake Chapala next, racing with Tap Oracle. They're a length and a half clear of Fableman. Another 4 lengths back to Brown Don't Stop. He's 3rd last, 2 minutes apart, and Powell at the back together as they swing into the first turn run where the pacemaker is Quismer and Melissa Iorio. A length and a half in front of Extreme Access. Jorge Vargas Jr. placing this runner well right behind that pacemaker's 2nd. Blind Eye in the 3rd position. Spartacus's Dude finds himself inside of Tap Oracle, who's racing 3 wide, and Fake Celebrity inside of that pair here. Then comes Tap Oracle. Fableman still 4th last, 2 ahead of Brown Don't Stop and Palin, 2 minutes apart, run together at the back of the field, and they're 10 or 11 lengths behind with a half mile to go. Quismer, 23-1, carving out the fractions in the first leg of the Jersey Shore 6. A half length in front of Extreme Access, turning up the pressure as they charge into the turn. Blind Eye searching for racing room. He's got horse Blind High behind the leaders and is waiting right behind the top pair, coming to the top of the lane. Lake Chapala gets in the clear 3 wide, sent hard, but is right up with those leaders at the top of the lane. Fake Celebrity is next. Spartacus's Dude plummeted right away as they come down the lane here. Quismer in front. Blind Eye tried to move forward. Didn't get through down on the inside. He's going to come and split horses now. Blind Eye. Quismer keeps going. Blind Eye still behind him. 2nd. Extreme Access 3rd. Coming to the finish, it's Quismer. Quismer at a price. 23-1. Goes all the way. 2nd home, Blind Eye. Then Extreme Access and Lake Chapala.
It's Quismer at a huge number. 2 prior starts on the grass, did not hit the board, able to hang on for the win.
Yeah, good for Quismer. If you had Quismer, good for you. This is a perfect example of what we talked about leading into the race, and not in turf racing, the best horse in the race doesn't always win. To me, it was the 6 who got stuck down inside, was trying to make that gap up the inside, had to kind of slightly steady out of there, then tried to go around, but lost the momentum. And at this level, these types of horses, they don't have 2, 3, 4 moves in them. The 6 had 1 move to get into that spot, got checked out of it, tried to come circle around, If you had the 2, congratulations. If you had the 6, sorry that happened to you.
23-1 upset. Quismer enjoying the lawn. Third time the charm. How about this man and what he did at Saratoga last summer? Tied for 3rd in the standings at that Saratoga meet. Career high in earnings last year. Can he match it? We'll be back.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.
Union Rags, a proven sire with 6 Grade 1 winners. He has 3 Grade 1 winning juveniles, including Dancing Rags, Union Strike, and standout older horses like Express Train and Paradise Woods. His success continues with recent graded stakes winner Circle of Trust and multiple graded stakes winner and Grade 1 winner Power Squeeze. Union Rags, a proven Grade 1 sire, standing at Lane's End.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage on a beautiful Saturday afternoon here in the Big Apple. Thanks for being with us. And we have race 4 coming up next. You spent a lot of time in Central Park?
Yeah, I've been there probably 6 times in the last week because Austin's in town and he likes fishing. He's like obsessed with fishing. So we've been fishing literally like 6 times.
In Central Park?
Yeah, there's the main, like the lake is filled with carp.
Didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. You can't eat them, I don't think. But
she's an Arctic Queen. Huge price from the inside. I thought this race was wide open.
I was so excited about the fish that I had to switch. Okay, here we go. This horse does not have any speed and has not been taking any money. Hasn't done much running.
8-1, talking in cursive.
Yeah, I think this was a little bit interesting. Took some money last time, was a little bit disappointing, but I'd be willing to give this one another chance at 8-1.
Romero, Mirage Rider change on Goldcrest.
Yeah, this horse hasn't run well in the last 3 starts.
Are you going? Scarborough Fair.
Oh, I'm glad Andy's not here. He'd be yelling at me because I don't know what that means.
Andy's going to be upset at you.
This horse won last time at a short price. I think this horse needs to be a short price to win.
Maggie T went by for Steven Shower, relatively new. He's having a lot of success early on. Here's Spiritual Lady.
Yeah, first off the claim for Brad Cox and Michael Dubb. This horse has seen the claim box quite a bit. Been claimed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times since August of 2024.
And then Irish Jackson, Dylan Davis outside for the Cantermachi barn.
Yeah, draws to the outside. I think this one is one that will appreciate that outside draw with his style.
Post time. Thank you. A minute away. Let's bring in Maggie Wolfendale for more here on the 4th.
Hey, guys. Simon and Garfunkel, JK, you're welcome. As we'll talk about your favorite in here, Spiritual Lady, as she comes off the claim here for Brad Cox and Michael Dubb. Now, yes, the Sandy Goldfarb and Brad Cox claims have been very successful over the past year. We'll see if the Mike Dubb ones can heat up as well. And looking at Spiritual Lady, she, last time, did not look good at all. She was not carrying good weight. She didn't look good in her coat. She wasn't moving particularly well. She has done a complete 180 on all fronts. And in her defense, that race also incinerated on the front end. She is dappled. Her weight's the best I've ever seen it, and she's moving a lot better. So all things good for your current heavy favorite. Yes, one could be suspicious with this drop first off the claim, but I also feel as though it's a realistic one, and she looks to be the lone speed in here, though there's some other more speed types that could press her and heat things up. We'll see if that helps a horse possibly like Scarborough Fair, whom did do her thing on the front end last time on a sloppy racetrack, setting very slow fractions. I don't particularly like her last race, but looking at her, she looks great overall physically. And furthermore, she's one that takes that drop in class after graduating through those condition claimers. So I think she does make a good deal of sense, especially at 6-1. I, however, landed on number 7, Irish Jackson, who does need things to come apart on the front end. But she's one that's just been consistent, takes a little bit of a drop in class, and just showed up looking very, very healthy. And I like the 6.5 furlongs for her. I am hoping that horses like Maggie T and Talking in Cursive do push your favorite a bit and set things up for a closer. Greg?
See if that happens here for Irish Jackson. Drop down in class from open 25 the last couple of starts, in for 12.5 today, and that outside run with the 7 with Dylan Davis.
Yeah, Spiritual Lady for me. I think that the switch to Brad Cox, it's funny, you'll notice Brad doesn't do a lot of claiming anymore. Literally the only people he'll claim for is Michael Dubb or Sandy Goldfarb. And I think some of the things, he started off claiming Brad Cox. I think he still has some of those tricks in his bag of finding ways to get these horses to improve. And they're betting this one like she's going to improve.
Chris Griffin, the call. Here's the 4th.
And they're off. Awkward start for Irish Jackson. Just broke out word and stepped slow. Speed from Maggie T in between horses, now with a head advantage over Spiritual Lady, who's a challenging second. Towards the inside, Purple Silk, she's an Arctic Queen. Scarborough Fair is in between horses. Irish Jackson moves forward, center of the racetrack 3 wide. Second to last is Gold Crest, and the trailer, Talkin' in Cursive. They work up the backstretch and they're chasing Maggie T. Ricardo Santana Jr. gets rail position again. Maggie T. They're at the rail and they're half length in front with 4 furlongs left to go. 22.60 for that opening quarter mile. She's an Arctic Queen is in third, trying to make up some ground, and Irish Jackson is now rallying on the outside, has taken third. Scarborough Fair has dropped back quickly, is back to 5th. Is towards the outside here of Goldcrest, who's now in 6th, and the trailer, Talkin' in Cursive. They're still chasing Maggie T. Spiritual Lady, Manny Franco ready to pounce towards the outside. Maggie T is kicked on. It's Maggie T, Spiritual Lady, Irish Jackson trying to collect the top 2. Spiritual Lady and a very game Maggie T keeps battling on towards the inside. Irish Jackson, Dylan Davis down the center of the racetrack. It's between this trio as they approach a final 16. Spiritual Lady, Irish Jackson, Maggie T just won't go away. These 3 across the racetrack. Maggie T, Spiritual Lady, got it. Spiritual Lady, then it's a photo between Irish Jackson and Maggie T in 1 minute 16.23 seconds.
Spiritual Lady got a stern test from Maggie T. Would not go away, but in the end, the favorite prevails. Brad Cox, first off the claim with Manny Franco.
Yeah, it's one of those situations, you get a future Hall of Famer and Brad Cox getting back involved in some of the claiming operations. He's got great staff, great riders, and I think that you could expect horses that when they move to his barn, they got a chance to improve. Now, there's going to be some of them we saw earlier, like a horse that 5-horse YOLO that ran earlier. That horse didn't improve at all. But I think that was more about the horse and less about Brad Cox.
This one dropped down in class and the win for this daughter of Nyquist, 4th career victory. Gutsy performance, though, from Maggie T. Comes up just a little bit short. 6, 7, 5. The top 2 choices on the board. 1, 2, and it was Spiritual Lady slightly your winner, going off as your favorite.
Yeah, I mean, she was a little goofy in the stretch. She was kind of all over the place. But once she leveled off for Manny Franco, another athletic, great finisher as a rider, once she leveled off, she got going there. She got up.
We were talking earlier about Sovereignty and some of those very good older horses he may be lining up against pretty soon. This could be one of them. Mind Frame coming off a Grade 1 win. He'll line up with the Stephen Foster next weekend. We'll tell you who he's set to face when we come back.
number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Thanks for being with us on this Saturday afternoon. You're watching America's Day of the Races on Fox Sports 2. Two big races, a couple of turf sprints still to come here in New York and at Monmouth Park. Manny Franco for Brad Cox owner Michael Dubb, and a first off the claim win with Spiritual Lady, one of several in this race moving to new barns. The 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7 all claimed out of here.
You're going to see that over the next 6 days here. Where folks are going to be loading up for Saratoga. They say that a win in a winner's circle picture at Saratoga is worth 1.5, sometimes 2 wins elsewhere, at least for people mentally. So you'll see people loading up, claiming horses here, getting ready to run them up there at Saratoga.
$5.30 for the win. Irish Jackson winds up second. Game Effort, Maggie T in defeat, completes that trifecta. And we'll get to the 5th right now to close out the early pick 5 on the turf. Mile and a 16th. Starter optional claiming field. And I mentioned War Officer a little bit earlier. A little surprising, opening as a 5-2 favorite. We're going to see a lot of support for Wally World here for Saffie Joseph Jr.
Well, I tell you what, one of the best named horses in this group, if not out there at all, Wally World, out of Forced Family Fun. Very good one by our friend Bob Edwards at E5 Racing.
Vacation fan?
Yeah, it's a good one. See, Andy's wasn't here for that. I knew that one at least.
Yeah, got one of them. We talked going to break about one of the better older horses in the country, Mindframe, coming off a Grade 1 win next weekend. Going to line up with the Grade 1 Stephen Foster. You were just talking to me off camera. It's a loaded field coming up this year.
Yeah, the Stephen Foster got a little light for a couple years. Not this edition of it, right? You got First Mission off a win, Mindframe, Skippy Longstocking, Sierra Leone a classic winner, Mystic Dan off a win, Hit Show off a win, and then you have this horse in Mindframe who exits this race where you saw Bookham Dano come back and win. Mulligan is a good horse. Banishing, Nysos, a good horse who's going to be doing some damage out in California. And then Mindframe, who ultimately was the one who got the job done here, now getting to go a little bit longer. Let's not forget, Mindframe had shown how much talent he had as a 3-year-old when he shows up in that allowance race on Derby Day, gets barely beaten in the Belmont, and barely
in his third career start, by the way.
In the Haskell, right. And he was goofy in those races where he had some issues, obviously. Then he got some time, and now we're seeing what Mindframe was able to grow up and turn into. I think he could be very, very tough in this race.
Shown incredible ability from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. Excited to see what we get next weekend as we go to Maggie.
Yeah, Mindframe now as a 4-year-old is looking to remain undefeated this year. And a horse that I really thought was interesting in that Churchill Downs, going the 7 furlongs. And ultimately, yes, he did hit the line with several other horses, but he was able to get the job done. Now, he had his final preparation for this Stephen Foster today at Saratoga. He was outside of a stablemate, well in hand throughout here to complete the half mile in 50-1, which is on par for what he has shown up there on the Oklahoma training track throughout his early summer there in Todd Pletcher's barn. But what you're going to see here as they get to the line, and like I said, the rider has pretty much a hammerlock on this guy throughout the breeze. He's just going to easily put separation between him and his mate on the gallop out, and that's very typical of a Todd Pletcher workout for one of his better horses. Now, as far as his physicality is concerned, yes, he is a big, long, kind of more scope to his frame, which suggests that he can now get longer distances as he'll stretch back out to the 2 turns for the first time this year. So he's a horse, too, that I'm wondering if dynamics set up in his favor, or do we see him a little bit more forwardly placed? But again, an exciting race coming up at Churchill.
Back-to-back wins to kick off this 4-year-old campaign, both graded stakes wins. You know, talk about the figures he earned doing it, not as fast as what we've seen from him earlier, you know, when he started out, especially the debut. How do you view him going forward in this division?
Well, both of those were 1-turn races, and maybe he just wants to go a little bit longer, right? I mean, I know that he was defeated in the Haskell and in the Belmont, but those were 2 of his best races, right? Especially accomplishing, like you mentioned, what he accomplished in such a short time. But I'm excited to see him go around 2 turns, and if he could pass the test here, he's going to make some noise in that barn in terms of who's the best Rapoli-owned horse, him or Fierceness, because this is a war just like the previous war he had, and we should also probably mention that Mindframe will be standing at Claiborne.
Yeah, how about that?
Who, a big supporter of our show.
Well, Mindframe up against last year's Breeders' Cup Classic winner in this race, whose comeback race he got beat at an incredibly short price. He saved his best for last, though, at the end of his 3-year-old campaign in a year where he had all those issues and all those changes with the bit and the leaning in, and finally got things right on the biggest day.
He did, and I think one of the big things he got on that day was some real pace to close into. Look, Sierra Leone is a very, very good horse, but he is at times pace compromised. I think that's what we saw throughout his entire 3-year-old year. So he needs it a little bit to set up for him. I forgive him for his Fairgrounds race. He obviously was planning to go to Saudi earlier in the year. That didn't work out because he wasn't training well, so they took some time. They show up to Fairgrounds. He didn't run great there. I expect him to run much better here, and he's going to have some pace to close into, and he's going to need that pace to close into going 1 1/8 miles.
Excited to see him back. Pratt will be aboard for Chad Brown. Grade 1, Stephen Foster next weekend coming up. Very good field that's going to line up for that one. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Samuel Marin, starting to say his name a lot more on this program, having a terrific meet at Monmouth. We're going to see him in the upcoming race as he tries to stay atop the standings.
Club American Oaks.
To win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Eclipse champion Blame standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's the biggest day of the year at Meadows Racing. Saturday, July 26th is the Delvin Miller Adios Pace for the Orchids, starting at 11:45 a.m. Come out to Hollywood Casino at the Meadows in Washington, PA, and experience the thrill, the speed, and your chance to win big on Adios Day. Bring your bets, feel the roar of the crowd and the power of the pace. The Adios is coming. Get all the details at meadowsharnessracing.com.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Hall of Champions. Some great ones listed up there for Dwayne Lucas. $3.2 million in earnings. Serena Song, Skip Away, War Emblem were in the first couple of legs of the Triple Crown. Before that bad beginning in the Belmont, Big Brown. Derby Preakness winner, won the Derby from post 20. Rachel's Alexander had a Haskell win out in the Jersey Shore against the boys. And American Pharaoh ending that long drought in the Triple Crown. As we get set for a post parade here in the 5th, 2-turn mile in this $10,000 maiden claiming event coming up. It's Prime Motive, the 3. Surprise, surprise, Paco Lopez on the 8-5 favorite.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those situations where they don't know where to go. They just go to Paco.
Vino Vidi Vici kicks off the post parade for Dan Ward.
Yeah, I don't like the last race, but the race 2 back in the slop and the race 4 back also in a racetrack that had a little moisture in it. Both of those races can win. The problem is it's fast out there.
Stretch back out for Prime Motive.
Yeah, I mean, this horse has a little bit of tactical speed. I just think overbet with Paco.
Here's the Patrick McBurney runner of the 4, 6-1 as we look at Emirates Honor.
Yeah, Emirates Honor, another one that doesn't have a lot of early speed. I think you're going to want some speed in this race.
And there's Samuel Marin on one who's not done very much running the first 2 tries.
Yeah, not much running here at all. And that's problematic because it leaves you with not too much to choose from. To me, this is a race between the 2 and the 3.
Pick 5 begins here. Let's get some help from Paulie.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is a grab bag of horses in here, of Colts and Geldings, and I don't know which way you want to go in here. I will say this, though, the 7 and the 3. I mean, the 7, I know it's a hottish day, but there is a little bit of wind, and that's why we're having the shortage of the post parades here. So the 7 was a wreck coming out on the racetrack. I don't know if that's him usually, but he's the kind of horse that was really, really acting up. Now, the 3 was kind of the same way. Prime Motive had a lot of kidney sweat. If a lot of people don't know that, it's the sweat between the legs, and usually means they're a tiny bit nervous. But, you can't ignore the horse at 9-5, and it looks like it's going to be a battle between the 2, 3, and 5 here for favoritism. I thought the 2 looked tremendous. Vino Vidi Vici, and JK's right. There's like 3 races to go to. There is 1 dry track race to go to where the horse does win this race. Now, has to reach back to that, and how far back is he going to be? Now, Emirates Honor, the 5, I think's the speed of the speed. I thought this gelding by Mastery looked well and should be the horse to catch in there. Obviously Prime Motive with Paco Lopez will be on the scent. I landed on the 4. I get it. He's the longest shot on the board. He'll end up being maybe your longest shot with the 7. you know, he's gone around 2 turns before. Patrick McBurney's such a good trainer. He stuck this horse on turf. I don't know why he's going back on the dirt. Maybe the 2 turns was okay. He launches from way out of it, but I thought he looked best in the post parade. I really did. So I'm going to take a little shot and see if these long shots keep on rolling, Greg. And by the way, if the 4 or the 7 do win this race, there's a pick 5 carryover, the early pick 5.
Wow, that is a rarity. So we'll see if that happens. And according to Paul, it sounds like it can happen here.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you're at this level and you have these types of horses, anything can happen. Because even, you know, the horses that are taking the most money, the 2, 3, and the 5, there's nothing about them that you necessarily can trust, right? I mean, they're 0 for 24 combined. That's what you see in some of these maiden races. But the problem is often or not, you know, they're single digits. You know, the 2 was single digits last time, was beaten 26 lengths. Was single digits the time before that, beaten 8, 27 lengths. It's just, they're all just not very inspiring. I'm going to go with the 2. I think the 3 is live, but I'm not going to take, I think that horse being bet because of Paco. I'll take the 2, Vino Vidi Vici, but it doesn't feel great doing it.
And Paul mentioned 4 or 7, the results in the carryover, the early pick 5. If the 2 wins, pick 5 returns $114,662. The lowest payout to those that hit the 2, 3, or 5 is $57,000 plus.
Yeah, well, if that happens, I know Paulie's listening. We got to figure out if it rolls to tomorrow or if it's later in the card. Tomorrow early.
Okay, we'll go to tomorrow's early pick 5. Here is Matt Dinerman with the 5th.
We're ready to go. They're off. Emirates Honor bobbled a little bit coming out of the gate, recovers pretty quickly though. Fierce Cat on the outside striding with Emirates Honor on the lead, and Prime Motive's right there too. 3 across the track as they corner. Prime Motive going to take back, and Emirates Honor and Fierce Cat get acquainted on the lead with Prime Motive, who sets up shop right behind in 3rd. Vino Vidi Vici a length off of him in a big space of about 10 to the elusive Dr. Wong, who is detached from the rest of the group, approaching the backstretch run. The pace is contentious, not that fast, but it is contentious here. Emirates Honor neck in front of Fierce Cat, and Prime Motive, who tips outside into the 3 path, is in the clear and is moving up without being asked. He's a little bit keen to get after these leaders here, but is still controlled, going pretty well. 3D Prime Motive, a length and a half to Vino Vidi Vici. He's on a hold right now, has not been asked for his best. Now he's 2 lengths off the top 3, who start to scrimmage for the lead, approaching the far turn. The elusive Dr. Wong still well behind as they go into the far turn. Fierce Cat calls it a day. He's done. Emirates Honor half length in front of Prime Motive. Vino Vidi Vici 3rd, 3 wide, creeping in on the top pair. Vino Vidi Vici approaching the top of the lane. Prime Motive is taking the lead now, and Emirates Honor is bowing out in 3rd. It's a 2-horse race between Prime Motive and Vino Vidi Vici, and Prime Motive has not been asked for his best yet. He's cruising, it appears. Top of the lane, Prime Motive is asked for the finishing maneuver by Paco, and he opens up 2.5. Vino Vidi Vici is 2nd. The elusive Dr. Wong was a mile behind. He's into 3rd. He's not going to win it, could get into 2nd, but Prime Motive has made Monmouth Park into his personal playground as he strolls in 3 ahead and never was asked for his best throughout the running of the race. The elusive Dr. Wong gets up for the 2nd spot. Vino Vidi Vici 3rd, and Emirates Honor and Fierce Cat 5th.
Prime Motive geared down late. Paco Lopez, and if you add this pick 5, you're collecting $57,331. Well done.
Nothing wrong with that. It's a great start to the weekend. And now you got some action here at the Big A. You can run it back in the late pick 5.
Absolutely got to run it back. You, Matt, what a hit. And I would say, look, there were some tough ones certainly to come up with, but the toughest of all, Quismer was incredibly hard to find on the turf back in race 4.
Absolutely. We talk about it, you know, the good fortune that you need to have scores like that. You can be right, but you got to be lucky too when you're playing this game. And in that race where Quismer won, if the 6 would have got through on the rail,
Yeah.
Could have been a completely different outcome. So, you know, I always tell people when you have those bad beats, don't complain because you probably had them the other way that helped you score.
We got a mandatory pay pick 5 that starts here. Belmont of the Big A coming up in this 5th race. Mile and a 16th on the turf. Starter optional claiming field. And Wally World has become the favorite here for Saffie Joseph Jr. And there's the 7, Wally World. Manny Franco will be aboard.
This horse just has some big numbers. You look back, you know, to the Woodhaven. You look back to the, you know, the allowance race prior to that at Tampa. This horse just has better races than some of these other horses I've ever had.
4 top, Dylan Davis inherits the rail.
Yeah, this is a horse, if you look 3 back, if they can work out a trip like that, that was a pretty good performance down at Gulfstream.
5-year-old debut for Just for Luck.
Yeah, ran on synthetic last time, gets back on the grass. Another one that has some back numbers.
Freedom Trails faced, for the most part, a lot better company.
Has faced better company. Doesn't have a lot of early speed. I'm curious to see how Ricardo works out a trip from down there.
Prime to go, coming off a win at Monmouth, but might need to step up against this group.
Yeah, didn't cooperate last time. It was a short price and was pretty rank all the way around there.
There is a lot of pedigree on Best Bet, who's getting on turf for the first time.
Yeah, there's pedigree, but this horse does not have very good numbers as of late.
Might be a lot better on turf. We'll see. Here's Wally World at 2-1.
Yeah, like I said, a horse that has some back numbers. Ran on the synthetic last time for Saffie down at Gulfstream. Gets back on the grass.
Life and Light, some sneaky good efforts on the turf, and it's been a while since he's been on the turf.
Yeah, those last 2 turf races put him in the mix. Probably needs to take a step forward, but definitely puts him in the mix.
And War Officer, Kendrick Carmouche, Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, a horse that likely will lose some ground. One of those horses that doesn't have a lot of early speed, should get hooked wide all the way around there.
His stablemate outside the bigger price, Nostalgic One.
Yeah, I like this one. This is where I'm going to land. A horse that was closing into a slow pace last time. One of my favorite angles in turf racing. It's one of those hidden trips. But if they can run a little bit for the 10 Nostalgic One, I think this one will close into her.
5 minutes to post here in the 5th. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check in here with a horse who will be my top pick. And as you guys were mentioning, he does have the class edge. Does he have the recency of being that good horse? No. So maybe there's some in here that are more on the upswing than number 4, Freedom Trail. But I'm going to try to go back to the well here. And I don't like the fact that now second off of the layoff, he is wearing those front wraps again. But last time he was, I thought, just not saving ground for the most part of that race. And he was the beaten favorite. But maybe also he needed a start coming back. You know, he is a 5-year-old now. Sometimes they take a little bit longer to get going. He has fully reached his full physical potential and that he's most filled out that I've ever seen him. He looks strong. He looks ready to go. So I'm taking him with a grain of salt, and it's mainly because I'm not overly enthralled with your favorite, who we'll get to in a moment. But first, let's check in with the horse trying the turf for the first time. As you heard Greg say, Best Bet does have an abundance of turf pedigree, but why the heck hasn't he been on it until now? As a 7-year-old, the Dan 3 for 21 on it. He's a half to buttercream babe, though I will say that there were 2 other siblings to try it, including a foal that did not like it. Now, what I can say about him, and he was helped enormously by the scratch of Laurel Valley in here, as he is now the clear cut speed, breaking from the middle of the pack today. He has a little bit of a turf hoof, so I don't think he's totally up against it, but he doesn't have great feet, period. You know, he has glue-ons with the Equilocks, and so maybe it helps him, maybe not, I don't know. Sometimes if it's a really, really firm turf, it'll sting a horse a little bit that might not have the best feet in the world, which I don't think he has. Moving on to your favorite, that's Wally World. He was okay in his last start, ran a good figure on the synthetic reined off the turf back in March at Gulfstream Park, but he was saving ground in what was a compact field. He chased the winner home, then he wanted to lug in late. His start before that, which resulted in a win, was good enough, but probably facing some better horses here overall. He just has never really filled out. He's a horse that I wanted to like throughout his career. We'll see. Can he make good on the 2-1 that he faces today? I thought this field just a bit more interesting than taking that. Now on to a massive price at 34-1 is number 8, Life and Light. I know he's 3 for 32, but he's only had 4 tries on the turf, but look at his recent 2. They were both 81 Beyer speed figures, 2nd and a 5th, and he has tactical speed, where many of the major players don't have much speed at all. So he's going to be the one to get the first jump on many of these in here. He looks like a turf horse through and through. So I do think he's getting back finally to what is his preferred surface. And then number 9, War Officer. I, unlike Jonathan, prefer him over the other Todd Pletcher horse. I just thought that, they're both kind of devoid of speed. And last time, he did get a little headstrong when he went in, and he was in tight throughout. It was never like Arad Ortiz Jr. was able to really set him down and ride him. It was very tentative. I don't know if it was the horse or the rider or both, what have you, but hopefully he gets a more clear run of it today. He looks spectacular coming in here, and he does have some good races to go back to in his recent form cycle. Guys?
Yeah, thank you, Maggie. War Officer, it seems like potentially just lining up for a very good effort today with those back-to-back 81 Beyer speed figures. We'll see if he can take a step forward this afternoon for Todd Pletcher. 4-1. There's that big long shot who we said go way back, and Maggie touched on this horse too, with the tactical speed this horse has. But yeah, kind of hidden form because he hasn't been on the turf in so long, and maybe a horse to use underneath.
Yeah, I mean, at that price, at 37-1, that's crazy for a horse that you'd like to think can work out at least a little bit of a trip with some tactical speed. But then also, like, the turf numbers aren't that far off. The problem,
the last 2 times he ran on the turf, he ran the same figures the 9 did.
Yeah. The problem is that this horse, if you look at the past performances, 42-1, 35-1, 25-1, 26-1, and more often than not, the horse is disappointing. Yeah, I guess you're not that disappointed at those prices. But there is those turf numbers. But if any of these other horses take a little bit of a step forward, then, Life and Light is up against it. But I don't think anyone's trying to convince you to bet the horse to win. I think that, using the horse in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in exotics could spice up those exotics.
Meanwhile, is Wally World, in your estimation, getting a little bit overbet here?
Yeah, probably a little bit overbet, but could certainly win. But I definitely would say overbet. Seeing those silks reminds me, Carl Spackler ran at Royal Ascot last week for his new connections and didn't run poorly, but not the Carl that we saw over here.
Tough spot in the Queen Anne.
Well, I'm going to go with the 10. We talk about closing into slow paces. I'm a big speed figure guy, and I think that when there's slow-paced races, it's hard to make those speed figures fast because the speed figure is based on final time. So if they go slow early, the final time can only be so fast, and it's not always a great representation of how good the race actually was. I think when you look at the 10, Nostalgic One, that race is a little bit better than it looks on paper. Second off of a layoff for Todd Pletcher. Javier just has to find a way to work out a good trip from that outside post.
Here's the stablemate, War Officer. Kendrick Carmouche aboard there. Set for the 5th. Start of a mandatory pay pick 5. We'll close out the early pick 5. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Just for Luck has early speed towards the inside, and here's Prime to go from in between horses. Joining them comes Best Bet on the early move, and here comes Best Bet to assume command. Life and Light is right towards the outside, but Best Bet is the clear leader and is very keen. Sprinting away here is up by 2.5. Best Bet drawing away early. Best Bet will take him towards that turn. Big gap now. Life and Light, another big gap there. Back to 3rd is Prime to go, who's a well-settled 3rd, is with that 2nd group. Just in behind them comes Wally World. At the rail in 5th, that's Just for Luck as the leader continues to sprint away. War Officer is now moving up on the outside, has taken the 5th position. Back there in 6th comes Four Top. There in 7th comes Freedom Trail. And the early trailer, late running Nostalgic One. They're chasing the free running Best Bet. 22-4 was that opening quarter. 46-1 for a half-mile time. Can Best Bet keep going? Life and Light, another big long shot, is right there in second. They are 8-9 lengths in front of the rest. As trying to move forward comes Prime to Go. Still patiently ridden as they feel like the speed is going to come back. And Best Bet, less than a half mile to go into the far turn. Here comes Life and Light, the first to challenge. Life and Light, Lane Leslie ready to move, and here comes Prime to Go. Wally World is in pursuit too. They travel as a pair, third and fourth, and they're catching the front runners quickly. Best Bet trying to keep going. Life and Light down towards the inside. Prime to Go, if good enough, has a seam. Here comes the run from Wally World. They swarm these leaders now. Complexion completely changes. Wally World is in front. War Officer down the center of the track, and here comes Just for Luck in between horses, but Wally World got the jump. Wally World, Manny Franco, a 16th left to go. Wally World, that's your winner. Wally World wins it. Tight photo here. War Officer to the outside of Just for Luck, and Prime to Go finish fourth in 1 minute 41 seconds flat.
Price apparently was not too short. Wally World with the win. 2 wins now in the last 2 times that he has been on the turf. Manny Franco for Staffy Joseph Jr.
Yeah, it was never really in doubt. It looks like that synthetic race was, I don't want to call it a prep, but just a race to kind of hold him over, to get up here, to get on the grass. And, you know, 2-1 is a pretty darn good price for a horse that won by open links in a grass race.
These 2 getting back on the grass, you know, one of them for the first time ever, Best Bet. Opening up on this field, trying to pull a voodoo song, it looked like. And then Life and Light making that first move, and nowhere in the end, though, from those 2. It's Wally World, and still sorting out, did this War Officer for Pletcher get second? It was close.
Blanket finished behind.
We'll make it official when we come back. And it was the 9. 7, 9, 3, 5. So Wally World at 2-1. War Officer at 4-1. And Just for Luck at 12-1 with Prime to Go to 5. Completing your superfecta at a big number. Friend of the Devil has been sensational sprinting on the turf. Perfect 2 for 2. Try and keep that record perfect in the New York Stallion Stakes Spectacular Bid Division when we come back.
Watch and wager this summer at Laurel Park. Enjoy the best thoroughbred racing in the state of Maryland through June 29. And don't forget, turf racing is back with full fields and outstanding wagering opportunities. Play the early and late value pick 5 and enjoy one of the lowest takeouts in the country. Laurel Park is the place to play and win. Racing Friday through Sunday, first race 12:10 p.m. and free admission every day. For more information, visit laurelpark.com. Laurel Park, the player's track.
Good to have you with us on our Saturday coverage here on America's Day of the Races on Fox Sports 2. And some competitive, exciting turf sprints to come. Stakes action ahead. First things first, Wally World. Impressive victory here. Saffie Joseph Jr., Manny Franco, and Robert Lapenta E5 Silks. Bob Edwards.
Yeah, always happy to see those Silks of some of my favorite horses. Obviously, Carl Spackler was one of them, but Rushing Fall.
Loved Rushing Fall.
A pretty sensational one, and although she never won, Kinchin. I like Kinchin a little bit too.
You might put that horse pretty high up there. $6.10. Wally World, the earlier pick 5, comes back $369. Let's get into it. New York Stallion Series, spectacular bid division, and Friend of the Devil. 2 for 2. Sprinting on the grass. Stakes debut coming up here for trainer Carlos Martin. He is super quick early.
Yeah, I mean, 1 to 4, you can do worse than that in the stock market. I mean, this horse is going to be absolutely loose. And even if someone wants to get cute and try to pressure Friend of the Devil can handle that type of pressure.
Race named after a pretty good one. 1979 Kentucky Derby, a Preakness winner, won the Marlboro Cup that year as well. 26 for 30 lifetime in his career. 8 times he matched or set a new track record. You talk about all the ways to lose in this game. It's incredible. Probably most didn't think stepping on the safety pin that came out of one of your leg wraps is a way to lose a race, but that's what happened going into the Belmont Stakes, which many think that's why he probably lost the Belmont and was not a Triple Crown winner.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you talk to the people that have been following the game for a long time, and you'll get different ideas and answers of who the best horse of all time was. But the one constant is it feels like spectacular bids on everyone's top 3, top 5 list.
He was a great, no question about it, champion at 2, 3, and 4. What an incredible resume he put together. And to run that many times and be that incredibly successful too, just amazing. One of the greats, Hall of Famer, and race named in his honor coming up in this 6th turf sprint, interestingly, in this New York Stallion Stakes division coming up. And I'm excited to see Friend of the Devil. I liked him from the get-go when he got onto the grass, and he has just shown big-time ability to go as quick early as he did off the bench and to be able to finish and create that separation. Turf sprints, you don't see that big separation all that often, and we might see him take another step forward today.
Yeah, and he's knocking on the door of taking another step forward and being the type of horse that can do what we saw with a horse like Spirit of St. Louis and take on some open company as well, right? I mean, if he could take another step forward, run 5 or 6 buyer points faster, now suddenly he finds himself in the conversation of needing to jump out. There's nothing wrong with our New York bred program, but there's obviously some other opportunities outside of the New York bred program, and you could always come back to the New York bred program. So I'm very interested to see how he runs here today. And I don't see a lot of adversity for him in this spot, but, it's horse racing. Anything can happen.
Monmouth turf sprint as well coming up, but this one for fillies and mares. We've talked a lot about on this program in our FS1 coverage prior. Opponents Hope, how good she is right now. She's 3 to 5 on the board, but some other intriguing prospects will line up against her. Let's go to Paul Duca for more.
With trainer Anthony Margotto Jr., who's going to have Belle Pinciero in the Goldwood today. Now, I know you got a heavy favorite on the outside, but this is a mare that likes the turf a little bit better.
Yeah, she's proven that she's a little bit better on the turf than the dirt. Took us a little while to figure it out, but yeah, she's definitely prefer the surface.
So take us to us. How do you beat the opponents on in here?
That's going to be up to Ramon Moya because we know there's speed in here, and my filly's very tactical, so he's going to have to work out a trip. In a perfect world, we get to a little speed up there, we sit, and then pounce at the end. There's a little difference here. This is 5.5 now. This other mare at 1 to 5. 5 furlongs, she's won that. She's never gone this distance, so she's got a few chinks in the armor. I know Eddie trained her down in Florida, home base. So there are some chinks in the armor. We might be able to beat this filly today.
What about the inside filly? That's another horse that's taking a little bit of money.
Yeah, listen, Chad Brown. I mean, he's always dangerous. But, again, she looks like one, again, she might be a second division horse. They're trying to catch some black type here. I see she's supplemented in. So, I wouldn't trade positions with anybody, to be honest with you. We're on our home court. This is what we do.
She does like this turf course, and Anthony Margotto Jr. is just going to do the handicapping for me. Good luck with Bella Pinciero today.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Guys?
Interesting what he had to say. He's got confidence, and he did bring up an interesting point. You know, Opponent's Hope, this huge odds-on favorite. The only time she went 5.5 furlongs on the grass, that's when she got beat. That was last time out.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, whatever you tell yourself to make you feel like you've got a better chance. I don't. If she gets beat today, it's not the half furlong. It's something else. You know, it's that she doesn't like Monmouth. She prefers Miami than the Jersey Shore. I don't think the extra half furlong is what's going to beat her because she's fast enough, and her final numbers are good enough that even if she doesn't handle the 5.5, she's still beating this group.
Never won without the lead. See if she could. There's some other speed in here. We'll see if she's able to do that today. You love that outside post. We'll see if she can't sit and stalk. I think some are going to try and take it to her. We'll find out. Chad Brown, one of many, is going to go up against her. I'll have Rosie Jeeks to come as he looks for another stakes win at a place where he has had a lot of big victories. Stay with us.
They're off. And the Churchill Downs Stakes. Gun Pilot 1:2.66 was that first quarter. But it's Gun Pilot and Christian Torres are going to win the Churchill Downs. Gun Pilot by 2.5 under the wire.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Who's still a nose in front. Kourou is lifting late as well. Better lucky than good at the rail. Better lucky than good. Kourou, better lucky than good, wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Back on our Saturday coverage, 2 stakes races ahead, both sprinting on the grass at Belmont of the Big A and at Monmouth Park for this Goldwood coming up, where Opponent's Hope, the odds-on favorite. Speak of the devil. Friend of the devil, excuse me. Odds-on favorite back at Belmont at the Big A. Here's the post break for the Goldwood. Rosie Jeeks, Chad Brown runner, came back off the bench for a win.
Yeah, I got an easy trip last time, chasing a slow pace.
23-1 next door. Axel Concepcion for Michael Matz.
I mean, I can't find a way for this horse to win this race.
Just appears, to be a notch or two below some of the others in here. Bingo's Birkin, 2 very big efforts last time on turf.
Yeah, if they can find a way to work out a manageable pace and trip, but I don't think that's possible with the 8 to the outside.
Drefaros, last time on grass, got a good number as well.
Yeah, has some speed on the dirt, but I worry about this horse's performance on the turf.
There's Etrurian for Joe Orsino.
Yeah, this horse has a back race at Gulfstream from last year, but the last 4 races have been very far from that.
We just heard from the trainer of Belle Pensera, Anthony Margotto Jr.
Yeah, I mean, I think if someone upsets the favorite, it's not this horse. To me, it would be the 5 Etrurian. At double the price.
And here she is, Opponent's Hope, no question, the one to beat. She's 3-5.
Yeah, I mean, she's just fast. She's drawn well. she's got everything kind of in her corner. You know, she can pop away from there. If no one else goes, she can make the lead, but she doesn't have to get dictated to. She will be doing the dictating from the outside, and to me, that's a huge edge.
Well, Paul, you just talked to the trainer of Bel Pincero. If you're another trainer in this race, certainly you want to try and find chinks in the armor with the favorite. Do you see things the same way?
You know, like JK said, they're going to have to run to beat Opponent's Hope. I mean, she's very fast. And, you know, the extra half furlong that Anthony Margotto Jr. was mentioning, I guess it's a valid point, you know, but it's the way she gets to the front end in here. Is she going to get it, you know, on her own? I think the 5 is the complete key in here. The other speed in here, and Jonathan makes a good point. If the 8 doesn't really break, is it the 5 that takes the bull by the horns and tries to go gate to wire? She's very quick, too. So I think the 5 has to be the thorn in the side, and some others maybe. I don't see any others that can really challenge her early, but maybe she's, you know, a horse that can get caught late. Now, you know, Bel Pincero, you know, Anthony was confident with his horse, and I give him a little bit. He kind of sold me a tiny bit. I'm going to end up picking Bel Pincero, because I like the horse from the beginning. I will say this. I'm not in love with the Chad Brown runner from the inside, because I thought she had the best trip last time out, and now she draws the inside. I'll tell you right now, the 4 is way too big of a price right now at 14-1. I don't understand why this horse has not got back on the turf course, considering probably the lifetime best ever, least number-wise, was on the turf. So I can see the 8 winning this race, but I also see the 4 and the 6 underneath, guys.
Yeah, I'm with Paul. Jafaris ran, the only time on the turf was in this race last year, and ran a huge figure running 4th against the winner of the race, Beauty to See, who would come back and win again. So Sonny Leon will be aboard today, getting back on the grass for the first time since this race last year.
But off of that performance, why wouldn't they find a turf sprint? They got turf sprints at Tampa. They got him at Delaware. They got him at Gulfstream. But
I don't get it.
To me, it screams, especially because that horse was 30-1 that day where they ran well. To me, it screams that was just situational, that they ran well that day, and their better performance is dirt. Better surface, excuse me, is dirt.
Well, 2-5, Opponent's Hope. And, you know, as you mentioned, he did get beat last time out. That was a grade 3, and still ran a figure that's right in the ballpark of those 3 wins prior. Any of her last 4 races, really almost any of her turf races, going to make her incredibly tough to beat here.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, you know, May 2nd, anytime you see May 2nd Churchill Downs, May any single digit, you know it's Derby week, right? So people are always going to bring their big shooters there. All the races are a little bit tougher. You know, the grade 3s feel like grade 2s, the grade 2s feel like grade 1s, and the grade 1s seem impossible. I feel like she just probably caught deeper waters. This is not what she's having to deal with here today.
And 1-2 in this spot. But, you know, as we said, she likes to do it on the front end. Who do you think potentially does go with her in here?
I mean, I guess the 5, Etruria, could go with her. This horse has some early pace figures, especially early in the career. Showed a lot of early speed, drawn inside. I can't imagine they're going to take back with Etruria. So I'd like to think that Etruria will be on the lead, and then the 8 will sit off. Opponent's Hope will sit right off of that one. Like I said, I think when it comes to horses' rating, I think that they don't it's not that they need to actually physically be in the lead. It's that they want to be able to run as fast as they want to run early. And I think if you can keep her in the clear and she's still running at a pace that she's happy about and not being restrained by her rider, she'll be just fine. She doesn't necessarily have to have her head in front. I don't think she wants to be behind horses, but I think if she can just sit out in the clear and be going at an honest pace that she's comfortable with, I think that will basically work as a simulation of being on the lead.
And wow, Rosie Jeeks, 7-2. Despite it was a win last start. It's Chad Brown, I get it, but would need big improvement here and may get it. That was the first start in a long time.
She just has to get a little bit faster, but in that barn, in Chad's barn, a future Hall of Famer, you'd like to think that there's an opportunity for her to get a little bit faster. She also needs the pace to kind of materialize and for it to potentially fall apart.
Matt Dinerman, the call. It's the Goldwood from Monmouth, Opponent's Hope from the outside with Paco Lopez, the huge odds-on favorite.
And Epona's Hope, your big favorite with Paco Lopez, J. Tyler Service, the conditioner. Epona's Hope goes in. We're ready to go. And they're off in the Goldwood Stakes. Etrurian the Gray is sent for speed. Epona's Hope, the favorite on the outside, a neck off. And Drifaros down on the inside is going to stalk the pace today, running in third as the top pair a half length apart. The Gray, Etrurian, leads the way. Bel Pensiero in the fourth position. Then Bingo's Birkin, Rosie Cheeks, they're side by side. Up for it at the tail, 8 lengths off the pace. Half mile to go. Etrurian leads the way by a half length. Epona's Hope, they're on the outside in chase mode going into the turn, and she streaks 2.5 clear of Drifaros in third. Bel Pensiero sent along a little bit in fourth. Rosie Cheeks joins her from the inside. She's 6 lengths behind, searching for racing room right behind Drifaros at the top of the lane. In the meantime, Etrurian still in front. Epona's Hope, second, needs to get going right now. She's second, switching leads. Down the inside, Rosie Cheeks is going to get outside for a rally here, and Drifaros is coming down at the rail. Epona's Hope's beaten. Here comes Rosie Cheeks. Rosie Cheeks explodes to the lead, and she has won the Goldwood Stakes. Sammy Camacho with another win today. Drifaros was second, Bel Pensiero next, and then came Epona's Hope and Etrurian.
Rosie Cheeks won off a long layoff back on May 25th at Monmouth. Was away for over a year. She does take a big move forward.
She certainly does. I mean, I even said it at the beginning, in the hands of, I mean, I was wrong, but I said it at the beginning, in the hands of a future Hall of Famer in Chad Brown, this horse has a right to improve. I guess last time, when you get beaten, you're wrong. I like to look back to try to understand how I did it. Basically like the red board to myself. And I suppose that number last time was a little bit light because the pace was slow, and it was actually a little bit better than it looked. I just feel like in turf sprints, if you've chased around a slow pace, that it's actually, the performance looks a little bit less than what it was. But Rosie Cheeks shoved me in a locker with that one. She was very good.
Drifaros running well, getting back on grass as well, bettering that fourth place finish from last year in this race with a runner-up finish. Still sorting out who was third and fourth. Rosie Cheeks, big upset in that Goldwood at 4-1 as we get to this stake sprinting on the grass near at Belmont of the Big A in the spectacular mid-division New York Stallion Series. River of Time to kick things off.
I'm not going to be gun-shy just because I got beat last time. I don't see this one winning this one.
I'm due. Dylan Davis will be aboard a cutback in distance.
Yeah, cutback in a race that there's a huge pace edge for a horse that's better. That's problematic for the 3.
Stakes place going longer, though. Strobe Light, huge price, 35-1.
Great name. Disco partner, Strobe Light. No shot in here.
The huge favorite, even shorter price than we saw Epona's Hope. Friend of the Devil, Carlos Martin, 2 for 2 on the grass.
Yeah, this horse is absolutely loose in here. If anyone goes in front of the 5, Friend of the Devil, they're probably going too fast.
And the primary other speed looks like the stablemate Dancing Bear, but Carlos Martin has said they want this horse to rate today.
Oh, of course they want this horse to rate today. Why would they want this horse to hook up with what could be one of their stable stars?
10-1. Double-digit odds there outside. So potentially, I mean, this is a very good horse, and maybe the coming out party to take even further steps for Friend of the Devil. 43, you go sub 44 for the half mile, and you finish the way this horse did. You're speaking to that you have serious talent.
Yeah, and one of the things when you look at, and I'd love to hear what Maggie has to say about how this one looks. When you look at a horse who shows a bunch of early speed off of a layoff, they don't get breathers when they show a lot of speed. You have to be fit for that. This horse should take another step forward off that layoff.
1-5, there he is. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, JK, kind of taking the words out of my mouth because I didn't think he necessarily looked all the way fit last time out. And there's also the argument to be made that that field in a comeback race for Friend of the Devil, excuse me, greatest dead song there is, in my opinion, was tougher than what he faces here, obviously. And he just looks that much more tucked up. Always a horse that does carry his weight and conditioning quite well. But they knew coming into this race that it was going to be a short field. So a lot of times you'll see trainers want to make sure the race goes, and they'll enter one of their other horses, and that is number 7, Dancing Bear in here. A horse that, okay, they want him to rate. fine. He is acting very sharp. And hey, if he rates and he sits just outside in front of the Devil, he can run second here, and that's a huge payday in these Stallion Series stakes, and that's A-okay. And then to give him credit, he's another one that looks so much more fit, so much, even more so than front of the Devil than what he did in that comeback race, which ultimately was very disappointing for a horse that it felt as though the future was bright, considering that once he got on the turf in the early portion of that 2-year-old season, he ran well. I still think there's some upside with this horse, obviously not against his stablemate per se, but he is ticking all the right boxes, at least for me, on this occasion. Moving on to number 3, I'm Due. It's only the second time he's facing New York breds, but all of his races have come around 2 turns. And you can kind of see why when you look at him physically. Being a son of War Dancer, he's big, he's leggy, and he just doesn't look like a sprinter. I want to like him, I respect him because of the races that he comes out of at Gulfstream I thought were very good. And last time he didn't have a great trip either, where he was in tight whilst also being 3 wide on the first turn, and saving ground at Gulfstream is really at a premium. So he also faced a horse that came back and won his 3rd consecutive race, a stakes race in Tank with an 87 Beyer speed figure. So I'm Due. I just feel as though they're taking advantage of this being a Stallion Series race, him being a son of War Dancer, and maybe they can be a little bit more live when this series progresses up at Saratoga and does get around 2 turns. Greg?
Thank you. 1-5 favorite, front of the Devil. Stakes debut coming up. Carlos Martin, barn. Christopher Elliott decided to keep the apprentice rider aboard, by the way, even though you don't get that weight break in a stakes race.
Yeah, I mean, it says a lot about what he thinks about the horse, I think, right? And also what he thinks that Chris Elliott's been doing with his job with the horse.
Yeah, good opportunity for that young rider as Rosie Jeeks takes a big step forward in the Goldwood. Under the care of Chad Brown. What a win here. Sammy Camacho aboard. Let's go to Paul.
I'm with Louis Cabrera, the assistant trainer for Chad Brown, who brought over Rosie Cheeks. Were you expecting this effort?
Well, he's training very good, you know. Like, he's training really, really good. After the last race, I think got a lot of confidence, and she's training well.
She came rolling up the rail. I mean, were you expecting that, or were you expecting her in the 8 to get away from this group?
That was the boss instructions, you know. That's what she said. Break good, take a good position, and wave, because a lot of speed outside. So, you know.
Well, it was the right instructions. How nice is it to put up a horse for your boss and get the stakes win?
Well, he's very proud, you know. Like, the work for this guy is immense. So,
congratulations. Get your picture taken as Rosie Cheeks and Sammy Camacho get the job done in the Goldwood.
She didn't just win. She wins by more than a length.
Yeah, I mean, look, she's, you know, Chad's not known for his turf sprinters, but when he finds one that's pretty good at it, they can be dangerous. One of my favorite of his of all time turf sprinters, even though the horse was more of a miler, Bobby's Kitten, who won the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, and one of my favorite races all time, 2014 Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint.
Is that down the hill?
Down the hill.
Yeah. Rosie Jeeks now 2 for 2 off more than a year away with the upset in the Goldwood. Would be even more shocking here, I would think, if we see an upset in this spectacular bid division of this New York Stallion Series.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I would certainly think that this one would be more shocking, just because Friend of the Devil has a pretty significant pace advantage. There were some other pace horses in the race that could have made opponents' chances a little bit more difficult. That doesn't exist here. The only other horse that could challenge is coming from the same barn, so you'd like to think they won't. This horse also has a significant figure edge against other horses. There's some horses in that last race down at Monmouth that had some speed figures that were at least comparable. And for me, Friend of the Devil is like I said, is sitting on the edge of turning into a pretty darn good open stakes quality type of New York bred turf sprinter.
See if he can take that next step forward here this afternoon, and what Christopher Elliott is going to do with this horse, because we know he's going to control. We know he's the fastest horse in the race, but is he going to go as fast as he did last time? He probably does not have to, but is this a horse who just wants to roll?
It probably doesn't have to, but that's a great point you bring up, is what mistakes could Christopher Elliott make And to me, the mistake he could make is inviting the other horses into the race, trying to turn this into a walk the dog on the front end thing. Then you take away Friend of the Devil's greatest weapon, which is his speed. I talk about it all the time with Steph Curry. It's like telling Steph Curry to just do layups. No, his weapon is shooting threes. Christopher Elliott needs to let Friend of the Devil shoot threes, which is letting him get on the front end.
That's what he does best. Use his speed as his weapon. He just stepped in for the Carlos Martin barn. He's a 1-4 favorite in this New York Stallion Series spectacular bid division, trying to remain perfect. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
All set. Movement from Dancing Bear. And they're off. Dancing Bear broke very sharply. Friend of the Devil is now going to sit in second. It's Dancing Bear. Descent the Tempo is now going to take back just a touch and let Friend of the Devil press on. Friend of the Devil has the lead, is up by now full length here as Dancing Bear is going to stalk from second at the rail. That's River of Time. Red Silk shoved along as I'm Due, and the trailer, Strobe Light. They get set to work into the far turn. They're chasing Friend of the Devil. The big favorite went 21-4 on the front end. Dancing Bear is back for more towards the outside. Romero Mirage is trying to challenge here, but Friend of the Devil still doing it easily. River of Time and Junior Alvarado moving through at the rail, drafting right in behind the leader as they reach the top of the lane. Christopher Elliott now pushes the button here on Friend of the Devil, and Friend of the Devil is trying to open up on the field and doing just that. It's Friend of the Devil. River of Time is in full pursuit. Backing up there was Dancing Bear from the back. I'm Due. But Friend of the Devil just keeps opening that stride up inside the final 16th, and Friend of the Devil will win this spectacular bid division easily. Friend of the Devil wins it over River of Time. Then came I'm Due, followed by Dancing Bear in 1:07.41 in the New York Stallion Stakes.
Friend of the Devil does it again. 3 for 3 now, sprinting on the lawn, and it's warm out here. This turf course is playing quick, 107-41. That is moving on the lawn. It got a little early test from the stablemate, who eventually backed off.
Yeah, the stablemate just broke a little bit better. And I think that, there's probably instructions for both riders is that, the 5 was going to be on the lead, the 7 was going to set off. The 5 ended up taking the lead with Christopher Elliott and was just comfortable all the way around there. And look, those are real fractions. This horse is naturally fast. And while I'm not one who thinks that the 5.5 for a speed horse is like the key, but as fast as this horse runs early and the finish that this horse has, 5.5 is just going to be more devastating for the competition because he can go as fast as those 5.5 type horses, but he finishes like a miler. This is a very, very nice New York bred turf sprinter.
Well, 5 of the 7 stablemates here. And they wanted to try and rate Dancing Bear the 7, but as you said, he broke extremely sharp. He was keen early. He actually was in front for a moment before Romero Mirage said, let's take back.
Yeah, let's take back. And look, I mean, he was never winning, so it's there's no reason to try to confuse the situation between stablemates. And Christopher Elliott finally found himself on the front end, and he didn't make that mistake, right? When you go 43.92, you're letting your horse use his weapon. Because the one River Time who loomed for a 2.5 seconds, when it was time for the running to happen, River of Time didn't have it because River of Time was chasing 43.92. If River of Time was chasing 45 because Christopher Elliott tried to walk the dog with the 5, suddenly that finish might have been there, and it could have been a much closer finish. When you have speed, you gotta use that as a weapon.
Big opportunity for this young rider, still an apprentice, to have a horse of this quality. Friend of the Devil now 3 for 3, sprinting on the turf. He's been aboard for all 3 of those starts. Carlos Martin has done a great job with this horse, including picking out his spots and getting him on the lawn. Exciting 3-year-old who wins this stake.
(16-2), a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
New York Stallion Series, spectacular bid division, and this is a very talented 3-year-old sprinting on the lawn. Friend of the Devil, now a perfect 3 for 3. Winner circle lead in. Brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton July Selected Horses of Racing Age sale to be held July 8th in Lexington, Kentucky. Start considering your entries today. Carlos Martin has a very talented turf sprinter on his hands.
He certainly does, and one that if I could add to my list, maybe I'll make him number 6 at the top of the show. I gave my top 5 of horses I'm excited about seeing at Saratoga. We'll put Friend of the Devil on the AEs of that list.
I like it. Let's go to Maggie.
Oh, we're just discussing some tactics here, but pleased to be joined by winning trainer and owner Carlos Martin and Mark Holliday. And Carlos, just Friend of the Devil. You know what I love about him is he is a sprinter, and I'll get to a next question, but a sprinter that also has another gear down the lane.
Yeah, I know he's been an amazing horse. I'm so happy that we were able to buy him as a yearling. Mark's been a big supporter of the team, and Dan Hayden, who we've been trusted to buy our horses, we fell in love with him when I saw him at Indian Creek as a yearling in the New York bred sale. And he's funny because he's got that sovereignty in the second dam, Slus and Muska. So we're excited about maybe, going a little further in the future maybe. We'll see how it goes.
They don't call him Computer Carlos for nothing. Right. Mark, but also keeping Christopher Elliott on. I mean, He did nothing wrong. Talk about that decision.
Well, that's an easy decision for me. I mean, he's now 3 for 3 with the horse on the outer here at Aqueduct. He's with the horse in the mornings, breezing. My feeling is people need a break, they need a chance, and Christopher Scholl, he really did a professional job, and the horse did as well. And a shout out to Carlos for getting, 60 days we trained up for this race. Horse looked absolutely fantastic. And a little shout out to my partner, Jerry Zauer, who couldn't be here today, but it's fun to be on this journey with him.
I was going to say, you both like, Bob Dylan is Jerry, and you are Grateful Dead, right?
Yeah, well, this the Friend of the Devil could be either way you look. It's either a Friend of the Blue Devil or Jerry's band. We figured it solves both, and we love the names.
Absolutely. And Carlos, you said you're feeling confident about stretching him out in the next Stallion Series race, which Is it a mile or a mile and 16th up in Saratoga?
Thankfully, I think a mile would be just about right. And it's great to take advantage of this series. And I know Mark's such a big proponent of the New York bred program. And we're New Yorkers, so we want to support the program before we someday, hopefully, get the opportunity to throw them into a little deeper, shallow, deeper end of the pond.
I think rightfully so, and you are justified to dream big. But enjoy this win today. Very nice.
Maggie, terrific. Thank you. And wonderful day here at Aqueduct. Unbelievable. Thank you.
It's always a wonderful day when you're in the winner's circle, guys.
Especially with a horse like this who has all this potential still in front of him. Interesting to hear, though. Yeah, going to stretch him out next time out.
But if he's ridden like one of your favorite horses of all time, a New York bred Voodoo Song, then that's how he can handle those situations. I think if you try to take a horse like this and you try to go out there and see if you can get a mile, that's the worst thing you can do with a horse like this. Go out there, let them roll, make them chase you around there, and see if you have a special animal that wants to hold that same speed for that long.
Yeah, and Maggie asked the question. Good to hear that it was an easy choice. Big win for this young rider, Christopher Elliott. Still an apprentice to have an opportunity like this and answering the bell.
Well, yeah, it's funny. You know, once upon a time, someone gave Irad a shot, right? And you never know until you give guys a chance and girls a chance to prove that they're worthy of those big race opportunities. And Christopher Elliott just proved that he was, at least for this moment.
It's Kieran McLaughlin, I think, who gave Irad that shot and turned out to be a pretty good move. He's won a few since then. That is it for the two of us. Coming up next, Andy Serling, Acacia Clement. They'll take over on the desk right after this as action continues on FS2. Stick around. Plenty more action ahead, including the Peter Pan runner-up lining up in the Grade 3 Ohio Derby. You'll see McAfee back in action. Still to come.
Arcangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's ride.
And Adair Manor will take the Clementel Hirsch. Olympiad gets the gold. It is Timberlake who's going to win.
Tap it twice! Tap it twice!
Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
The most underrated sale in America, ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, stakes horses, and 2-year-old winners. Precocious yearlings selected on pedigree and superior conformation, plus a showcase of the freshman sires of 2025. Recent grads include Grade 1 winners Chancer McPatrick and Carson's Run, with a growing list of graded stakes winners. Buy smarter, buy earlier, buy in July. The Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings, July 8th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by NYRA. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NYRABets.com today. Thanks for joining us on this Saturday afternoon, bright and sunny, as we're coming to you live from Aqueduct Racetrack here in South Ozone Park. We just saw some stakes action and continuing on with our card for the rest of the afternoon. We have a new crew stepping in on the set here. Keisha Clement alongside Andy Serling. We both have been here for quite a while, but now we get to jump up on the set as we continue on with this card. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well. It's nice to be up here and look for the races. Friend of the Devil looking pretty good. I mean, I understand they're going to stretch out. It's the next successive race, so unless they want to run against opens in a race like the Quick Call at 5.5, running the Stallion Series, lucrative series, they're going to have to go a mile up in Saratoga. He's obviously talented. We'll see how far he wants to go. If it doesn't work out, they can always cut him back. He's good enough to run against open company.
Yeah, we'll see what the future does hold for the very quick and very talented Friend of the Devil. But first we head over to Monmouth Park, race 7. Coming up next, 6 furlongs on the main track here, allowance optional claiming. And we take a look at the field. It's Silver Slugger, 3-5, a horse that was actually the favorite last time out in Saratoga, though did not perform well. More on him in a moment, starting things off with the 1 Without Pretense.
Yeah, Without Pretenses doesn't really have much speed, which figures to work against him. And I mean, everything depends on what Silver Slugger does here. I guess he's not impossible if the favorite doesn't show up.
Here is the 2 big price on Depoli.
He might be impossible even if the favorite fails to show up.
We see what takes place. Lord Barrier coming in off of a layoff.
Yeah, tough spot off a layoff, but this guy has run some decent figs in his most recent starts, and he's got a pretty good record.
Levy Was Dry, a good name for a Son of McLean's music.
Well, absolutely. He's going to have to get a lot better. This horse is only 6-1. He should be about 60-1.
Here is what we saw the 5 persistent go by. There's the 6 XY Prime.
Yeah, I mean, XY Prime is probably the second likeliest winner here. And I guess if you look, I probably overstated it with Levy Was Dry in here, but XY Prime is probably the biggest threat.
There's your favorite, Silver Slugger.
He shows up with his good effort. He's going to win this race. I even think he wins if he runs the race he ran in Saratoga.
Very cool horse, second in the neighborhood too.
Amazing
back.
horse.
Yeah.
Kind of one of the coolest horses racing, to be honest with you.
And here's a name I like. You probably like this name too, Grouch.
He may or may not be named for me. He does appear to be a little bit better on turf, however.
That's the field. There is Jaco Lopez giving his traditional warm-up to Silver Slugger. We're going back to the John A. neighborhood where what you talking about won, and he was a main player coming into that race, whereas Silver Slugger was a bit of a price. He was on a win streak, but a horse that had started out his career breaking his maiden for $16,000.
He has one of the craziest records you've ever seen, right? Ease in a stake race in his debut, comes back in a $16,000 claimer 14 months later, wins that, wins another claiming race. He's out for another 10 months. He runs in an $8,000 claiming race, wins that, doesn't do well in a stake, but not that badly, and then you know, those 3 progressive races where the figures just getting better and better, and then he gets like a real gut check and runs huge in this race. Saratoga was a pretty contested pace on a very sloppy track, and the truth is, given the pace and given his position, he didn't even run that badly. If he runs as well as he did last time at Saratoga, he's probably going to win this race.
And while not a stake, did meet a pretty salty field at Saratoga last time out. He's 2-5. For more, let's check in with Paul LaDuca.
Yeah, Keisha and Andy, welcome to the show. It's good to see you guys too as well. Yeah, listen, I mean, Silver Slugger's going to be just really tough to beat in here, and owned by my good friend Victor Martinez. And if you don't know, if you are the best hitter in your position, you get the Silver Slugger Award. So I always rip on Victor Martinez because he was really a DH and he won like 4 Silver Sluggers, and I only won 1. So I'm a little jealous of Victor, but he was a heck of a hitter. This horse is by far the horse to beat. And I mean, just when you look at it too, Keisha, every time this horse draws towards the outside, it seems like he's been getting inside draws. When he draws outside, he's 3 for 3. And I think just getting that outside draw, I do think the horse on the complete outside, the 8 in here, Grouch, can maybe kind of draft off him. I'm kind of with Andy with the 6 and the 8 or the other 2 runners in here that you might want to put underneath the 7. I just think that this is one of those things where the 7 is going to really be tough to beat in this race. I'll throw in the 1 Without Pretense. I think this horse can get into the trifecta. I would play 7-1 all, 7 all 1, try to get the 1 into the try, because it seems like this horse can save a little bit of ground and has some decent numbers, 4 seconds and a third. I'm just trying to get some value underneath the 7 because I just don't think Silver Slugger can really lose this race.
We'll see how it plays out. Definitely an easy horse to root for, Paulie. Thank you, Silver Slugger, 2-5. If you are in agreement with Paul, Andy, and prefer the favorite, who else would you take a look at?
Well, I mean, I don't really have anything clever to say in here. I guess a horse like the 6 could be second in this race. I mean, the 3 off the layoff, I don't really have a strong opinion in here. There's so much guesswork to be done here. I just think the favorite's going to win. I don't have an exact opinion, sorry.
Silver Slugger, he's pretty good. We'll see what he does in the upcoming 7th at Monmouth. Here's Matt Dinerman.
Here's Grouch and Fernando Jara in the red and yellow colors. Grouch goes in. We're ready to go. And they're off. Silver Slugger wins the start. The favorite broke very sharply today. XY Prime joins him. Levy was dry in the mix as well. Levy was dry inside of the aforementioned pair is challenging Silver Slugger. Silver Slugger now with a neck in front. Levy was dry to the inside. Gap of 2 to Lord Barrier. Settles in third with XY Prime the gray. Wasn't quick enough to go with the top pair. Is fourth now, nickeled along with a half mile to go. Then comes Grouch without pretense inside of him. 2 clear of DePoli and 4 back to Persistent, who's at the tail end of the field as they round the far turn. Silver Slugger, he went off at 1-9, and he rounds the far turn a half length in front of Levy. It was dry. Lord Barrier at a price, getting closer in the 3rd position as Silver Slugger puts away Levy was dry at the quarter pole. Lord Barrier second to the outside of Silver Slugger, coming to the top of the lane. XY Prime gets a tap on the shoulder. They're down the stretch here. Silver Slugger attempting to fend off Lord Barrier. He is at the moment. Silver Slugger, 1 furlong to go. The leader by 2 from Lord Barrier and XY Prime, who flattens out in 3rd. Silver Slugger, the heavy hitter today here in race 7, and he wins it by 2.5 lengths. Lord Barrier was second best. XY Prime 3rd, DePoli 4th.
Silver Slugger gets it done, much the best in here, and a fun story, a really fun horse to follow, and a nice win for, of course, Victor Martinez's Victoria Ranch.
Yeah, no, he looked like he could be in a little trouble top of the stretch, but once Paco sort of asked him for a horse, he ran away from the field, and he really is. I mean, in some ways, he has a little reminiscent of Maximum Security, who started out in the maiden claiming race first time out, but his story is even more remarkable, not just because of how many times he ran lower level races, but also the gaps in his races early. And now, I mean, I'm not saying he's winning a great stake on the dirt, but he came within a head of doing it. He's a very, very neat horse, and it just sort of shows that, like Richie likes to say, a good horse can come from anywhere.
Just a very honest runner as well. Son of Cairo Prince, 5-year-old in the best form of his career now this year. Silver Slugger picks up another win. Back over to New York, race 7 coming up next. Belmont at the Big A. New York bred first level allowance going a mile on the main track, and there is Toscano. Going back to the main track for Mike Maker for more on this son of Vina Rosso, let's check in the paddock with Maggie Wolfendale.
And Acacia, yeah, taking a look at Toscano. I haven't seen him since last summer up at Saratoga, where his performances, at least during the main meet, were pretty disappointing, but I suppose you could come up with excuses. One was on that sloppy racetrack going 9 furlongs, which is a little bit beyond him. And then as he turned back sharply to 6.5, he was disappointing that day, but then a subsequent long layoff after that. So you would have to think something went wrong that day. And since he's come back and has been in 2 different barns, he's refound his form. And like I said, a horse that I liked a lot last year, same thing rings true in this Aqueduct paddock. As he's grown up a little bit, he's kind of evened out his frame. So I think this 1-turn mile is ultimately ideal for him, as he is proven on his PPs as well. Nicely on the bridle, really healthy, and getting back to the dirt. I think he makes a lot of sense in this spot. I think he will be very tough, but the entry could pose some issues for him, as the one Ja Moden here very well could work out to be the lone speed, as he is one, though, that the majority of his work has been done around 2 turns, and the majority of his success, therefore. So Kendrick's going to have to be aggressive with this guy who comes off an nearly 11-month layoff, and he looks fit enough from that kind of lean perspective, but he also just looks as though he needs to strengthen across his top line, a little bit weaker in that area, and it's also kind of true of horses when they get older. He's a 7-year-old that a lot of times they kind of need to race into fitness to really bring up that top line to make it stronger. So I would take the wait and see approach with him, because I'm also not convinced, Acacia, that he's your true kind of one-turn type of runner either.
He has a lot to prove today. Maggie, thank you. And off of a layoff as well. More on the 7th from Belmont at the Big A. In a moment, back over to Monmouth Silver Slugger, who Andy and I just agreed a horse like this would be a perfect candidate for the Vox Populi Award. Just a cool, consistent runner.
I like the idea of an award that recognizes the unheralded horses in the game, which in theory would be nice if a race like a thing like the Vox Populi did.
Yeah.
And maybe what they really should do is have a panel of responsible people, which means they're probably not the people who vote for Clips Awards, to come up with a list of 5 to 10 of these kind of horses, the hard-knocking horses, the claiming types that do well, to sort of, these are the bread and butter of the game, and the horses that are never, and rightfully so, going to be recognized with an Eclipse Award, but let's recognize them. We don't need, and no disrespect to the Cody's Wishes, and I know he was super popular, and that's great. He won Horse of the Year. Did he need the Vox Populi? This is the kind of horse that should get some kind of sort of award like that.
Silver Slugger has some fans up on this set, that's for sure.
Yep.
220, he was a heavy favorite. Fans in the betting public, as well as he was probably in front of the devil, I would imagine, kind of the free bingo squares, so to speak, in that cross-country pick 5. But you got a couple of decent prizes in the first few legs.
Yes, relatively speaking.
Right. Right. In New York, race 7 up next. We'll start things off with the entry. Here's John Mode off that layoff.
Listen, both halves of the entries are reasonable horses. We'll see how these connections who are 0 for 6 in New York. But to be fair, 4 runners hit the board.
The other part of the entry, 3 captains.
Yeah, I think the one is probably the stronger half. I didn't have a strong opinion. Both are live.
Bad Larry is the 2.
I actually am kind of a Bad Larry fan. I just don't think he's contentious here.
I mean, not his best spot. He's 16-1. There's even money favorites. Toscano, turf to dirt.
Listen, he's been in very good form. He's run well in turf and dirt. I don't think he's an even money shot in this field, but he's going to be an overwhelming favorite. Looking at the double, it's not going to be any more than even money.
There's Corvus feeling fresh.
Corvus has got one figure last time that I'm not totally buying that makes him a player.
And Dear Chairman.
I like Dear Chairman. I think you're going to see an aggressive ride from him. He was over his head last time. Not saying he gets the lead from the 1, but I think he'll be forward, and I like his chances in here.
Coming out of a stake try last time out in the Long Branch. Even money on Toscano. You said he's not an even money shot. Expound on that a little bit, that thought process.
His two good races before the turf. First of all, it's a turf race last time, which is irrelevant for this race. The other races are off the turf races on sealed tracks. Now, to be fair, he did run a good figure 4 races back. But I'm not so convinced that he's really a true dirt-type horse running against these. I'm not saying he isn't, and I think he should be favored. But I don't think he's an overwhelmingly likely winner of this race. I think the entry's not impossible, and I like Dear Chairman. Now, one of the reasons he's shorter prices, the options are fairly limited in this race, and either you like the entry or Dear Chairman against him. I don't have any idea why Corvus is taking this money. I don't know. I think he's okay, Toscano, but I kind of want to see him do it in a real dirt race against these horses, and I'm not totally sold on him.
And to be fair, that when he had 2 back in an off-the-turf race, these are all dirt-meant horses that he's facing in here today. As far as the 6th Dear Chairman, been a good afternoon for Christopher Elliott already. Got a stakes win with Friend of the Devil. He is well familiar with this horse as well, Dear Chairman, who does have plenty of speed.
You think it's a big day because he won a stake race. What you don't know is he also met Naja Thompson for the first time today.
Oh, well,
so
it's a
winning
really
the stake
big
takes a
day
back
now.
seat to that tremendous moment in Christopher's life.
It's a big moment in anybody's
I'll tell you
life.
something about Christopher. I think he's really improved as a rider, and the one thing you can be confident with him is he doesn't rate forward horses. He's aggressive, and I like that about him. Because if you're taking a horse of his and the horse has speed, without a bad break, he's going to be forward, and I like that. Now, I don't know if he'll be in front of the 1. I'd love to see that happen, but I think he makes a lot of sense in this race. I know he looks sort of like a 1-number horse, but I think he's run better than it looks in some of his races. That number was at a 1-turn mile like this, and I think he's a reasonable alternative at way too big a price now, though I expect he'll come down. I can't understand how he's a bigger price than Corvus.
9-2 right now on Dear Chairman. What's he showing you, Maggie?
Good signals, and I can confirm with what Andy's saying about his one-turn races being his best, because that's exactly what he looks like. He's a horse that's not quite a sprinter, but he is really, really strong behind the saddle. And those horses that have the length but have the engine, this is ideally what they want to do. So, you know, mile, even back up to 7 furlongs. And honestly, I like him more physically than what I do on paper, because he just looks great. He's got great energy as well. And furthermore, as Andy pointed out, the price is right, the post position's right. So there's definitely some things to like about not about Corvus necessarily, but about Dear Chairman, as like I said, he's impressed me more now having seen him physically. Now, I think Corvus might be a combination of the fact that Ricardo Santana sticks aboard after finishing second on him last time at 1 1/8 miles, which I can't believe he did that, because to me, he honestly looks like he wants to run short, but that's his best number to date. So does he actually need a mile? I don't know. He's a confusing horse, but he does get Lasix for the first time, which I think, you know, maybe has drawn some people in. Overall, for lower profile connections, he is really, really on the muscle. So I wouldn't be surprised if, even though he is cutting back a little bit, for him to be a bit more forward, especially with Ricardo as well, than what we've seen him in those previous shorter races. So I don't know why people are gravitating to him, but I can understand the possible appeal. As the 1A 3 captains, he's a New York bred that's never run here in New York, or faced New York bred company for that matter. Claudio Gonzalez now ships him up here, and he comes out of a race in which the 3rd place finisher there at Monmouth, Awesome Flay, he came back to win with an 89, and the last place finisher came back to win with an 80. So he's faced some real competition, and he definitely has some of the numbers to back things up. Looks great. I much prefer him physically over his coupled entry mate in here. He just looks healthier. I like him back to a 1-turn mile. I think he's more effective than Jaw Mode at this configuration. So look, entries are what they are, but I feel like looking at them, Acacia, that 3 captains is the stronger one.
Maggie, thank you. Some interesting input as far as the entry is concerned. Obviously, you have to take both of them in here, but we'll see if they can get around your now 4-5 favorite.
The problem, in my opinion, with what Maggie's saying, and I'm not disagreeing with her handicapping, and I certainly respect it, is that the 1A on his own would be a significantly, if the 1 and 1A were an entry, and hopefully soon we'll get past this ridiculous arcane rule, the 1, I believe, would be a much shorter price than the 1A. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am.
They're both
So if you like the
5-2.
1A, if you like the 1, all right, I don't bet entries. They're horrendous value unless one of them is so bad that it's not taking any money and not affecting the price. In general, they're just a horrible gamble and the antithesis of what you talk about when you talk about value. But if you like the 1A, I think you're really taking the worst of it with this entry.
4-5 though on the number 3 Toscano as he goes back to the dirt. Maybe the 6th Dear Chairman can make things interesting coming out of a stakes try. Race 7, Belmont at the Big A coming up next. Here's Chris Griffin with the call.
Dear Chairman to the outside, Christopher Elliott aboard. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Dear Chairman towards the far outside, and right there with that leader is 3 captains in the early mix. They're a clear 1-2. Corvus is settling off of them, just got past towards the inside from Toscano, and at the rail here moving through, that's Jamode with Bad Larry. Tightly bunched in behind the leader. They're very tightly bunched as an entire field as they come out of the chute, hook up with the backstretch. It's a scramble on for the front now as Dear Chairman is in front. Toscano has worked towards the outside, and Dylan Davis now a stalking presence from second. Breaking with the lead was 3 captains. Lost some ground there, but now starts to make it up towards the outside of the entry mate. Jamode, who's at the rail now in 4th. Corvus, 3 wide, and the trailer, Bad Larry. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. They're still chasing Dear Chairman. Dear Chairman with that mild pressure here from Toscano. Tries to turn up the pressure through a 45.39 half-mile time. Corvus is on the move for Santana Jr. at the rail. That's Jamode. 3 captains is shoved along, not making up the ground, and the trailer, Bad Larry. Dear Chairman is in front, challenged all the time by Toscano. Wanting off the rail is Jamode, and now Jamode's going to tip out 3 wide as they chase Dear Chairman, who hugs the rail and kicks away. Toscano with every shot to run on by, but Dear Chairman has extended the margin. Dear Chairman trying to run away with it. Here comes Toscano trying to re-rally up on the outside, is doing just that for a final furlong. Dear Chairman, very game towards the inside. Toscano's going to try one final time. 16th left to go. Dear Chairman is in front. Dear Chairman, Christopher Elliott with another one. Dear Chairman wins it over Toscano, followed by Jamode. Then came 3 captains in 1 minute 35.23 seconds.
Dear Chairman gets the win here, using that speed to his advantage and holding off Toscano. And maybe it was the confidence of a stakes win, maybe it was the excitement of meeting Naja, but one thing we know for sure, Christopher Elliott riding in very good form.
Oh, he's got to be having the biggest day of his life. I mean, this is like 3 birthdays in one.
Yeah.
Winning stakes, winning races, meeting Naj. And a key for this horse was the break, because the 1 got left. And when the 1 didn't break, he was able to cruise, and on this racetrack, 23.15 is not that fast. We're seeing very fast times. So even though they went a very fast second quarter, Toscano had to move to him in that quarter, while he had sort of been able to relax enough in the first quarter. And once again, Toscano's okay. I think Dear Chairman's okay. He got a little bit of a break, though, with the start of this race, and because Christopher is an aggressive rider, he was able to take full advantage of it because he's always looking to be forward. So some good things worked out for him. He also might have been the best horse, to be honest.
Dear Chairman, aggressive ride by Christopher Elliott, who picks up another win today, a horse that he knows quite well. Gets the victory at 3-1 over 4-5 favorite Toscano, who tried every step of the way. And here's the start. Keep your eyes on the 1 Jamode to the rail, what Andy was talking about. Breaks it slowly from the inside. Looks like maybe bumped the gate a little bit. Yeah. But that being said, he was slow and had to kind of rush up. And for a horse that on paper looked like he was going to be part of that pace, it did make the winner's job easier.
And I think it's also a pretty good example of the benefit of having an outside post with speed, especially in the mile races, versus the inside post, right? Because the inside post, it just seems like more often than not, things can go wrong. Not always, but they can. Whereas an outside post, they don't go as wrong as they do towards the inside. And that break, I mean, Jamode kind of lost whatever chance he had to win the race, frankly, at that point, and it gave the 6 an advantage.
6-3-1-1A. Number 6, Dear Chairman gets the victory. Christopher Elliott in the saddle. We'll bring you prices and more when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races here on FS2 as Dear Chairman finds his way to the winner's circle as Christopher Elliott, the man of the hour, 3 wins today, including a stake. And Chris, I have to say it's based basically on your aggression. Really aggressive rides. Obviously the horses get you there, but I think you're riding really smart races.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I just try to let the horse, put me in the best spot possible, try to put them in the best spot possible, and just go from there.
With this race, we saw the likely pace setter on the inside just not break cleanly, wanted to bear out a little bit. And did you see that and just said, I'm taking advantage?
Yes, for sure. You know, when I broke the horse's maiden, we won gate to wire, and when I saw the main speed got left, I went for it, and it paid off. So.
How about Friend of the Devil? How cool of a horse is he?
He is the very, very, very classy horse, and he just continues to get better. And I really appreciate Carlos giving me the shot to ride him in the stake, and very blessed.
I was half kidding with you, and I said to you, are we going to make it a 4-bagger? Because I like your long shot in the next race for Bill Morey, and you said, I do too.
Yeah, we're going to try. We're going to try for sure.
All right, aboard Queen Atlas in the next. Best of luck, but congratulations on a huge day.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, Christopher Elliott making the best for sure of all his mounts today, Acacia.
Well done, Christopher. Good day. Heading back to the jocks room. Still more to come. And as Maggie said, that aggression paying off. $8.10 winner here with Dear Chairman taking advantage and using that pace. We turn our attention onto race 8. We're back on the turf here, going a mile, 35,000 claiming race, non-winners of 2 for fillies and mares. And you have a tepid 3-1 favorite right now with the 7, River Tay, who's off of a layoff as well for Bruce Brown. It's just that kind of race, Andy. A lot of layoff runners.
What I would say to people who are thinking of betting here is, if you like somebody to price here, don't be afraid. Because when the horses to beat are horses like River Tay coming off a layoff, Silent Melody coming off a layoff, and they kind of are the 3 and 7, the horses to beat, whatever that means. It makes the race wide open to anybody. I'm interested in the 9 and 12. I'm going to throw the 1 in on Maggie Say-So as potentially being speedy on the inside. I'm a little worried about horses outside posts on this inner turf course where the rail has been a big advantage. But I do think both Bella Voce and Toxic Girl are interesting players in a race where you make a case for a horse. Don't worry about the odds. Bet your money.
It's a wide open board right now. A really interesting race coming up. We'll talk more about it in a moment. First, we turn our attention back over to Monmouth Park as we have more action coming up there. Late double from the Jersey Shore. We're on the turf for the 8th at Monmouth in this allowance. We have another intriguing field there. Also a wide open tote board. We'll talk more about it when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
An Eclipse champion by leading young sire Not This Time. Up to the Mark made an impression in the sales ring, bringing $450,000. He then left his mark on the racetrack. A debut winner at Saratoga before compiling 3 consecutive Grade 1 wins in the Turf Classic at Churchill Downs, the Manhattan Stakes at Belmont, and the Turf Mile at Keeneland. Up to the Mark now seeks to leave his mark as a stallion, standing at Lane's End.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 5th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day celebrates retired racehorses and fun for the whole family. Free with paid admission on Thursday, July 17th.
It's Mandaloon. Mandaloon wins.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on this beautiful Saturday afternoon. Is today technically the first day of summer?
I believe it is.
I believe it
it's
is,
the solstice,
right? The solstice, yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to be out banging a drum in Riverside Park at around whenever it is, official solstice. Yeah.
Oh, good. Well, if you want a good show, you know where to go. Race 8 coming up next.
My brother's a drummer.
Is he really?
Yeah.
My cousin was a drummer.
Brother studied in the bush in Ghana and Nigeria.
That's amazing.
Yeah, no. He's got amazing slides. I haven't seen him in years, but amazing stuff, yeah.
Here is the one I'm on fire. Now the favorite with Paco Lopez climbing aboard.
Yeah, it's a big rider change. It's a good post on a horse that runs fast figures. It's just a very logical horse.
Just makes sense in this spot. Big price on this horse, Shida Runner off the layoff.
Now, this would be an upset. His first time in the grass, but this horse doesn't really have a screaming turf pedigree.
Last time out winner being Machine, and here's the 4 Tested.
Yeah, Tested. Did break the maiden last time, but would have to step forward.
Sandpipes gets blinkers on.
Yeah, I thought this horse actually ran very well with a wide trip again. Same rider's back, but a very logical alternative.
Another logical horse, Mickey Shalag went by. There's the 7 Shrug.
Right. Mickey Shalala is the one I would be against that's taking money. Shrug I'd be against, period, but hasn't run since last August.
2 Step and Kluki went by. Here's Happy Cat off the bench.
I mean, the last race wasn't that bad, but it was last August, so you're getting a horse off a layoff in a tough spot.
See the Truth, a generous price, and a generous price on, I think, a contender for Delite Caillou.
This horse is a massive overlay, and I'll tell you something, if Barbosa's able to clear, which he does have the speed to do it, this horse is going to be very tough. This horse is a massive overlay, in my opinion.
8-1, generous price on that outside runner. For more on this 8th race, let's check in with Paulie.
Well, I couldn't agree with you more off the get-go with the 11 horse. The horse should not be right now at 8-1. If this horse had a different post position, he'd be right up there with favoritism with the 1 and the 5. But that's who I'm going to talk about. You know, the 1 in here, Andy made a good point. This is a key rider change. Nothing against Melissa Iorio, but this is a horse that's actually a very keen horse. And I'm wondering if Paco opens up the reins a little bit. Now, the 2 in here, he might show a little bit of speed, but I think Paco might go to the front end and let this horse go because Melissa was really struggling to get this horse to settle a little bit, and I think that's the reason why he kind of doesn't finish. But I think he's obviously, like Andy said, he makes just a ton of sense, both of you. Sandpipes would be my other horse in here. He was better than I'm on Fire when they faced each other recently, 2 back, and was wide most of the day with Fernando Jara, and this horse had some bad trips, has the 5 Sandpipes. But this colt by Summerfront will put the blinkers on for the first time, and Lindsay is very sharp when she does these kind of moves. So I do think the 5 with a better trip, if Fernando Jara can save some ground, is the other horse in here. And I'm with Andy. I think the 6 is the kind of the play against at 4-1. The 11's the horse that's getting overlooked. And, Andy, I'll give the 7 a shot to hit the board in here. Diane Marici's horses have been running well. This horse stepped on the turf for the first time, and I thought won in good fashion. You don't really want to wait that long since August, obviously, to run this Son of Candy ride back. But I think this horse has got a little bit of potential maybe to hit the board at 18-1. But if I'm looking at the board right now, I'd probably land on the 5. But the rider on the 1 wins a lot of races, Acacia.
Yes, he does. That's for sure. Paul Paco Lopez aboard the number 1. I'm on Fire. And as he said, I mean, this is just a logical horse. Picking up Paco just kind of makes sense in this spot. You're going to have to take the worst of it with the price, but certainly a logical contender.
I don't think the horse is a massive underlay at 2-1, to be honest. It is a positive rider change. The horse runs fast figures, drew the rail, has speed. So even if they let the 11 go, this horse is going to be right in position behind him. I don't see anything not to like. I think the rail's been good from what I've heard on the turf at Monmouth recently with the rails having come down. So I think he's the right favorite in this race. And, you know, I think that he's a better bet than the 5. One of my problems with the 5 is it's not a rider who I'm a big fan of. He's 7 for 130 this year. And Jara's 7 for 130 with Jose Santos Jr. putting him on a lot of very, very live horses, and he's not getting it done. And you even look at, like, the trip last time. This horse was wide throughout the entire race, and it's just not winning kind of trips, and he's got to find a way, especially on this course, to save some ground. I'd rather bet the 1 at 2-1 than the 5 at 5-2. I'm sort of 111 with 5.
What about the 6, Mickey Shalala, who, as you said, in the post parade, kind of a horse to go against? This one does have a layoff to contend with as well.
Well, one of the problems I have with him, and he's obviously not impossible, is he has no speed. And the 1 and 11 are both speed types, and so the horses he has to beat are speed types. And he doesn't have any speed. And I also, you look at his last race, there was a whole group of horses at the finish together. Those kind of races are usually worse than they look like when the whole fields come together, because it's far more likely that a field was weak if 4 to 6 of them hit the wire together than 4 to 6 of them ran very well. Even though we have seen Mistronic, the horse who was second, come back and run well so far at this meet at Aqueduct, so it does legitimize that race. I'm just not thrilled with him, and I think tactically he's giving up a big advantage. On the other hand, he's drifted to 9-2, so if you like him, at least he's not that short a price now. He's just not really my cup of tea in here. He'd be my 4th choice.
5-1 still on the 11, Fidel like Coyote. He's come down a bit, but I mean, quickly as they load, this is a horse who I think has good races and is dangerous with his speed. Has to work out a trip, obviously.
I completely agree. I mean, if I'm the rider, and if I'm the rider, I would have fallen off at the start. But if I stayed on and I could ride, I'd want to be aggressive. And if Paco's super aggressive in the 1, then I think you look to tuck in behind him. But I think the potential exists for him to be the main speed in this race. And if he clears, it could be over.
See how it plays out. He goes in race 8 from Monmouth as the number 8. Just as I was about to throw, 2-step, and Kluge broke through the gate. Well done by the assistant starters, holding on to him. They did a terrific job there, given the circumstances.
And Pedro Cotto Jr. riding him. Boy, he's been riding for a long time.
Yeah. So they'll bring that gelding behind the starting gate. Have the vets give a quick inspection, make sure everything is okay, and looks like they're going to then try and load him back in. Rider is off as of now, and he's getting a leg back up. We'll take 2 here, race 8 at Monmouth. Matt Dinerman has the call.
He reloads into the gate. Now we're ready to go. And they're off. From the far outside, Fidelay Coyote sent hard for speed here, and from the far outside post is second early. Shy to Runner is quickest, leads clearly by about 2 from Fidelay Coyote, and I'm on Fire second and third. Tested in the 4th position in the early stages here, and then comes See the Truth. He's on the outside, 7 lengths behind. Bean Machine alongside of him. Sandpipe's a little bit eager in a tight spot down on the rail. Mickey Shalala is outside of him as they corner into the turn. Happy Cat is third last. Second to last is Shrug, and that leaves the long shot, 2-step, and Kluge to trail the field as the 11 runners approach the backstretch run. Shy to Runner, the leader by a length and 3/4 from Fidelay Coyote, and I'm on Fire once again today, showing those hard-to-control antics. He's on a strong hold to settle down, now does so, gets into the bridle with 5 furlongs to go. I'm on Fire third on the rail, 2.5 lengths behind. Length and a half to Tested, racing alone in 4th. Sandpipe's hard to control. He's very keen behind horses here. On the inside, Shrug is making a very early move. There goes Shrug. He was about 7th or 8th moment ago. He's third now, approaching the turn, and Mickey Shalala is following his move in the 3-path, rounding the 4-turn run. Then comes See the Truth, plummeting back to third last. 2-step, and Kluge and Happy Cat are the trailers. Coming to the top of the stretch, Shy to Runner. He's 95-1, still has the lead from Shrug, who tips outside, is right up to challenge that front runner at the top of the lane. I'm on Fire on the far outside. He gets outside in third, 2 behind with 1 furlong to go. Shy to Runner running a huge race at a massive number. Here comes I'm on Fire, Shrug between them. Shrug, Shy to Runner, outside I'm on Fire. I'm on Fire gets there. I'm on Fire over Shrug, Shy to Runner, and Fidelay Coyote.
I'm on Fire in time delivers as the favorite. Big price with a huge effort from the 2. Shy to Runner off the layoff inside there. Paul liked the 7. Shrug a bit as well, but Paco Lopez in the final jumps.
The Shrug ran very well with an interesting trip. The winner got a little bit lucky to win, to be honest. Got an absolutely perfect trip, saving ground and angling out. And if you bet Shied a Runner in the horse's turf debut, and I couldn't find any turf pedigree to speak of, I don't know about you.
No.
This was an absolutely brutal beat because that horse hung in the entire way at almost 100 to 1.
Handled synthetic, obviously was able to handle the turf as well. Back over to Belmont at the Big A. Horses in the paddock for race 8, as we mentioned. As we bring Maggie in, this is a wide open race, Maggie, with a lot of layoff runners.
That's right, Acacia. A lot just going on, period, with horses trying the turf for the first time or trying it for only the second time, as we'll check in with those layoff runners, though, here in the paddock, beginning with number 3, Silent Melody, as she's had her chances, to be fair. Last time she was on the turf, it was a tougher field, that New York bred allowance race, and ultimately she just really had no response late. I thought she was in a good position and just didn't deliver, but again, against some tougher company. So arguably this is one of the weaker fields that she's faced in her career. I've just never been her biggest fan, especially for Jorge Abreu, whom his horses I usually like in the paddock. She's just so lightly framed and just never looks strong overall. And look, she's not taking that much money, at least as of now, on the board. So if you like her, okay, fine, if you're going to get paid. As number 7 is River Tay, whom in the past, when I've seen her off of layoffs, she looks heavy. She looks very soft. Not the case today. Relatively speaking, she looks pretty strong and well-defined overall. So she's actually making a better impression on me with regards to these layoffs that we're seeing coming in here. And we'll see if I wish she could put herself in the game a bit more. It felt like early on in her career, going longer on the turf, she was a bit handier. And then as of last year, she kind of lost that early foot. See if she can show it today. But a horse that I wasn't expecting to like is number 8, Duboff, for scratch off and make her 3-year-old bow here, as she was able to get the job done against New Jersey breds going the 5/8, and then showed up in the Stewart Manor. Didn't do much running that day, but was a massive price. She, of the layoff runners, looks by far the most fit. And furthermore, she looks as though she should handle the stretch out because she has grown quite nicely, going from 2 to 3. So she, I find, fairly intriguing here, Acacia, just as one coming back off the bench.
We'll see how it plays out, Maggie. Thank you. Wide open 8th race on the turf. Up next from New York as we get ready to kick off the late pick 4 from Belmont at the Big A. We'll be back.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Acacia Kamam, Andy Sterling, Maggie Wolfendale, and Paul LaDuca. Thanks for joining us as we have post-parade for race 8 moments ago on tape. We'll meet the field starting things off with the one Queen Atlas stretching out.
The question is, can she make the lead? She gets an advantageous rail post, but Enigmatic has a lot of speed as well. We'll see if she's a turf horse, but she sort of had no chance in her lone turf race going short. If you want to take a shot with her, kind of a better spot to do it at a price.
Yeah, dropping down. Here's Dream on Cara, switching to the turf for the first time in a long time.
She does have turf pedigree in the dam side, but she's a central banker, and her turf races just aren't very good.
Silent Melody off the bench.
I mean, listen, she kind of looks better than she is on paper. I'm not a fan, but I see the argument.
Miss Spitfire dropping class.
She's going to have to be a completely different horse than she was before, and I'm a fan of the trainer, but she needs to improve.
This is the 5 Enigmatic moments ago in the post parade. It did actually just get loose, we're being told, but has been apprehended out on the track. The 6 Lucky and Gorgeous went by, and there's the 7, your current tepid favorite, River Tay.
If the 5 is scratched as it moves up the 1. River Tay, I guess she's kind of logical, but how good is she really? And she's also off a layoff, running for the waiver.
The number 8 Dub Off, currently co-favorite, stretching out off the bench.
Stretches out for the first time, would have to improve immeasurably from 2 to 3.
7
I think
to
the
2
5
now.
maybe, is he announcing something about the 5?
I'm trying to hear, not sure. Has not been posted yet that she's a scratch, so
If
hold
she's
on.
scratched, it changes the race, makes the 1 much more contentious.
Let's see what takes place here. But first, there's the 10 Eastern Star going by and the 11 Freud's Fancy, first time on the turf in a while. And the 5 is a late scratch.
Yes. We'll talk about that in a second. Freud's Fancy's turf races are not good enough. I think Toxic Girl's dangerous.
Toxic Girl, there she is, first time on the turf. She has plenty of pedigree for it.
Yeah, the dam side's very good. Salamini, not great. The 5 scratching makes the 1 a lot more dangerous in here. A lot more dangerous.
Enigmatic late scratch. Maggie, fill us in. What took place there?
So as soon as Enigmatic got here on the track, she went to link up with the pony, but she said, I'm not playing today. And she went to kind of run backwards really quickly and acted like she was going to kind of go over and departed ways with Romero Mirage and just took off. She ran off the entire 1.1 1/8 of this racetrack. So she is a late scratch here today. So as Andy said, it does make number 1 that much more dangerous. Queen Atlas. Look, I never want any horse to have to be a late scratch. It just goes to show how many things can go wrong and will go wrong in horse racing, but it makes Queen Atlas the perceived lone speed in here with an advantageous rail draw, and physically she actually looks as though she should like more ground because she showed enough speed going the 6 furlongs last time out on what was a good course back on May 24th, and the pace incinerated that day. All the top finishers came from last, with Liner Right going up the rail as well. So Queen Atlas, I think, is really, really dangerous for a really, really dangerous trainer in Bill Morey. Next, we'll move on to number 9, Bella Voce. She tried the turf one time as that was a 3-year-old. At Saratoga. Now, she ran okay. She was on the rail most of the way, you know, encountered a little bit of traffic, but she never switched leads. And to me, she never looked comfortable over the surface. And it's not like she physically screams turf. Now, she does go out for Linda Rice here. She does get Jose Lascano back aboard. There's some things to like, I get it, but there wasn't quite enough for me to really give me the warm and fuzzies about her. As number 12, Toxic Girls, you guys pointed out the pedigree, especially when you go back a generation. The second dam, Honestly Darling, 4 for 11 on the turf and greatest takes place and earning a top buyer of 98 on the surface change. And honestly, she looks like she should appreciate the surface switch. Does get Kendrick Carmouche aboard. It's just the post position. I know, Andy, you're not thrilled with that post position for her either.
Maggie, thank you. Toxic Girl, we'll see how she handles the surface switch, and she's a generous price on the board right now, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, the post is not really exciting. It's a tough post. Kendrick's got to navigate it. But for the dam side, there's plenty of turf in the dam. And in this field, I think that's enough to use the horse a little bit.
With the late scratch of the 5 Enigmatic, and Maggie giving a rundown of what took place there on the track, How does it change the overall race shape? Because she had speed. How does it change the race with her coming out?
It takes a lot of speed out of the race. Now, that could help horses like the 8, the 9, the 12 as well getting position because there seems to be a little less speed. They got to fight for it. But it sort of drops the one on the lead in this race, Queen Atlas. And I don't know that she's a turf horse, but I think if you think she might be, as Maggie does, you can give her a bit of a pass for her last race. So I think it helps her a great deal. I think Della Voce is interesting, a horse that ran pretty well and is a Liam's map, and her only turf start, and is a Liam's map. She might be interesting, especially first time in the grass for Linda Rice.
Dam's only win was on the turf. We'll see what she can do switching surfaces. Also second off the layoff as well. 5-2 favorite continues to be River Tay, who she has her own questions to answer and a layoff to contend with. Very intriguing race on the grass as they load in. For race 8, Belmont at the Big A, here's Chris Griffin.
Freud's Fancy, Lucky and Gorgeous. Toxic Girl to the outside. Toxic Girl goes in. All set. And they're off. Broken a very even line. Eastern Star flashes early speed. The gray towards the outside. Duboff is in the early mix, and at the rail here comes Queen Atlas. Queen Atlas is forwardly placed and in front. Right there to the outside, Javier Castellano on Duboff. They're in second, and Eastern Star's the gray. A touch wide, is trying to save some ground as they go into that turn, but sprinting away, Queen Atlas. Queen Atlas is pumped up and is up by 4 into the turn. Alone in second is going to be Duboff, and right behind them is Eastern Star in third. Challenging in fourth is Miss Spitfire. Ground-saving journey towards the inside in fifth. Towards the outside, there comes Bella Voce. Behind them in sixth, that's going to be Silent Melody, and seventh is going to be River Tay. They're followed in eighth by Freud's Fancy, who's now in front of Lucky and Gorgeous towards the back end of the field. And the two trailers, Dream on Kara and Toxic Girl. They're chasing the runaway leader, Queen Atlas. Queen Atlas on an ambitious journey up front. Queen Atlas is alone up front and is up by 5. Almost 6 lengths into the far turn now. 46-1 for a half-mile time. Can Queen Atlas keep going? Duboff is now in full pursuit, and here comes Duboff. Has gotten much closer and is shrinking that margin quickly. Following them towards the outside. Here comes the run from Bella Voce, is ready to challenge. River Tay is going to be wide. Miss Spitfire's off the rail. Queen Atlas hasn't given up the lead yet. Here comes Duboff down the center of the racetrack, and now Duboff has run right on by. Duboff is now opening up here in the late stages. It's Queen Atlas trying to hold second. Miss Spitfire, Silent Melody from far out of it with River Tay, but it's all Duboff. Duboff is going to win this one stylishly. Queen Atlas will hold second, then Silent Melody, and Miss Spitfire in 1 minute 35.33 seconds.
Duboff off the layoff gets the win here, chasing that pace setter. And yeah, it was a big drop from trying Stakes Company to a $35,000 claiming race.
Yeah. This is one of the greatest day news I've ever seen. I have no idea, even in this field, how this horse was 9-2. She was kind of a winner every step of the way, and the one did run well, finishing second. Fast quarter, kind of ran off a little bit. I'm shocked that this horse is the second choice in this race, to be honest with you.
Nobody else did much running.
No, they really didn't. And there were some wide trips, the 9, the 12, and different things. Well, this horse was 6-1 morning line, so I guess she wasn't that much lower. I guess on the drop down, I mean, her races as a 2-year-old were bad, but I certainly didn't like her, but some others did, and they were right.
8-1, 3-4. Yeah, alone on the lead with that late scratch. We talked about how the dynamics of the race changed with Enigmatic coming out, and Queen Atlas a little bit fast on the front end, but she still was able to hold on for second, even after you said kind of running off a little bit early.
Yeah, it shows the power of the speed and the inside of these courses right now. They are very friendly to inside runners, and the 8 was much the best, but the 1 did run well to be second. Nice call by Maggie.
9-2 on the winner, though. Duboff with the victory. Javier Castellano in the saddle for Greg Sacco, getting the win here. 8-1. Queen Atlas holding on for second. We'll bring you prices and more when we come back. A lot more live racing still to go on America's Day at the Races.
How magnificent was Full Count Felicia? Never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish, First World War. Fort Washington on the outside. They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn, making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Japan's legacy of beauty lives in all we do. Rare sensibilities and breathtaking skill show the way to the finish line. That beauty and that power take you to another world. Racing is art.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. As we just saw, race 8 on the turf here at Belmont at the Big A, and it went to Duboff off the layoff, stretching out, drop in class. She got everything but the kitchen sink as far as changes go today, and it worked into the winner's circle.
No question about it. She was much the best in this race. I missed it. Not a fine job in my handicapping, and a good ride by Javier, who sort of saved a little bit of ground and just took over from the one who really didn't fall apart at all. Duboff just swallowed her up.
The number 1 set the pace. That was Queen Atlas, who was stretching out in distance, and with the late scratch of the 5 in here did change the pace dynamics. Queen Atlas holding on for second, and no real running from the back by anybody else. But she took money, Duboff did, and got the win at 9-2. As we take a look at the prices, 813, $11.20 winner in race number 8.
Unless you find a horse that had a wide trip that you think did a little running, was a little against the racetrack, I'm not dying to take anybody out of this field going forward.
I think that's a really good point. I do think it's a good point. Turning the page on to race number 9. We're on the main track. New York bred maiden claiming for $30,000. And right now, Dark Magic and Omaha Pistol, 2 from the outside, taking most of the attention. Dark Magic getting that drop in class, and Omaha Pistol stretch out in distance.
I prefer Omaha Pistol, though it's close. I'm just not convinced on Dark Magic, though dropping as well is obviously very logical. They're the right 2 on paper. The 1 and 8, I guess, are the fringe players outside of them.
Race 9 from Monmouth Park will be our next order of business, though, as we'll take a quick time out and we'll talk about the finale from the Jersey Shore when we come back. Horses in the paddock and getting ready to go out for that maiden claiming race. Wrap things up there. Hear from Paul, all when we come back.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, getting ready for the nightcap at Monmouth Park. Race 9, a mile on the main track, maiden claiming for 10,000 fillies and mares in the spotlight. You've got a couple of horses taking attention, namely the one, Wild Princess, who will kick off our post-parade. Andy?
Yeah, she looks like the speed in this race, and I guess she's not impossible. And doesn't going to take a Herculean effort here.
There's Gypsy Style stretching out.
Yeah, has gone long before and got an 8 buyer.
Awesome Sunshine, another stretch out, should be forward.
She should be forward along with the 1 as well. I don't trust her, especially going longer.
Winning Shot has gone long before. She went by. More on her in a moment. Here's It's a Chardonnay. Great name.
Yeah, the 4 has a chance on paper. The 5, I don't get her. 5 to 1, huh? Okay.
Whiskey and Rain, yet another stretching out.
Looks a little slow.
Miso Lucky dropping back down.
Not sure why this horse is taking any money, but she's taking some. Hard to have a big opinion here. I thought the 1 and 4 were the horses. I don't have a strong idea here.
They do seem to make the most sense on paper. For more, let's head over to Paula Duca. Paulie, what were your thoughts on the nightcap?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with both of you. I mean, it was between the 1 and the 4 in here, and I'll give a little bit of an assist to the 3 because Melissa Iorio is a very good gate jockey, so I have a feeling that she's going to push the 3 to the front end. I'm in agreement with Andy that the 1 is the other pace in here, but, you know, the 1 probably has a little bottom underneath her, so she can maybe sit in that second spot with Sammy Marin. I landed on the 4 in here for Winning Shot for Christian Marat and Tony Wilson. Now, Tony had a winner last week that just gapped the field, won by like 6 or 7. I think this horse doesn't have a ton of early speed, but can sit in a really good spot. You go from Matty Oliver to Christian Marat. I think it's a even shake, but you get 7 pounds off with the 4 here with Christian Marat. So that's why I landed on the 4. I do think the 3 could be a hamper to the 1, but you know, when I looked at this race, you're cutting hairs between the 1 and the 4, Acacia, and I just landed on the forward here in the nightcap.
Does make a lot of sense. Paul, thank you. As the number 4 winning shot, we kind of skipped over her in the post parade. As you mentioned, and Paul agrees, has a shot on paper. Christian Mirage climbing aboard.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's very little handicapping to be done in this race, to be honest. You've got a lot of horses that run buyers between 10 and 30. So I don't know how you have an absolute opinion here. The 1 might be the horse to beat. It depends how much pressure the 3 puts on this horse. Whereas the 4, the 4 is coming off her best number, but that was an off-the-turf 5.5 furlong race. I'm not confident this horse wants to go long. I mean, they're betting a horse like the 5, who on paper makes absolutely no sense at all. So I don't know, but this is a very hard race to have a real opinion on, to be honest with you.
Hard to feel really confident in anybody, I think, is the fair thing to say. Wild Princess continues to be the favorite, though. A horse that just makes some sense for Kathleen O'Connell, has been in decent form lately at or around this level, 9 to 5.
Yeah, I mean, right. I don't really know what you're supposed to say here, because there's really nothing. Only thing you can say is, well, I think she's better than the other horses here. And if Wild Princess doesn't take an enormous amount of heat from Awesome Sunshine, I think she'll probably win.
Loading in for race 9, Monmouth Park, final race of the card at the Jersey Shore. Matt Dinerman has the call.
Position number 4 about to walk in. That's number 3, Awesome Sunshine, who broke through the front of the gate with Melissa Iorio, who's on her feet here. Awesome Sunshine didn't get very far. Right when they loaded Winning Shot, that's when that occurred. So Awesome Sunshine, still with plenty of energy, is going to be led back behind the gate. Our veterinarian's going to take a look at Awesome Sunshine, and then, if given the green light to compete, we'll reload. There's 3 runners in the gate. Everybody waiting patiently, including the runners that have not loaded to the outside. A 4-to-1 price, at least on the regular tote here. Number 3, Awesome Sunshine. And Awesome Sunshine has been given the green light to compete by our veterinarian, our doctor. So Melissa Iorio is going to head back into the gate with her mount here, Awesome Sunshine, the chestnut filly. It's a Chardonnay, post position number 5. Winning Shot is in. There's 3 more runners to load here behind the gate. It's a Chardonnay is one of them. Two back, Whiskey and Rain. To the outside post, Me So Lucky. We're ready to go in the finale. And Laroff in the nightcap. Me So Lucky sluggish away and is encouraged to pick up the pace in the early stages, well out of it. Me So Lucky as they hit the first turn. Wild Princess on the lead in the yellow jacket with Awesome Sunshine, who's let loose. Awesome Sunshine to the front. Wild Princess delegates to track. Now Awesome Sunshine sprints 2 lengths clear of Wild Princess. I'm a Chardonnay running in the 3rd position. Winning Shot to the inside. Gap of 2.5 to Whiskey and Rain. Gypsy Style, she's second to last. And the slow starting sluggish Me So Lucky is trailing, and stringing them out is Awesome Sunshine. About, well, 15 lengths here probably from front to back, and Awesome Sunshine wings it on the lead with a 2.5 length edge over Wild Princess down the barn side here. Awesome Sunshine gets a breather, leads by 1 3/4 lengths now. Wild Princess in a good gallop second. 4 back to Winning Shot. Christian Mirage already getting to work aboard her as they approach the 4-turn run. There's a gap of 3. It's a Chardonnay has lost position. Whiskey and Rain just passed her into 4th now. Whiskey and Rain 5 off the pace. She's 42 to 1, actually going pretty well well right now. Whiskey and Rain as they round the far turn. Me So Lucky is second to last, and Gypsy Style drops out as they approach the quarter pole. Still on the lead, Awesome Sunshine, but not anymore. She's given way as I say that, and Wild Princess has inherited the lead here, and she's 3 on top at the top of the stretch. It's her race to lose. Wild Princess with Samuel Marin. Whiskey and Rain is asked to accelerate in second, just plotting in place. Me So Lucky was dead last early, is coming, and winning shot. Oh, and number 1, Wild Princess just unseated the rider there. Samuel Marin took a bad step, and they come to the finish line, and Me So Lucky's going to win it over Winning Shot, Whiskey and Rain, and it's a Chardonnay, and there will be a steward's inquiry into this. Samuel Marin, good to see he's conscious and will be attending.
So unfortunate situations there in the nightcap at Monmouth. We'll keep you updated when we come back and take a look at the Ohio Derby after this.
Behind a no-doubt champion, Echo Zulu, Sierra Leone does it. Early voting comes inside. He wins the Preakness. Cybernite, Society, Antiva, it's Baba, Gun Pilot.
Hit 1 man, hit 1 man, hit 1 man, hit 1 man, hit 900, hit 1 man, hit 1 man, hit 9 now 1, now $1,000,000, you're up for $1.5 million. Mark, $3 million, thank you.
Runners on top of the world.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus Class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, secretariat-like.
We're back on America's Day at the races. It's tough to turn the page and continue on, make a segue, but we'll take a look at the field for today's Grade 3 Ohio Derby over at Thistledown. Big day of racing in Ohio, 1 mile and an eighth for the 3-year-olds. And you have some horses, Andy, coming out of Triple Crown races and horses that were major contenders in those, including Clever Again, 9-5 on the morning line. He had speed, he went impressively in the Hot Springs, really took the worst of it, getting pinned on the rail in the Preakness.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know just how good he is. He obviously ran well in this race at Oaklawn, but with the presence of Moplex, it's kind of hard to see him getting away with anything other than a fairly contentious pace, and I think he's got real closers behind him in both Chunk of Gold as well as McAfee, so while he's got some talent, I'm skeptical of him dealing with Moplex and holding off the closers, but he's one of the ones.
Moplex rerouting here as he was a horse who was affected, being part of the barn that was affected by the quarantine Belmont Stakes week, so was entered in the New York bred Mike Lee going 7 furlongs, not able to run there. Jeremiah Englehart saying always wanted to try him 2 turns, so they're going to take a stab at it here. Moplex stretching out to the outside, but as you said, some real closers in the race, including McAfee for Rick Dutrow, who finished second in the Peter Pan last time out. It looked like Rick Dutrow had a pretty strong hand before both he and Captain Cook were run down by Hill Road.
Thought he ran very, very well in here, and he finally got in the game. he had some mediocre trips in both the Gotham and the Wood Memorial, and I was starting to question my allegiance to him. I still picked him in here. I thought he ran very well, and Hill Road just able to run him down. Now, while Hill Road didn't run particularly well in the Belmont, it's a very salty bunch, and McAfee is finally showing he can be talented, and he does feel like he can be a little bit more forward in this race, perhaps, than Chunk of Gold. I kind of prefer Chunk of Gold, but I respect McAfee a great deal.
Chunk of Gold, who actually, when you watch it back, did not run that badly in the Kentucky Derby.
No, he didn't, and I think that he got a little bit too close to the pace in there, and I think that's been the case with him in 2 straight races. And in this race, let him relax, find his own spot. I like Chunk of Gold. I think he's a pretty good horse. I like his chances here quite a bit.
Some pace to run at. Let's meet the field, though, for the nightcap. Belmont at the Big A, starting things off with the 1 Kings and Queens.
It's not quite the nightcap here.
Oh no, I'm sorry. That was the nightcap at Monmouth. We still have.
Listen, if you can get him to leave, I'm okay. You know, Kings and Queens did improve last time. Was at the Muddy Seal track.
Pistol Hip Sam is a big price.
Nothing really to recommend in his race in the turf or dirt.
Monomoy's Partner, tough to trust.
I don't think Monomoy's Girl wants to be known as the partner of this one.
There is that one at a big price. Next will be the 4 Runnamore stretching back out.
Legitimately DQ'd 4 back, has never run back to that number and has lost some almost unlosable races.
5 is out. There's a 6 Daytona Moonshine at a big price.
Yeah, it just seems a little bit slow for this field.
There's one of the main contenders, Dark Magic, coming up next.
Drops down off a big figure last time out as an also ran in what came up a very fast race in the slop at Saratoga.
Gorzo, 11-1 back to the dirt.
I mean, if you have some reason you don't like the 7 or 9, I guess you could make a case for this horse.
And speaking of the 9, currently your favorite, Omaha Pistol.
I prefer Omaha Pistol in this race. First time on a dry track off the claim for Linda Rice. I preferred this one, but I thought it was mostly between the 2 favorites. Something clever happens here. I'm not going to have it.
That's the field for the 9th Belmont at the Big A. Obviously, we have 11 races today. I apologize, but back over as far as the nightcap.
You're trying to leave early. Don't apologize for that, Acacia.
I'm ready to go. We did see an incident in the 9th at Monmouth. Let's go to Paul LaDuca for an update.
Yeah, an unfortunate incident here, Acacia, with Wild Princess, who was on the front end with Sammy Marin. I actually talked to Luis Ocasio, who won the race. He said when the horse kind of switched over to his correct lead, he took a bad step. Now, the good news is Sammy Marin was able to get into, he's in the sick bay already. He was able to walk away from the incident. The bad news is that Wild Princess, the filly by Mastery, I was talking to the state vet. She sustained a hock injury, a really bad injury, and then they're going to have to put her down. An unfortunate situation, but we want to report the news here on America's Day at the Races. But Sammy Marin is okay, and our thoughts and prayers go out to the connections of Wild Princess.
Well, thank you. Good to hear that Sammy Marin is all right, and certainly our condolences to the connections of Wild Princess. Me so lucky. The winner in the 9th race, 32.60 at a big price there at Monmouth Park. Back over to New York as we have race 9 coming up next, Belmont at the Big A. Again, this is a New York bred maiden claiming race. And Maggie, right now, Dark Magic and Omaha Pistol, the 2 on the board, taking most of the attention. Do they back it up on track?
Well, yeah, yes and no, Acacia. I prefer Dark Magic, but let's start with Omaha Pistol. He doesn't necessarily for me. I respect Linda. I respect the fact that, yeah, he gets to a fast track for her for the first time. But to me, and this has been throughout his career, he's just a bit goofy, a bit untrustworthy, he lacks some honesty in his constitution of being a racehorse. He gets a little hot and washy. He's not one that's particularly robust. Yes, he could be the speed here, but also, in his races, last time he wanted to lug in too, which I just, I think ended up leading him to be 4th instead of 3rd. I don't know. He's just not my type of horse. He can win here, sure, but I prefer a drop down and a horse that just looks better than these, at least physically, and that's number 7, Dark Magic. I love the way he's warming up. He's one, too, that gets back to a fast track, but the first time getting to do it going long, and I think he should love that. Even though I will say in that return race up at Saratoga, he was kind of hard on the bridle while right behind the early leaders, and then he came up a bit tired. He is kind of a bigger horse, so one that strikes me as having to run into fitness, so to speak, and two, hit the post, was able to wire the field. I think with the warm-up he's getting by Junior Alvarado, who has kept him moving throughout, that he's going to be prominent as well here, getting more ground to work with, and I just like everything about him in this spot. Now, the one, as Greg Sacco looks to go back-to-back here, Kings and Queens, kind of has been taking some nibbles throughout here, and I thought he broke well enough last time, but just wasn't quick enough to keep up with those sprinters. So he's another one that could potentially be quick here from that inside post position. He's never one that necessarily looks 100% fit, but you would have to think he is, this being his 4th start since beginning his career back in March. But he looks strong, and he's a bigger horse, so I think going the mile is well within his physical scope. So we'll see how he does here, and if the barn can cap their own rolling double. Acacia.
And a nice win in the last race, Maggie. Thank you. Kings and Queens, as the son of King for a Day, is 6-1, stretching out in distance. Did you give this horse a look at all, Andy? The one.
Yeah, no. Well, yeah, I mean, yes and no. It's an enormous rider change to Manny Franco. Huge switch. Having said that, my problem is the horse improved dramatically on a muddy sealed track. So I'm not convinced that that's really improvement. Maybe it was the racetrack. But yeah, I mean, I think I picked this horse 3rd. And if you're looking for an alternative, I prefer this horse to the 8, who's my 4th choice.
6-5 now on the number 9, Omaha Pistol, as he does stretch out in distance. How did you see the pace playing out in this race?
Well, I think the one will probably go from the inside with a clean break, as well as Runnamore, and probably Omaha Pistol in a stalking position with horses like the 7 and 8 sitting behind them.
Dark Magic contender as well, caught Maggie's eye. Very handsome horse. I always hoped that he was going to take a step forward. Dark Magic, we'll see if the drop in class helps him to do so. As we load in for race 9, Belmont at the Big A. A couple more still to go. We'll send it up to Chris Griffin for the call.
Monomoy's Partner. Runnamore. Omaha Pistol. Last to load to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Kings and Queens. Breaks with early speed. All tangled there at the start was Monomoy's Partner. It's going to be the early trailer. Omaha Pistol from a far outside draw. Omaha Pistol just very keen here, sprinting away as they get set to come out of the chute, just trying to cross over. Towards the inside comes Dark Magic, who's now a challenging second, is right there with Gorzo. Then behind them, Kings and Queens just had to tap on the brakes as the top trio now cross over and get to the rail, and then Runnamore is moving up, is taken 4th. That pushes Kings and Queens back to 5th. There in 6th comes Daytona Moonshine. Second to last is Pistol Hip Sam, and after the start, Monomoy's Partner not enjoying things, is trying to lug out, trying to get out there up the backstretch, and now moves over towards the rail. They're approaching a half mile left to go. Omaha Pistol is in front. Chased by Gorzo towards the outside. Dark Magic, a ton of run right now, is at the rail, just waiting for the cue here, just saving all the ground towards the inside. Then comes Runnamore, who's moving forward from 4th. Kings and Queens is encouraged to keep up from 5th. Then Daytona Moonshine. Far back still, Pistol Hip Sam. And starting to put a rally together is Monomoy's Partner. It is Omaha Pistol showing the way. Omaha Pistol in front and Gorzo. Dark Magic is right in behind them. Now gets the cue. Nowhere to go yet as they reach the top of the stretch, and Omaha Pistol is the leader. Omaha Pistol's trying to sprint away. Kings and Queens starts to rally down the center of the racetrack, trying to split rivals. Here comes a run from Dark Magic too. It's Dark Magic who's trying to split rivals and now puts a nose in front, but Kings and Queens is ready to pounce to the outside. Here comes Dark Magic to the inside. Kings and Queens to the outside. Dark Magic is up by a full length, and Dark Magic wins it. Dark Magic wins it over Kings and Queens and Omaha Pistol, followed by Gorzo in 1 minute 37 and 4.
Dark Magic on the drop-in class finally found a seam and was able to get the win and hold off Kings and Queens late.
And Junior Alvarado can do no wrong. Got in a perfect position on the rail, waited patiently as he is a patient rider. The 8 dropped off a little bit, drifted out, gave Junior the seam he needed. He got it done. A very nice performance by the 1. Kings and Queens running there. Slightly better trip for the 8. Not that the 1 had a bad trip, but Junior getting it done. And right now, Junior's on one of those magical runs where it just seems like things are working out for him, and it's nice to see.
And the Belmont barn as well.
Jeez, I mean,
runners, turf, dirt, any level, they all seem to be spotted well.
Agreed.
Dark Magic, the always dangerous team of Belmont and Junior Alvarado teaming up, and Junior riding exceptionally well. I think we hear Richie Migliori talk about that a lot, Andy, when they get a big win. Obviously, the Kentucky Derby and the Belmont Stakes are very, very big wins. But the confidence, and you can see it with Junior in the decisions and the decisiveness that he's making on the racetrack.
Listen, the guy's been a terrific rider for a long, long time, and there were some times when maybe the only question he had was a little bit of consistency issues. But when he's riding well, he's as good as any rider out there, and I just think things are going well for him, and it's like anybody. I mean, when you're betting in this game, you make the right decisions. You throw in that extra long shot in the exacta. You end up doing the things to help you win, and when you're losing, you just have that defeatist attitude. It's like, it doesn't matter. Whatever I do is going to be the wrong move. And I think when you're a rider, it happens also. You know, you're faced with those forks in the road, and when things aren't going well, you have this sort of defeatist attitude. It happens. It's human nature. And I think, it happens with trainers, too. It doesn't matter. Whatever I do, there's going to be somebody better in the race, or I'm going to draw a bad post. When things are going well, you just have that sort of confidence they're going to go well. And as a result, you end up making a clearer decision.
Very well said. Junior Alvarado making all the right decisions on the track right now. Dark Magic with the win in race 9. Prices and more when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Head back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
Little Dark Magic here on America's Day at the Races as he gets his picture taken, breaking his maiden for the dynamic duo of the Belmont barn and the man right here, Junior Alvarado. And Junior, a horse that you rode last time, off a bit of a layoff. He was in a maiden special weight. It looked as though you had horse, and then he just got tired. He was there for you every step of the way, especially when you had to find a seam with this win.
Yeah, I think just, dropping in company, it was everything, for him to do. Everything was a little more easy than the last time. And, yeah, I mean, I had a great position the whole way around. We just was hoping, when we turned from home that he would help me to get through the space that I have, and I mean, he did.
Junior, as I've talked to you throughout, the Triple Crown season, citing injuries that have kept you away, it seems as though, A, you're riding with so much confidence, but B, you look really strong out there. Do you feel as though physically you're doing better than ever?
Yeah, I think physically, I always feel good, but it definitely, when you're in the rhythm right now, riding a lot of horses, winning and now winning big races, I mean, I think mentally you feel even more stronger, and then you get to even be more stronger physically. But I just think, it's a little bit of combination of mentally and physically, and things going right now. I think that helps the most.
Well, you've gotten to do some pretty cool things with the win in the Derby and the Belmont, like throwing out the first pitch at Yankee Stadium. Talk about some of those cool experiences that have happened to you in the past, month and a half.
No, it's been great. I think, the highlight definitely, me growing up, I always wanted to be a baseball player. Then, turning to 14-year-old and everybody grew, I stayed very short. So, I knew that wasn't for me after that. But, then, like I said, get to throw the first pitch at the Yankee Stadium.
You threw a good one, too.
Yeah, it was a good pitch, but you just like, I never made it to the MLB, but here I am in the Yankee Stadium throwing a pitch. It was just an unbelievable experience, not only for me, for my kids, for my wife. They were there with me, and, they treated us very, very amazing that day, too.
It was really cool to watch. Congratulations on all the success, even getting Dark Magic home today.
Thank you.
All right, Junior Alvarado. And with the way he threw that ball, I can see why he was considering the MLB. Acacia.
He certainly has a lot of athleticism on display, and it was even Junior Alvarado Day in Nassau County last week.
Wow.
Yeah.
I missed
Pretty
that.
Cool.
Does he get like a key to the city? Is it one of those types
I don't know exactly what it entailed, but it seemed really cool. I think the whole area in New York, of course, that's where he lives. Nassau County, really supportive, celebrating Junior and all his accomplishments. So really fun stuff.
I want to know who threw a better pitch. Is Dave O'Rourke when he threw out the opening pitch at Fenway, or Junior? They were both pretty strong. Maybe they could use some help. The Mets could use some help right now in the pen. So maybe they should
obviously
try.
Yankee Stadium and Fenway are elite. When I was Miss Connecticut, I threw out the first pitch at a small.
Really?
Yes.
Can we get video footage of this?
I think my dad might somewhere.
I think we need
but
that.
he made me. It was the Hartford Rockcats, which I don't know if they even exist anymore.
You
but
put
anyway,
them out of business?
Probably. They're the yard goats now. But anyway, so I threw out the first pitch, and my dad made me practice in the yard because he said, no daughter of mine will throw underhand, and you're going from the mound like we're doing everything right. And I was so nervous. It's a lot of pressure, and I made it.
I wouldn't
Thank God.
do it for $1,000. I'd embarrass
I
myself.
have no hand-eye coordination.
How'd it do?
But
How'd it go?
it was great.
Really?
I was so relieved afterwards. It's a lot of pressure, so well done, Junior,
I'm
because
impressed.
it's not an easy thing to do, especially a place like Yankee Stadium.
I want the video footage of you throwing out that pitch. I mean, now that you've told it. And what's the name of the team now?
It was
Yard?
the Yard Goats, yeah, in Hartford. They're
interestingly
awesome.
enough, that's our director, Mitch Levitas' nickname.
There you go. As
Who'd have
we'll
thought
take
it?
a look at the field for race 10, sprinting on the turf, New York Bred Allowance coming up as it is the number 3, Perugia, who is currently the favorite, knocking on the door. She won that off the turf race 2 back, but a good effort last time out behind Liner Right.
And this would be a good time. She had trouble to start last time. I think Kendrick wants a clean break and to go to the front with her in this race. Obviously, a very fortuitous scratch for everyone here with the heavily favored Anna Skull coming out. She would have been very, very hard to beat.
So we'll see if she finds herself in a better spot out of the gate today. But earlier this afternoon, we saw some nice stakes performances both here in New York and at Monmouth Park as well, sprinting on the turf. We'll recap what took place after this on America's Day at the Races.
Here comes that big gray Tappet Trice right down the outside. Tappet Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
Tappet Trice's 2024 debut was awesome. Tappet
it, Trice is lunging. Tap it, Trice wins the Woodward.
It all comes down to this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
The moment that defines the year, when the world's most influential buyers gather, and every decision, every bid, every opportunity shapes the future. At a marketplace that brings the thoroughbred world together, and where futures are forged, because every moment matters. At the World's Yearling Sale, Keeneland, September.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Sun, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Saratoga season passes are on sale now and include free admission to the special July 4th Racing Festival. Enjoy 4 additional days of Saratoga for the same price as last year. Secure your season pass for just about $2 per day at NYRA.com/Saratoga. Join America's Day at the Races for the special July 4th Racing Festival at Saratoga Racecourse. 4 days of great racing as a prelude to Saratoga's summer meet. Action kicks off Thursday, July 3rd, 1 Eastern.
I love this stallion barn because this is where we house all of our stallions. And it's a favorite amongst everyone that comes on tour because they get to meet and greet some of their favorite horses that they saw race or are fans of their progeny. So this is Midnight Lou. So these boys are always expecting a mint. Yes, they know when we're coming, don't ya? On these tours. Of course, Loggins is our newest stallion. So son of Go Zapper. Yes, I know. Very handsome, very youthful looking. I like to come when the stallions are coming in from their paddocks. So I get to see them all parade in, and Violence comes in every day, very proud. So I enjoy watching them come in and go into their different stalls, and that happens around noon each day. Violence, I would say, stands the proudest, looks the tallest, even though he's not. If you wanted to draw a picture-perfect stallion, this is what you draw a picture of. He's a beautiful stallion. A little bit aggressive. Clean your mouth out, charlatan. You're messy. This is Charlatan. They call him Charlie in the barn. That's his nickname. So, fun fact about him. Full of personality.
And here is the Horse of the Year, Go Zapper.
Of course, he's a legend of the barn. He's 24 years old. We had no intention of moving our stallion division here when we first purchased Alapa. And when the decision was made to move the whole operation here, we had 6 months to be out of the Lexington facility. So we had to construct that breeding shed and get all of these paddocks up so that we were ready for breeding season for our stallions. So I would say that Good Magic is probably the kindest, gentlest stallion in the barn. We're really proud of Good Magic and excited about his future. Of course, he had Mage win the Kentucky Derby in his first crop. We look forward to everything that's coming up from this guy. Curlin. Here, buddy. Hi, handsome. So here's Curlin. Consider him the king of the barn. Hi. It's great for me to do tours because when I do give a tour, the fans are so blown away and they just say wow constantly that it's a good reminder for me every day to appreciate it.
And our program here, America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa, an absolutely stunning farm there in Kentucky with some top-class stallions. As we mentioned before the break, we had some stakes action a little bit earlier on in the New York Stallion Series here in New York. On paper, Andy, it looked like it was going to be all about Friend of the Devil and that's how it played out on track as well.
With Soon Be King unfortunately not able to run because of the quarantine involving his barn, it made this horse's job much easier. Now, I'm not saying Soon Be King could beat him because he's a good one. He did have, I mean, to be fair, he had everything his own way. And I kind of want to see what happens when he gets in a more competitive spot. I know because the next Stallion Series race is at a mile. They're going to try that and stretch him out rather than run against opens in quick call. It makes some sense. And I know the connections of the second horse are optimistic that he'll close the gap at a mile. I'm not. I think the horse who ran second also took advantage of riding the inside, the place to be, the entire way around the racetrack. I'd be looking at other faces, but this horse is pretty good, and we'll see how far he wants to go. But we know he's a talented sprinter. How talented, we'll find out more going forward.
And it does make sense. You know, you think about it, for the New York Stallion Series, the purse today was $150,000. You stay with the series, you have some big opportunities.
No question about it, and there's no reason to get away from that. And they'll find out if he can't get the mile, then they'll go back to sprint races. But I'm not convinced that he... Listen, he's going to try in all likelihood open company at some point. But like you say, as long as you've got those Stallion races, you might as well try there. Purses are lucrative. He's pretty good, and they're going to have to catch him on the front end going long, too.
Now, 3 for 3 on the grass as well. Just amazing the difference in this horse about how brilliant he is on the turf and how he just doesn't run a step on the main track.
He just shows a horse can be a $5,000 claimer on the dirt and be a stakes horse on the turf. They're just very different surfaces, and vice versa. There's plenty of very good dirt horses that just can't run a step on the grass.
He's very good, though, on the turf. Friend of the Devil winning the New York Stallion Series Spectacular Bid earlier today. Horses in the paddock, though, getting saddled for the 10th race, sprinting on the grass. Let's sit down and get a paddock report from Maggie.
Thanks, Acacia. And we'll check in with a New York bred that has never faced her own state-bred friends, as we'll take a look here at the likely speed, and that is number 8, Running Rio, as she is one that I'm hearing tapping. I'm trying to figure out who's getting a shoe repair here in the paddock, but I'll find that out in a moment. As Running Rio, she comes in off of 5/8 races, and I mean, just look at those paces. They're fast, and she was right on top of them. So a filly that you would have to think, now getting to the 6, she is going to be forward in here overall, and she looks it. Coming off a bit of a freshening, really strong, especially in that hind end, and defined overall. So do note that the next horse I'll talk to is the one getting the shoe repair, and that's number 3, Perugia, for Linda Rice. And she is one that, as Andy said, had just a really untidy beginning last time out, and it put her behind, but then again, it also put her with the flow of the race as the pace completely incinerated, and she, along with the winner and the 3rd place finisher, Miss Bourbon, closed from well off of it. Now here in the paddock, she looks incredibly fit, now 3rd off the bench. Very elegant filly, makes a really nice impression here overall. We'll see if she is likely to be more forward. She is fairly laid back here in the paddock, so not necessarily saying that she's going to be the leader, because I really think that belongs to Running Rio, but she should be more forward in the early stages. And then a horse that, I don't know, she just has continuously caught my eye, and she's back with New York breds for the first time in a long time. And that's number 4, Blossoming Erudite, as she was very disappointing against Open Company in an allowance race at Monmouth last time, but I really liked her in the paddock that day, and she's made an excellent impression here yet again as she turns back to the 6 furlongs, which is where she broke her maiden, and I think she's built for that. I think this is ultimately what she wants to do. 5/8 is too quick and too short for her. So maybe she can pull that nice stalking trip here for Carlos David, but one at a price that really makes the right impression, Acacia.
Very intriguing runner coming in. Maggie, thank you. We'll take a look at the number 3, Perugia, who, Perugia, I always say this name wrong, as this one, as we'll take a look at the start last time out, Andy, and I think the way Maggie put it, an untidy beginning, was really a perfect way to describe it, because she was
like
totally taken out of the
I like
game.
that. Well, I mean, part of it is also just breaking slowly, and then just your problems get exacerbated. Now, oddly enough, that break didn't hurt her in here because it was such a fast pace, the race fell apart. But you still have to give her a lot of credit. A different running style, and still running as well as she did in this race, while the winner, Linnerite, got that great ride for Kendrick coming right up the rail. And she was with the flow of the race, but she really had trouble to start. With a clean break, I think Kendrick wants to be forward, especially be forward on this racetrack. And I think she could be the speed of the speed in here, especially with a scratch of Mulkey. We'll see how much speed Manny shows on Running Rio for Saffie Joseph.
Running Rio is an intriguing prospect, as Maggie touched on. She's never faced New York breds before. Broke her maiden at Santa Anita, then ran on synthetic and turf down at Gulfstream, and it was a pretty salty field she came out of last time out as well.
Yeah, I don't know. It was, I agree. Make haste. And she's in the barn. She's in the family barn. Make haste, pretty good. I want to see it again from her. I do love the Street Bosses. I thought the mildly interesting alternative was the 17-1 Splashy, who has some back turf races that aren't that bad. And if I was looking for a backup to the 3, it would be Splashy. And I'm going to play a little exacta here as well.
I know she's been running fine on the dirt, but
she's a turf horse.
She's more of a turf horse.
Yeah,
exactly. We'll see what she does getting back onto the grass today, as the 3-2 favorite continues to be the 3. We'll meet the field starting off with the 2, Second Chance.
Awful lot of money for this horse who's stake faced, and maybe she'll improve from 2 to 3, but she needs to.
Perugia is next, your heavy favorite.
Yeah, she ran terrific last time, and she's the one to beat.
Big gap to the 4 coming in.
She has one going 6 furlongs. She seems a little better going longer, but I can see some things to like about her cutting back.
17 to
7 to
1.
1's a big price on her.
Yeah, big price indeed. Then we'll go to the number 5, Miss Bourbon. She's taking money.
Yeah, I don't like her at all here. In fact, I bet her last time. I think she was so much with the flow of the race last time, and I think it's a very different situation on a course that may not be favorable for her.
There's Splashy back to the turf.
Yeah, I thought she was interesting. She's got some turf races that are okay, and she's trying the turf for only the 2nd time for Linda Rice. Didn't run badly the 1 time for Linda.
Running Rio, first time against New York breds.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's the Saffie Joseph factor, and she has won on the turf before, so I can see liking her. I don't, but I can see others liking her.
And Long-Legged Queen back to the turf.
And her best races are on the grass. I don't think she's impossible at all at a price.
She's a big price
Don't love
and
her
a little
post.
bit intriguing. Yeah. See what kind of trip she navigates here today. Just want to remind everybody, you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code BONUS200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. Taking a look at the favorite, the number 3 right now, Perugia. Imagine she will be more forwardly placed, getting that patented Kendrick Carmouche warm-up. But a horse that, even though she showed some more speed when she broke her maiden in an off-the-turf race, she didn't get out of the gate that well. So the break is going to be imperative.
I agree. She's got to break cleanly here. She's not in the same kind of situation where a bad break. In this race, I think a bad break will be much more costly, especially given how this turf course has been playing. You've got to be forward, and you got to save some ground.
9.
Yeah, Maggie
did not.
Maggie and I both like the 9, by the way. She's not going to win here, but she did look good if she was still in the race.
There she is. It picks the 8 as Running Rio. First time against New York breds, but does make it more of a wide open race. For more, let's go back to Maggie trackside.
And we'll begin with a horse that, for connections, they're looking to go back-to-back, and that's on the inside with number 2, Second Chance. Now, if you go back to her lone victory, which was her first start at Acacia, I believe you were covering this race, and I remember you saying that she was just not professional whatsoever. And I also remember Jonathan Kinchin texting me and saying, Misty Banker is a lock, because that was the horse that my husband trained. And I said, bah-ha-ha. Okay, I do not trust her as far as I can throw her. So, in other words, I don't think that's a very good race that she won. And furthermore, physically, she hasn't really gone on from 2 to 3. She's very, very light across her top line. I just think she needs to strengthen coming into this race. If she went, I'll talk her right into the winner's circle. And this is a very hot barn with Junior Alvarado, but I just don't like her in this spot coming back today. As we'll jump to the outside as number 10, Long-Legged Queen. Now, the last time that I saw her on the turf was when she ran horribly. But She had literally every extreme piece of equipment you can put on a horse on her face. And in my experience, horses don't want to run with that stuff on them. It included an extended cage bit, a cage bit with a burr, with a figure 8 on her. God bless her. She she tried, and then she said, no, I've had enough. So she comes back today for the first time since last year on the turf. And to me, she looks more like a turf horse. And she has much kinder equipment on, no blinkers, just a rubber figure 8 with a ring bit, all things good. And this rider, his name is Danny Sheehy. I am not familiar with him whatsoever, but he's only had 11 rides this year and has had 2 wins. So one would think that possibly he knows her, maybe has been getting on her. I don't know, I don't want to assume. But I feel like she is a horse that a jockey would benefit maybe knowing her and getting on her in the morning. So we'll see how she does, but I do think she's intriguing getting back to the surface. Acacia.
She definitely is, Maggie, thank you. And yeah, she has the tendency to drift on the turns. You can really see it if you watch that last race, Long-Legged Queen. But
Stretch
I mean,
too.
Yes, her better races have been on the grass. I agree.
I don't really care about what she's done in her dirt races recently. She's never run particularly well on the dirt. Even that first start's a little bit phony. But her dirt, I mean, lost a Beautiful Thief, who's a very nice runner, had to be scratched because of the quarantine yesterday. Would have been a heavy favorite. And Sinead was good who beat her and was kind of a real run. On this turf course, she's compromised by the outside post. On a fair turf course, I think she'd be much, much more interesting. But at 11-1, I think she's usable.
As far as the 2 second chance, yes, I was in the paddock for her first race where she was incredibly unprofessional and still got the win that day on the track. But you know, you wonder, is she going to take a step forward as a 2-year-old? And I think Maggie had some questions as to if she was going to do that. Do you feel like because Belmont and Junior Alvarado are going so well, that's why she's taking money?
She draws a good post with an inside position. Obviously, they're going well. She's stake-faced. She's got a lot of the accoutrements to be completely and totally overbet in this race. Yeah, I'm not a fan, but maybe she gets the right trip, and the barn is going extremely well. She's just not, I don't think she's any of our cup of tea.
Drifting up in price a bit now, 7-1, as she does make the first start of her 3-year-old season. We'll see if there is any natural improvement coming in there. As this is an intriguing race. You've got even money on the winner, on the number 3 right now, Perugia, where a lot of people thinking that she could potentially be the winner in this race. But I think beyond that, it's very wide open.
I agree, and the break's important for her. Because she really needs to be. Because if she doesn't break well, then the 8 running Rio, who at least on the board is considered the second likeliest winner, and maybe she is, then she's able to get clear. And that's going to change it. If the 8 gets clear in this race, the 8 could be very tough to beat the way this turf course has been playing. I'm not her biggest fan, and there was more speed, but the 3 needs to get out, and Kendrick needs to be aggressive.
Let's go back to Maggie.
I need to correct myself, guys, when it comes to Danny Sheehy. He is not in Saratoga, but Roger Morgan works with him, and he reached out to James Doyle and asked if he could ride this horse, and he literally flew in here from Indianapolis or Kentucky this morning and arrived here just in time to get his license. So it's a good thing he got it in time, and now he's riding Long-Legged Queen today, guys.
An interesting story. Maggie, thank you. Good luck to Danny. And like Long-Legged Queen, 11-1 right now is this allowance for New York bred fillies on the turf. Coming up next, there she is. Long-Legged Queen, a price. We'll send it up to Chris Griffin for the rest of the load and call. Race 10, Belmont at the Big A.
Long-Legged Queen to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Perugia was off a step slow. Right to the front, it's Running Rio. It's clear. Running Rio. Manny Franco pumped up, is up by a length and a half. Blossoming Erudite is in between horses with second chance at the rail. Blue Silks is now in third. Tight hold Orange Cap. That's Long-Legged Queen. Towards the outside is in fourth, center of the course. And now here comes Perugia. After being off a step slow, has picked up some spots towards the back end of the field, though, with less than 4 furlongs to go. Just behind them, the 2 trailers. Miss Bourbon with Splashy. 22 seconds flat. Measured opening quarter here for Running Rio is unopposed. And here comes the challenge from Blossoming Erudite and 3 wide. That's Long-Legged Queen. Perugia's made up a lot of ground, is in fourth. Had to work to get there, though, and dropping back quickly was second chance. They reached the top of the lane. Running Rio's got plenty so far. Blossoming Erudite is chasing Long-Legged Queen down the center of the course. Perugia keeps making up some ground in Miss Bourbon. Blossoming Erudite at a number is now challenging, is put a neck in front. Here comes a late rally here from Miss Bourbon. It's Blossoming Erudite here inside the final 16th. Blossoming Erudite, Christopher Elliott, he's on fire, picks up another one. Blossoming Erudite gets it done at 18-1, then came Miss Bourbon, followed by Running Rio, and 1 minute 8 seconds flat.
Number 4, Blossoming Erudite getting the win here. Did get some positive comments from Maggie back in the paddock, and she certainly was effective cutting back in distance. Nice winner here, and another victory for Christopher Elliott.
This race was changed, as we talked about, when the 3 got left. And once the 3 got left in here, she had no chance. And it allowed the 8 an easy lead. As it turns out, the 8's not going to win under any circumstances if she couldn't win, because this race was literally dropped in her lap. 22.1 on this turf course is absolutely crawling. This horse was able to get in sort of a good position, considering she was cutting back. You wouldn't have thought she'd be so close, but give Christopher Elliott a chance. Give him credit. And this is his 4th win today, by the way, in this card. And this was a very good ride getting position, and she got it done in a race that sort of fell apart. But I mean, this was a good effort. Perugia just can't get out of the gate. It turns out you don't want any part of her going forward.
Her biggest Achilles heel, had to kind of rush up after that. But we talk about confidence in riders. I think it's on display on nobody more than Christopher Elliott, as you mentioned, 4-win day. Just making the right moves, aggression on the lead, but getting this horse into a good position as well, and riding the turf well too, which is not an easy thing to do. You see a lot of apprentices struggle with that.
No, I agree. I think you have to give him a lot of credit. You know, his agent, Jose Santos, does a great job getting him on live horses, but Christopher's delivering, and he's also a rider that has improved immeasurably from when we first saw him. And you're right about the turf. You know, a lot of apprentices don't get a chance to ride in the turf that much, and he's really riding well. You got to be on the right horses, but he's doing the right thing on them, and I give him a lot of credit.
18-1 winner here, 4, 5, 8, 10 in race number 10 on the turf. Prices and more, a lot still to come. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
City of Light, multiple Grade 1 winner, who posted 7 triple-digit buyers, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road, with graded stakes winners, Menti, Chop Chop, and Formidable Man, sire of multiple Grade 1 winner and champion 2-year-old Fierceness.
A powerhouse win.
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
Familiar spot for Christopher Elliott today, his fourth win this afternoon as he heads into the winner's circle with the number 4 Blossoming Erudite, who gets the victory, cutting back in distance for Carlos David. And even on the turnback, Andy, she was in a good position to run down that pace setter.
No, I agree. I mean, getting her forward in this race really made a difference, because normally, you know, with cutbacks like that, it didn't feel like she had the speed to be closer, and she got that good position, and she ran. But nice effort by her and a great day for Christopher. Congrats to him.
Yeah, certainly. Of course, won the New York Stallion Series. Spectacular bid division earlier today. 4th win on the afternoon, though, as this filly cutting back in distance gets the victory. $38.80 winner over Miss Bourbon. A big price in race 10 as the favorite broke slowly once again. We wrap up. This is the nightcap. Belmont at the Big A on the turf. Race 11, a mile and 16th. Maiden claiming for $50,000. And right now it's Leslie Starr. It's those guys again. Belmont and Junior Alvarado are currently the favorite.
Yeah, I like Leslie Starr. I'm not running to bet her at 3-1 in this race, and I don't think she's going to be favored. I'm looking at the multis, and both the 11 and 6 are shorter prices than she is. But I thought Leslie Starr made a lot of sense in this race.
We have some stakes action tomorrow on Sunday to look forward to as well. The Wilton one-turn mile here at the Big A, and we'll take a little bit of a preview. Speaking of Belmont and Junior Alvarado, they'll team up with Mazayat in tomorrow's Wilton. More on her and the rest of the field after this.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 5th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day features the Rick Violet Stakes, named after the pioneer in aftercare in New York, and celebrates both retired racehorses and the great organizations established in New York to support them. Bring the whole family. It's a day at Saratoga you don't want to miss. Free with paid admission. New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, Thursday, July 17th.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
So much to look forward to with the new Belmont Park opening fall of 2026. And then, of course, announced recently in 2027, the Breeders' Cup to take place at the new Belmont Park.
I imagine we'll be seeing quite a few Breeders' Cups to make up for lost time, and it's about time. You know, it's, besides obviously having it, I think it's been so hard on the horsemen with so many of the good horses stabled in New York to always have to ship, whether to Kentucky and to California. No fault of the Breeders' Cups. We just didn't have a facility really that was going to fit the need at that point to run it. But now with the new Belmont Park, looking forward to that, and obviously getting back to Belmont will be a great day.
So much excitement. And of course, if we take a look, there's been a lot of construction going on. The outline of the building starting to take place, but given the size of what the old Belmont Park was, Andy, and how long it took to bring that down and just start over, lay the foundation, speaking to NYRA Chairman Mark Holliday, says things are on schedule for a fall 2026 opening, which is exciting, and seeing the renderings, you can't help but get excited about thinking about what race days will be like over at the new Belmont Park.
No, I agree. And I agree also about tearing it down. I think I was talking to Glenn Kozak, and he said the building came down fairly easily. I think it was a question of moving all of the materials off. It was a huge building. For people that are not aware, if you stood the old Belmont Park end to end, it's bigger than the Empire State Building. So it's was an immense structure, and just very, very exciting times.
It is. We have a lot to look forward to here in New York. So, of course, as we are aware of, a longer Saratoga this summer, Belmont Stakes at Saratoga again next year, but then we will get ready to kick things off at the new Belmont Park in fall 2026. Tomorrow, we have the Wilton here at Aqueduct this year, going the one-turn mile, as we'll take a look at the field and taking a look again at Maze Yacht, a horse that was dominant, winning last time out on a wet track, but had some foundation coming in for Belmont. Faced some decent horses as well, and was pulling away using that speed to get the victory in Breaker Maiden.
Yeah, she can win. She's been improving her starts, but she got her best figure on a wet seal track. And these are the kind of maiden breakers that I think habitually get sort of overbet in these races. I think the worst I like, Liam in the Dust, is ended up going to be scratched from this race, from what I understand. Obviously, that's not an official word, but yes, I think she may be scratched, so that changes things for me. She's a player in this race, but I think there's quite a few others in here.
As far as one of the other contenders, there's Dry Powder, who did win sprinting first time out. Then this filly by Gunrunner stretched out in distance, and while she finished second, she made a solid account of herself last time out at the mile.
Yeah, she's not impossible in this race. She's not really for me, but I don't think she's impossible, especially with the scratch. One of the ones that can win, just as I think Cherie DeVos horse on the outside can win this race. Fairly wide open race.
Yeah, Sweet Seraphine, who came off of a layoff and won at a mile for Cherie DeVos, not an easy thing to do.
No, I agree. I thought she got a good trip in that race, but maybe she could take a step forward and compete in this race.
Intriguing group of 3-year-old fillies in the Wilton tomorrow goes as race 7 here at Belmont at the Big A on Sunday. So some stakes action still to look forward to. We also have the nightcap from Belmont at the Big A still to come, the real nightcap. The finale when we come back. There's a look at Leslie Starr taking a drop in class, getting saddled in the paddock for race 11. That is still to come.
The best 2-year-old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Hit back, $1.5 million. Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app today to get started. There is Leslie Starr dropping class for Belmont and Junior Alvarado. She also gets back on grass. Some changes to see if she can take a step forward in this spot.
I want no part of her at 2-1. I think she makes an enormous amount of sense in this race. She kind of lost in her debut at Kentucky Downs, but 2-1 is ridiculous.
Well, speaking of the Wilton, she faced Mazayat in that maiden race on dirt last time out. But for more in the paddock, let's head down, check in with Maggie.
Yeah, in this field, it's hard to take anybody at a short price. You know, anything below kind of 3-1, it feels like. As we'll take a look at number 3, Leslie Starr, who gets back to the turf, which I have to say, it physically looks as though this is the surface she belongs on. She does have that proverbial turf hoof, those slacker pasterns, more of an angular hind end. And 2, she's just a bit lighter behind, where I feel like horses that don't have those big engines, they prefer the turf. They just find it easier overall. Good coat to her, but at 2-1, I agree with Andy. No thanks, as she is a drop down in class, and same can be said for number 6, Uncommon, who has not run particularly fast, but has taken money in both of her races so far. She looks incredibly fit coming back here off a bit of a freshening, and first time here in New York. Fits well with these, I think. You know, last time I didn't love the fact that she had the lead. It's not like she went particularly fast, but maybe just a little less ground is going to be preferable, half a furlong here today. But she paints a nice picture here in the paddock, and I think she is a main player. We'll see how much speed she has with a little bit of a cutback. Dylan Davis climbing aboard. Then number 9, Candy is Dandy. When you look at speed figures for these horses that have been on the turf, she's one that run similarly fast figures, or relatively speaking, than some of the more short-priced horses in here. And last time I thought she blew the break, leaping up at the start. She is taking more money than I expected her to take, but she puts those blinkers on, a kind of 3/4 cup. And like I said, she's another drop down that physically fits well and looks a bit better than some of the rivals that she's going to have to face today. I get it. She didn't do that much running after blowing the start. I wish she had done more, but again, sometimes class is the biggest difference when handicapping, especially these maiden races, when they go from maiden special weight to maiden claimers, Acacia.
And we'll see how she does stack up against these dropping down today. Maggie, thank you. As 2-1 still on the number 3, Leslie Starr. If against her at a short price, where do you go, Andy?
Well, I mean, I think the 11's dangerous. I'm not convinced that Bourbon Milk Punch wants to go this far, but I also think she's going to come well down from her 5-1. But I thought she got just absolutely the wrong ride last time. The only chance she had to win that race, and she probably wouldn't have won, was to go to the front end. And to me, Luis Saez made absolutely no effort whatsoever to be aggressive. And I have to think with Jose, they're going to be aggressive. If you're going to lose this race with her, you need to lose it on the front end, or at least being aggressive. If you don't get there, somebody else went too fast to get there. You got to dance to the girl that brought you there. You're stretching a horse out. She's got to be forward in this race, talking about the 11 Bourbon Milk Punch. So I think she's dangerous, but I do think there's still an open question of whether or not she wants to go this far. From a pedigree standpoint, she's supposed to be able to handle it.
I was pretty optimistic about her last time, and maybe it was the fact that she was not forwardly placed, as you mentioned, that was against her. We see on the right there is Thistledown, about 11 minutes to post to the Ohio Derby coming up in Ohio. Big day over at Thistledown this afternoon, and currently it is the number 4 McAfee who's the favorite on the board, as he was 3-1 on the morning line. Clover again was the favorite. I wonder, with the presence of Moplex in here, a lot of the bettors thinking McAfee's going to get that big trip closing as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's not an easy one. I was hoping for the 7-2 morning line on Chunk of Gold. I guess that was a pipe dream. I'm going to let Clever again beat me. I'm not saying he can't win, but he's got to get the 1 1/8 with pressure from Moplex, who has speed and is talented. Whether or not he wants to go this far remains to be seen. I prefer Chunk of Gold slightly over McAfee, and if Chunk of Gold went up to 3-1 or more, I'd bet him, but I'm not betting him at this price.
Have the Ohio Derby coming up in a little bit, that grade 3 for the 3-year-olds. But first, let's meet the field for the nightcap here in New York, starting things off with the 2, Ocean Rain.
Yeah, I think Ocean Rain's a wise guy horse to get a small piece in here. Gets a rail post after having an outside post last time in a very wide trip.
Blinkers going on as well. There's your favorite, Leslie Starr.
I like her, but, you know, she's going to have to go up a little more for me to bet her, 7-2 or so.
Big price on the number 4, Classic Cara.
Loud airplanes today, huh?
I know. They're going right over us.
Like, even if there's thunder and it's too nice out for that, she just looks too slow, Classic Cara.
There is another big price, the number 5, Parable Blue.
Ditto.
Uncommon drop in class.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say one thing. I think the race she comes out of at Tampa is a lot better than it looks. So I think she's more of a mid-60s type buyer horse and very logical on the drop.
Lady Gunner, 4th last time out.
Big price last time with what I thought was an overall decent enough trip and a weaker field, but I guess she has her fans.
There's Candy is Dandy dropping down.
Yeah, Maggie kind of liked this one. I respect Maggie's opinion. She did blow the brake and hurt her a little bit, but after that, I just didn't see her do enough running. It was a much better field.
There's Diamond in the Sand, by the way. Christopher Elliott has 3 wins today.
Yes.
We apologize for that. Thank you, Chris Griffin.
Tried to give him one more win. We did what we could, Christopher.
That's right. There's Bourbon Milk Punch.
Yeah, I mean, I think you got to see this horse get sent.
And Virtual off the layoff. Blinkers on.
Here's a stat for you. Off maiden special weight to maiden claimer on the turf for Carrie Bryan, 1 for 31.
Wow.
Yeah.
Not what I would have
Has
guessed.
one race that makes her a player.
And Bengalese, first time on the grass.
Actually, the dam wasn't terrible on the turf, so there's a little pedigree. A Tom's to Tot. You don't see too many of them, do you?
No. Horses leaving the paddock for the Ohio Derby over at Thistledown. Again, 1 mile and an 1/8 for the 3-year-olds here. And the Ohio Derby, a good opportunity sometimes to pick up some black type, to maybe find a little bit of a softer spot for some of those horses that have contended in Triple Crown races. But you've got some salty company showing up in this year's edition of the Ohio Derby. Chunk of Gold, McAfee, Clever Again, even the wild card with Moplex stretching out.
No, I agree. It's a good running. You know, some nice horses in there. I'm a McAfee fan. I'd like to see him do well. But the thing for me at McAfee, I bet him at a big price last time. I'm not going to take him at 8-5 today, but I'm rooting for the connections.
McAfee, of course, the half-brother to Horse of the Year.
I hear they have a big contingency. I heard from Jake Bayless. He said they had 30 people there.
Really?
If we had anybody there, they could interview him. Jake's not is hard to miss because he's about 9 feet tall. At least he looks 9 feet tall to me. But everybody looks tall to me.
That's pretty awesome. As far as Chunk of Gold, this is a horse who we take a look at his 2nd in the Louisiana Derby. And then he went into the Kentucky Derby, and I watched that race back again. He did not disgrace himself. He was more forwardly placed in the Derby than he typically is. I thought he dug in pretty gamely, finishing in the top half of the field. This is a serious horse.
I completely agree with everything you said. And I think, you know, that Sheriff Lethbury gave this horse what seemed to be a good ride in the Louisiana Derby. And in no way am I trying to be critical of him. I think in result, because the race collapsed, he probably was closer than he wanted to be, and he still ran 2nd with Tistastic just getting a better trip. And I think if you had the benefit of hindsight, he probably wouldn't have been quite as forward in there. And whether he would have won or not, I don't know. He still probably would have finished 2nd. That was a very good effort by this horse. I'm a fan of Chunk of Gold. I think he's a good one, and I like him in this race. He needs to drift up a little bit, and then I'll bet him.
Very cool horse, trained by Ethan West, who, as we learned before the Derby, gets on his horses in the morning as well. We'll meet the field starting off with the big price, Brereton's Baytown.
Yeah, this is the haves and the have-nots. There are 3 horses in here that overmatched, and there's 4 that can win.
Chunk of Gold.
We're both fans of Chunk of Gold. I'm hoping he runs well in here. I like this horse.
In good form, Capo Luca.
Yeah, but he's biting off a lot, the local horse.
Here's McAfee, 2nd in the Peter Pan.
Showed more speed last time, ran very well. There's nothing not to like.
Big price on Extradition.
Yes, with good reason.
And your current favorite now, taking over, Clever Again, has that speed.
Yeah, but he's got to deal with Moplex. I'm against.
Took the worst of it in the Preakness, hitting the rail in the stretch there. Steve Asmussen saying he came out unscathed. Bohemian Style, first off the claim. Not an easy spot to end up in.
It's the odd-numbered horses are the have-nots. The even-numbered horses are the haves. 4 and 4.
Here is a very cool New York-bred Moplex. Can he handle the 2 turns?
But he's got to deal with Clever Actor on the Clever again, excuse me, on the front end. Put him away and then hold off the closers. To me, it would be a Herculean task for him to win here. But I'm always rooting for my man Jeremiah Englehart to do well.
Back over, Belmont at the Big A. Horses on the track, finishing up their warm-ups for race 11 on the turf. Still holding strong, 2-1. Leslie's Star. Let's head back. Check in again with Maggie.
And when it comes to that Ohio Derby, that would make 3 of us that are definitely rooting and do like a chunk of gold. That week leading up to the Kentucky Derby, got to know trainer Ethan West and became a big fan, gallops him himself, and a guy that had modest beginnings and has a really nice horse on his hands. So a wonderful story on top of all of that, as we'll check in with the horse who's just clicked down to 3-1. That's Bourbon Milk Punch. I can actually recommend that. I'm not a bourbon fan, and I can recommend that drink. It's quite tasty. As this one, it's only her 2nd time routing, and I agree with what Acacia and Andy said. Why didn't they necessarily go? I thought he kind of tried to go, and then he chickened out in the end and ended up 3 to 4 wide in that first turn, and it's just not the way to win races. Unfortunately, has a outside post again, but I do think distance is actually what she wants. She looks like that. She's a little bit more of a narrow-built type of filly, kind of long-legged as well. So I think Bourbon Milk Punch, she makes sense on the drop down in class. We'll see what she does, as we'll also take a look at that long shot Andy was talking about, and goes flip-flops as far as position in the gate. Number 2, Ocean Rain, from post 12 to post 1 here this time around, as she gets on the turf for the 2nd time in this same condition. She adds blinkers today, just a short cup cheater blinker, and she's one that consistently now in her 3rd career start, each time I see her, I like her. Acting a little bit green out there on the racetrack. Don't love to see that as she approaches the gate, but she's a good looking type, and with a better trip at 34-1, I'm not afraid to use her underneath. Acacia?
Intriguing at a big price. Maggie, thank you. Ocean Rain, far better post position today, and the blinkers go on.
Yeah, I just thought, it's kind of interesting going from inside to outside with the wide trip last time. I don't know if this horse is any good, but at a big price, I thought she's the kind of horse maybe you could throw in, or he is the kind of horse, or she, you could throw in with a little bit of a shot.
We'll see how this race does play out. Bourbon Milk Punch now 5-2. Big question, will she be more forward today as well? And how does the pace end up playing out in this last race? Who gets the trip? Heard Jonathan talking about it earlier. A lot of in turf racing is who gets the right kind of trip.
Well, sure, especially when you have courses where the inside's an advantage as well. It becomes even more important.
Race 11, Belmont at the Big A on the turf. Let's go to Chris Griffin one more time this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Acacia. And here is Virtual. Stepping forward, Bengalese. Bengalese. Last to load. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Leslie Starr. Easily to the front as they quickly come out of the chute. Here's Bourbon Milk Punch to join that early leader. Bourbon Milk Punch is now in front and crosses over, is in the 2-path, but is the leader. Bengalese is going to apply some pressure, comes right up to that leader, is going to push the tempo early, and they're stacked up as they really back off the tempo here. Bourbon Milk Punch is trying to slow things down and doing just that. Bengalese is a tracking second. Leslie Starr, saving ground towards the inside, is in third. As they got stacked up in behind, some wide journeys there in between horses. Virtual's trying to move through, is now in fourth. Out wider, here comes Diamond in the Sand. It's progressing quickly, is now taken third. It's a lineup of 3. In behind that leading group at the rail comes Uncommon, who's now going to be in the 6th position. Out wider, there comes Candy as Dandy, who's now a shared 7th with Lady Gunner in between horses. Classic Kara, second to last. Ocean Rain, and the trailer, Paraíba Blue. Tightly bunched field, 49.47 for a half-mile time. Bourbon Milk Punch is up by 3/4 of a length. Bengalese was applying that early pressure, 3 wide. There's Diamond in the Sand. at the rail. Leslie Starr, patiently ridden here in fourth. Then towards the outside, that's Virtual in fifth. Uncommon is tightly at the rail, nowhere to go yet. Candy is Dandy's got to run. Lady Gunner, Classic Cara starts to launch from the back of the field. Ocean Rain, and the trailer is still Paraiba Blue. They reach the top of the lane. Bourbon Milk punches in front. Leslie Starr quickly tips towards the outside, is ready to rally on towards the outside here of Diamond in the Sand. Classic Cara is launching a big rally at a big number, but Leslie Starr got the jump. Can Classic Cara run this rival down? Leslie Starr has a 16th left to go. Classic Cara is within range. Leslie Starr is almost there. Leslie Starr won it over Classic Cara. Then came a tight photo. Uncommon with Bourbon Milk Punch. A woman at 43.77 seconds.
We've talked about how Junior Alvarado can do no wrong, and it was on display again. He gets Leslie Starr to the winner's circle. She was certainly logical on that dropping class, holding off long shot Classic Cara.
Junior's world, and we're just lucky he's letting us live in it these days. And it's just, once again, obviously she had a very good post, but what did he do? He was aggressive out of the gate. He got position. He made the 11 work a little. He got a little help with some others there, but he got that position. He held his position. He was able to swing out top of the stretch. There was a moment there where it looked like the 11 might be backing up a little. I thought it might back up in his face. Junior got out, and nice run from the 4. Classic Cara ran the best race she's ever run to finish second here, but Leslie Starr and and Junior, he can do no wrong, and made that 5-2 look reasonable.
Leslie Starr with the win in New York. His horses on the track over at Thistledown, getting ready for the Grade 3 Ohio Derby. 8-5 now on the number 6, Clever again. But as we've discussed, a big wild card to this race is how the pace plays out with the presence of Moplex in here. Should be noted, of course, Moplex was planning to run in the Mike Lee Wednesday of Belmont Stakes week on New York Red Showcase Day. Could not run because of the quarantine taking place in Saratoga. So he comes here, and Jeremiah Engelhardt saying he always wanted to try a 2-turn test. But even though he's a very cool horse, I can't help but wonder, with this not being the main goal, Andy, is this really going to be the best conditions for him?
Well, here's what I would say. I would say that this is a very good spot for him to try 2 turns because it's a very good field. There's another speed in the race. So if he can show that he can handle a race like this and even run second and run well, then I think it answers the question for Maya that he can run him going longer and point for a race like the Albany. If not, he can run him in sprint races. So I actually think it's a very good choice for him because I think even in defeat, he's going to learn something about him. So I like the spot for him. I don't like his chances particularly, but I like the spot for him because a lot of times you're better off running in some races and losing than not running at all. I know that sounds crazy, but sometimes you find out where you can go. And maybe he'll say, because the Albany's a big race to run in, and if he doesn't run well here, he's going to say he just can't handle the distance. But even a reasonable third-place finish here might make him the horse to beat in the Albany.
It's a very, very good point. Of course, the Albany, kind of the highlight for New York breds in the summer. Mile and an eighth on the main track, and we'll see what the future does hold for New York bred Moplex. McAfee, Chunk of Gold, Clever again. Talented horses in here, though. We'll see how they shake it out on the track.
I'm looking forward to this race. I hope both McAfee and Chunk of Gold run well. I didn't bet at 2-1, but I like them.
Just a couple left to load.
And I'm excited they got, we didn't think they were way behind. We didn't think we'd get to show this race, and they're going to show it, and we're not even going to be here till 7, Acacia.
No.
But we wouldn't have been here till 7 anyway. It'd be an empty desk up here.
We're off time. Here is the Grade 3 Ohio Derby from Thistledown.
And they're off in the Ohio Derby. Clever again off to a sharp start. Bohemian Style has some early speed, and there goes Moplex from the far outside to engage early. McAfee's front 4. Chunk of Gold's out racing is in 5th as they come under the line for the first time. So it's Clever again to call the shots here in the Ohio Derby. Clever again shows the way. Moplex up on the outside is second. McAfee in close attendance right behind that leading pair, tucked in there racing third. Longshot Bohemian Style is currently racing fourth. To his inside, Chunk of Gold saves ground fifth. Brereton's Baytown is with a trailing trio that includes Capo, Luca, and Extradition. So Clever again entering the backstretch with 5.5 furlongs to go, leads at 3 parts. Moplex right there on his hip, sitting second. McAfee right there 2 lengths off, racing in third. Chunk of Gold has moved to his outside in fourth. That puts Bohemian Style out there 3 wide. Brereton's Baytown within 4 lengths. Capo Luca in and amongst rivals, and Extradition is furthest out. They have 4 furlongs to go in the Ohio Derby, and Clever again leads it 3/4 of a length here. Moplex still right there. McAfee awaits room on the rail. Chunk of Gold well within striking distance. Bohemian Styles on his outside. Extradition tries to move up far outside. Then it's Brereton's Baytown and Capaluca. Pace picks up here around the far turn. 5/16 to go. Clever again in front. Moplex now challenges, and they're on even terms. McAfee right behind him in third. Chunk of Gold gaining ground fourth. Bohemian Style comes under pressure now. Top of the stretch. Moplex takes the lead. Clever again has to battle back. Here comes Chunk of Gold and McAfee, but it's Moplex in front with a furlong to go. Chunk of Gold gaining ground. McAfee's into third. Clever again tired. Moplex with the lead. A final 16th to go. Chunk of Gold moves to the inside, but it's Moplex. He's too strong. Moplex wins the Ohio Derby. Chunk of Gold second. McAfee was third. Extradition finished fourth, and I think Brereton's Baytown ran fifth.
Matt Hook with the call of the Great 3 Ohio Derby. And how about Moplex? Maybe this was not the first choice, but boy, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise as he picks up the second graded stakes win of his career.
There are a lot of New York breds that are kind of annoyed by this result in here. I mean, he didn't break.
Yeah.
He took a right turn out of the gate. He rushed up to chase Clever again, who finished absolutely nowhere. A perfect trip on Chunk of Gold, who looked like he could get by him, and I know he likes to drift. I mean, this was a very, very impressive win by him. What a great win for the New York bred. And if you liked him, I didn't. You got 8-1.
Oh.
And congrats to Jeremiah and the connections as well. This is a huge, this horse ran super today.
You really did.
Good horses, too.
You would have to think, I mean, if they decide to go back into New York bred company, he's going to be the favorite for the Albany this summer.
Of this?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. You want to bet. I mean, I don't know what you can say about it. He didn't. I mean, he was so much the best in this race. And make no mistake, those horses behind him may not be the best 3-year-olds in the country, but they're not bad.
No, absolutely. Beating the number 2, Chunk of Gold, who, as we mentioned, did not disgrace himself in the Kentucky Derby, and a horse that certainly had some good accolades to bring. And there's the 10, Moplex, taking a right-hand turn. It's what Richie Migliore always says, running to open space. And he has the tendency to drift in the stretch. We saw that on display. That was usual for him, but actually, you said the drifting is helping him. He kept going.
Right. I think, when you're in front like that, you drift, it makes it harder for the closers to get by you because they're down towards, they're sort of inside of you closing. But, I mean, I don't know what you can say. There was no excuse for McAfee and Chunk of Gold. They both had very good trips and rides. This horse was much the best. Congrats to Jeremiah and the connections as well.
And we always love cheering on the New York breds.
Absolutely. Well, I think, Naja being here today for the New York breds, he should have gone to Thistledown.
Yes.
A little trip to Cleveland, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. But I'm excited by that win because he
it
really
was a
ran
lot of
so
fun.
well in winning. That's the thing about it. He wasn't lucky to win. He was much the best.
Was a lot of fun to see. Congratulations to the connections of Moplex. We owe you some prices from the nightcap in New York. Leslie Starr. Second win today for the Belmont Junior Alvarado team is this one dropping in class, and she finds the winner's circle.
Yeah, she couldn't have gotten a better trip, but part of it is Junior Alvarado's ride. And he's just making no mistakes. He's going to give a bad ride one of these days because it doesn't matter who you are. Occasionally, things just don't go well, but it's going to be a shock. And I'm sure people will jump on him, and I'll think this guy's given more good rides lately than anybody. He's riding in great form and held off the long shot here to get it done. They bet, and they were right.
Leslie Starr with the win, $7.90 victory. Classic Cara at a big price, checking in second at 27-1. Well, that wraps up our card. Glad we got a chance to show the Ohio Derby today. A lot of fun getting a chance to cheer on Moplex. And there's Maya. Jeremiah made the trip over to Thistledown.
Wow. Well, it's not really that far, from Finger Lakes.
Yeah,
right?
he's in Saratoga lately, though.
You just got to keep going west from
keep
Finger
going.
Lakes. You're not
Just
that
keep
far
going
from
straight.
Cleveland.
It's
Believe
fine.
it. I've made that trip, driving out to Chicago and Alpine Valley to see the Grateful Dead in Wisconsin. Driven by.
$12.80 winner. Even gets a garland over there for the
Maya's
Ohio
a flower
Derby
guy.
win. What a
thrilled for
fun
him.
victory for Moplex. Congratulations to the New York bred and the connections. Ohio Derby winner. What a fun day we had. Rosie Jeeks with a big effort winning the Goldwood over at Monmouth back this year and back on track. And today in New York in the New York Stallion Series, there was no doubt about it. Friend of the devil loves sprinting on the turf, and he has been very, very good lately. And how about in the Ohio Derby with the New York bred Mo Plex? A lot of fun on today's show. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you back here tomorrow on America's Day at the Races.